better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Is it your ways that they gon' imitate? Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch with your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding, girl, I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life. race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? And tomorrow, even though the ad says Saturday, this is tomorrow, 8 p.m. This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, suave boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, quantum truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial. Mic check, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Shout out Il Doctor in the comments. Peace, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Coliseum of Arguments, we open the floor to one of the biggest questions humanity has ever asked. How did life begin? Was life sparked through abiogenesis, a natural process where chemistry became biology? Or was life the result of creation, an intentional act by a higher intelligence? This isn't a one-on-one debate tonight. This is an open panel where the community steps in. Scholars, skeptics, believers, and critics. The floor is open to you. So can you drop that link for me, Humble? Appreciate you if you
I got
hear.
you.
Thank you very much. The panel is open to the community today. Step on up, speak your voice, bring your science, bring your scriptures, bring your logic, and bring your toughest questions. Because tonight we're not just arguing positions. We're taking the pulse of the community. Where do the people stand? Abiogenesis or creation? Let the dialogue begin. Where's my tighten up sound? How do you feel about this topic, Humble?
This is a great topic. I would stand on the side of abiogenesis, simply because that's what the science shows, right? When we go back in history, we know that we evolved from single cell organisms to multi-cell organisms. We know survival played the factor in us gaining our limbs and our senses. And this is how, we today became known as Homo sapien sapien. If I can be scientifically correct about it. So I most definitely think there's a strong case for abiogenesis.
Hey, I definitely think there's a strong case for abiogenesis as well. Um, and we're gonna get into some of what I think a little bit later. How do you feel about this topic, Checkmate? Hit that link, ill dot. Hey, goddess.
Peace, peace. Okay. So I was in the background working, trying to get my people to know that we are live. I don't know what I missed, but if you are in the comments, please hit that like button. If you're not a member, please make sure that you become one. Tighten up. Shout out to everybody on the panel, and thank you guys for having me.
Hey, yeah, we wanted to know how you felt about abiogenesis, life coming from, well, biology forming from chemistry, and creating life, or creationism, where a divine intelligence created life here.
Um, wow, great question. So I'm a little, I guess, caught in the middle. I guess it's a mixture. I don't think that I'm not a religious person. So um like I believe that there's something that is definitely greater than I, but I don't look at it as those who may apply to it by a book. So if I had to go with anything, it would be more on the science end. But then I just like to listen to this because I don't think I came up with the final this is it yet. I'm still a baby to all of that. I'm like in between. I just don't see how people just think it's like how the book says at all. So I don't know. It's definitely not. It's not the book God. I don't believe that we just was like dirt and then I'm a rib, and I don't believe that.
Hey, okay, okay. So you don't believe that you came from man's rib, or God took
Mm.
a rib and made you from Adam? What they say? How the story go? Am I messing it up, y'all? Christians, don't be mad at me.
No, no, it came from Adam's red. But I would like to piggyback. Oh, Sister Issa in the building.
Oh snap, sister, it's a queen
Um,
in the building. How you
I would
feeling?
like to piggyback really fast. I'm not gonna be long off of Sister Checkmat. My personal belief also differ, right? However, abiogenesis, when we have to put it in an explanatory way that makes sense to the world, I would have to go with abiogenesis. But my personal, we got brother God energy in the building. What up, my guy? What up, my guy?
Swear. I've only
Peace.
heard your
Um,
name, just sir. How you feeling today? Nice
what
to
up? What
finally
up?
meet
Peace, y'all.
Get in there, God energy. What up? What up, brother?
What's good, y'all? Ain't nothing. I'm just chilling, trying to join the conversation. You know what I mean? Thanks for
Okay.
having us over.
you. Yes, sir. After humble, we'll have
Yeah.
answer the prompt.
Yeah, I'm gonna land right here. But I was just gonna say my personal beliefs is we as a species have always been here. We didn't evolve into anything. We didn't come from anything that wasn't human. We as a piece of life has always been a piece of life, right? And that's my personal belief. But when we go to science, of course, I would take abiogenesis. Go ahead, bro. I land my plane with that. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Okay, we'll start with It's a Queen. She pulled up first. Abiogenesis or creationism? How do you feel?
Peace to the panel. Definitely an abiogenesis girl. I'm definitely evolutionary. So I'm actually very excited about this conversation because I've done a debate on this very topic the creationism versus the abiogenesis / evolution. So I'm very interested in hearing what comes up today.
Hey, that's what's up.
Hey, sister,
Girl,
you was trying to do a show over here on the evolution theory, wasn't you?
Yes, yeah, I was gonna do evolution 101
let's go.
for.
Let's go.
I'm getting that together. I'm getting that together. I'm gonna be talking to A1 on the back end about that.
Yep, yep. Just let me know when you're ready. You got my number.
Yes.
Uh, God energy, abiogenesis or creationism? Oh, I'm sorry. It's the queen. Didn't even did you? Oh, well, she did answer. Did you want to touch on that more before God energy goes in? Give us your reasons why, maybe.
Oh yeah. So for one, a lot of not a lot of abiogenesis, but the pieces that I need to for it to be proven has been proven. So the chemistry going into life and understanding how the formulations of the cells happen. I feel like people think because we don't know the exact formulation or what came first in the cell, but we do know that this can absolutely be done. I implore people to look up the Urey experiment all the way up to 2007. Hold on just a second.
I don't know if you could come closer to your phone. Your audio sounds like you're a little distant. You said the Uray experiment. Oh yeah, it's funny. I was actually about to go into some of this today. Miller Uray.
Well, until the sister to come back and clarify,
Hmm.
I, I wanted to just say I guess I'm on the side of abiogenesis. There is no creation. There is no creation story or creation myth that accurately tells the biological presence on this planet and the speciation, the biodiversity. All respect due to the ancestors, all respect due to them. But mythology has its place, and I think it's on us to be responsible enough to respect the ancestors enough to understand them and what they were dealing with as opposed in regards to philosophy, mythology, teaching stories and things like that, as opposed to the benefits we have of modern science where we can further expand the knowledge base that we genetically encode for our people. So I think the ancestors did their job and used the tools that they had, and it's kind of on us to pick up that mantle and go further. So I think understanding where mythology ends and scientific fact begins, I think we do owe it to them to be responsible about that. So I'm going with abiogenesis all the way.
If I may piggyback off of Brother God Energy,
Real quick.
um,
My
go
bad.
ahead, go ahead.
Everybody up here is team abiogenesis, it seems. If you got a YouTube page, God Energy, or a Facebook page, you can just hit that button up top that says streaming to your audience. So you can share in the monetization of the content today. Anytime you up here, you don't even gotta ask. Go ahead. It's on you,
No
Hope.
doubt.
Um, so I just want to piggyback off of Brother God Energy. Um, when he was speaking about us at least paying attention to our ancestors and the groundwork that they have laid for us to be able to further do research right into all of this. And I want to actually give a little more credit to our ancestors, definitely from the commission side of things, because when you study their story, right, of course, right, it wasn't science, abiogenesis and but a lot of their creation myths, as we would like to call them, happened this way. And so now what scientists are now able to do is say, yo, they had a pretty solid foundation of, you know, how life came about, right? From the plants to the humans to the, and though it was a lot of mysticism packed in it, right? For teaching purposes, but a lot of the science that's being done now validates a lot of the sequences in the stories that's being told. For an example, you know, the Hoppy with the alligator, you know, life came from the water and stuff like that, right? With the elements that we have with the planet, with the potter's wheel, and other creation myths came from that. The fact that they understood that the very elements that were around us were also in us was a profound realization that they had, that we're now in science validating. And I think that because y'all know a lot of people, oh, they were primitive back then, but that mere very fact shows a lot of advancements, even how they were even thinking back then, right? So I just wanted to piggyback on the Brother God energy and just lay that down. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak, y'all.
Stop capping, man. This dude is extra humble. He acting like he not admin. He could shut this whole show down right now.
You got Brother Cosmic in the building. Brother Cosmic said, Kofa, what it do, my God? Thanks for coming through.
Yeah. Peace, Brother Cosmic. Holla at me about, you know what I mean, that plan or anything like that too. So we get an update on that. But humble, I want to actually piggyback off of your statement as well, because people have a misconception that the ancient peoples of the early Copper Age and even the Neolithic somehow were less intelligent than us, or less intellectual than us, or had a less intellectual capacity than us. And that's not true at all. You know what I mean? And having words associated with them like primitive is completely anachronistic. And it's a lot of times racially based, right? Because it's these ancient peoples of brown skin hue that they choose to call primitive and things like that. So we have a false view of the level of intellect and scientific advancement that these peoples had. I mean, at the time of the city of Alexandria, they had steam-powered automatons, right? An automaton, that's robotics. So they had steam-powered robotics at the time of Alexandria. But we don't view the past that way. And when people do accept things like that, they superimpose aliens there and take away from the human intellect, the human capacity, the human innovation and invention that happened. So I think it is important for us to familiarize ourselves with these ancient time periods, with the technology, and and to keep it real, for the sake of historical knowledge, we overlook science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And it is the excelling in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics that made these ancient civilizations great. So we idolize these ancient civilizations, but we miss the sauce that made them great in the first place. So
No, that's 100% facts. That's one of my biggest issues with with looking at inventions with the Eurocentric mindset, right? I think I was just talking about this a while ago. When you ask a medical student, or when you ask somebody in a medical field today, who's the father of medicine, right? They'll give you Hippocrates. But we all know who do our studies that is a lie, right? It is Imhotep. And he was like when you go study Imhotep, you find out that he was the first physician. He was the first of this, and he was like, then when you actually start to put the history in place, this is where a lot of people like to come and say, oh, well, we didn't have names for stuff like that back then. Well, just because we didn't have a name for surgery didn't mean people wasn't performing surgery. right? Like the
Yeah.
Kamisha mummies show that how they
Yeah.
extract the brain from the nose, like so. People like to downplay this, and I think it comes as a result of us living in this westernized world for so long that when we see something that's not a little different, but very different than what we've been taught in our universities, what we've been watching on YouTubes, and where we be getting our information from, it throws us for a loop. And it's like, oh man, well, can I trust that? But it's like, well, people go over there and excavate this all the time. We know it's information like this that's being covered up all the time. So it's that due diligence that we as scholars have to do to go in there and find the information that's not being brought to the surface. You know that, and we have to actually bring that to the surface. And that's something I got to give Brother God Energy top notches for, man. His presentations be A1, bro. A1, A. But they do, bro. God Energy
Much
presentations
appreciated. Much appreciated, brother. Yeah, for real. I definitely appreciate it. I put a lot of work into it. You know what I mean? I usually got to break the presentations in half because they end up being 170 something slides, 100. You know what I mean? But y'all are right there as well. Bro.
Pull one of them presentations up, man. Teach us something today, man. We got
Hey,
all
man.
night.
Not
Funny,
listen,
you stupid.
Energy have us up here for 17 hours, bro. I ain't lying to you, my dude.
We got all night. It's a quiz. Same to you. You can pull up one of your old debate slides if you want to tonight and teach us some stuff. People here love sources.
I wish I could, but whenever y'all are live, I'm usually at work.
Okay.
That's why I'm always distracted or walking away in the middle of a sentence. So I was just like, I'll just be glad that I'm here and I'll be able to have the conversation when I can.
Dude, make that money.
Absolutely.
That's at work. Happy to get you through your shift a little smoother. Yeah, Team Abiogenesis all day. I know I wanted to pull up protocells today and talk a little bit about that. You said something about the Urey experiment. And I think that is where they were testing some of the like protocells in a, what's the word I'm looking for? In a controlled environment. So yeah, we're going to look some of that up today. I'm just the moderator, though. Go ahead. Y'all got the floor. Shout out to Sar in the building. Suave Boss in the building. Hit that link. Being eaten, hit that link. Don't get scared now. Y'all team Abiogenesis or y'all team Creationism? And real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors, too. Tomorrow, only here on Coliseum of Arguments, 8 p.m., you can catch this debate.
This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, Suave Boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, quantum truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
That is tomorrow, even though the ad said Saturday. I didn't fix that. Tomorrow, only here on Titans Debate League, 8 p.m. You can catch Suave Boss and Quantum Truth getting it in. And next Saturday, this ad is actually accurate. Next Saturday, March 14th, you can also catch
this Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara.
Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Andre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? And we have Asar MK in the building. How you feeling today? You're muted up if you're trying to talk.
All right, yeah, I'm good, family. How are you guys doing? What's going on? How you feeling?
That's how I'll be sounding on the airway.
No, I'm just messing around.
Hey, let's go. Here. You team Abiogenesis or team Creationism?
Man, they be explaining stuff so differently than how I know it. I have to hear it first. Mama, be careful. Your brother's head is right there. Hold on, y'all.
Yes, sir. And while we wait on you, we'll get quantum onlyism's perspective on this topic real quick. Abiogenesis or creationism? How do you feel?
Hey, what up? Now, what up?
What's up, bitch?
I didn't get to hear what anybody else said. The conversation is kind of in my lane. I don't choose between abiogenesis and creation, because to me that's like the false fork. Abiogenesis is a biological hypothesis about how the first systems formed from prebiotic chemistry. Creation is a theological claim that everything began by intention, but my position is different. I believe that existence is morphogenic. Morphogenic means it's a self-sustaining system where forms arise, stabilize, and complexify through constraint and ordered update. Life is one class of form inside a wider formation. So abiogenesis is just the biological form inside of morphogenesis, which is the universe. So I don't really know. That's why I say I wanted to listen first, because I don't know how deep y'all was getting on the conversation.
We was about right there. Go ahead. Okay, you good? Okay. You ain't over nobody head.
That's exactly why I didn't. Before you weigh in, you got to see how they play in.
Yeah, so stick your big toe in there. See if it's
yeah.
I'm actually glad the brother brought up morphogenesis and morphogenic, because I'm gonna mention Alan Turing and his morphogenic field theory in my quantum spirituality presentation. So I'm glad that the brother went straight to morphogenic and the morphogenic field, because I do feel like that is integral when you talk about the manifestation, not only from the quantum up, but also through biology. You know what I mean? And there you do have like this correlation. Well, biology is built off of quantum mechanics anyway, right? So you can deal with the morphogenic field and abiogenesis and still leave out creationism. That's just how I feel. That's from my understanding of it. You know what I mean? But I'm with you on the morphogenesis thing.
Yeah, I agree totally with that. And I believe anybody who's talking about...
Real quick, Quantum, before you get into it, we have a super chat from Il Doctor, and it reads, life is a singular divine reality, ending her loneliness. Shout out to you, Il Doc. Appreciate it. Back to you, QT.
Yeah, but as I was saying, I just believe basically what I see, and I see stable forms just forming over time, gradients, difference in energies and temperatures, which different chemistry and different conditions, and you have different formations that emerge through that. So abiogenesis, like I said, that's part of morphogenesis, but in existence there's a lot more that's going on. So when you talk about creation, creation is of the total existence. Abiogenesis is only part of existence of the morphogenic. So it should really read morphogenesis versus creationism to me. But I think everybody understands what they're talking about. So
Something new that you guys may want to dig into. Um, they say that, I believe they said the electron can and it's a new study in quantum physics in particular. I'm just trying to remember it because I don't have the article. They say that the electron can basically create anything at any given time for no particular reason, meaning that a universe or anything could just manifest at any point in time, so there's no need for a god. But at the same time, when they say that, it would just kind of prove a little more truer to the Necharu story, where they tell you I created myself, which a lot of different matter tends to materialize from different energy that's still found in the universe after that Big Bang situation. I'm gonna try and dig it up. It's a
So
quantum physics
there's a
study.
theory. There's a theory with the electron that because electrons blink in and out of reality, and
Yeah.
the electron shell in the atom from Bohr's model of the atom, the electron shell is not exactly like an orbit, but it's really certain points of locality where the electron could possibly manifest, and then where you measure it, it happens to be where you measured it in its possible localities. But until you measure it, it doesn't have such a defined locality. And then with that, every electron of every atom could be the same one electron. I think that's connected to the theory that you were talking about with the electrons, because when you get past the electron down into quarks and things like that, this is when the black hole universe thing comes into play, because quarks, the energy density, the wave energy density associated with a quark, or at the Planck level, forgive me, it's the Planck level, the energy wave density for the Planck level gives you the mathematics for a black hole. So when you have the mathematics for the black hole correlating with the proton, that whose mathematics equate to a black hole, which is 10 to the 55th grams per centimeter cubed. When you measure the density of the universe, you also get 10 to the 55th grams per centimeter cubed. So at that density, the universe acts as a black hole. Well, the proton also has that same density from the interaction of the gluons and the quarks. So when you talk about universes coming into existence and out of existence, that correlates with these miniature black holes that come in and out of existence. So you have this correlation with black holes in the universe, and then you have this non-locality, all is one kind of thing happening with the electron and the proton. And just for a citation, quick citation, I'm going to just cite Nassim Haramein and the Schwarzschild proton, the paper that he did, award-winning paper.
So I had Brother Ill Doctrine's comment up, because that right there is why I said what I said earlier in my speech. When we speak about existence, right, we know that existence always existed, right? There's nothing that ever brought existence into being. It exists.
I agree.
And so when we speaking about reality, we know because existence always existed, then reality must have always existed, right? And now when we take this, and I'm going to go back to my own personal beliefs, what I said earlier about we always existed, right? When we take this to the conversation of abiogenesis or creation, when we get to the realization that there's one fundamental substance, right, that is, always was, and always will be, and that fundamental substance is the thing that we call life, prana, chi, tachyon energy, right? Whatever we call that one, some people call it the 0 point field. Whatever that substance is, right, is the basis of all that is now. And it's going to continue to be the basis that all that is to come. And so when we're looking at existence from that frame of reference, then we can't really say anything came from this or came from that, because we know this have always been here. There was never a time when this, what we call reality, was not. And so that's why I had Brother Ill Doctrine thing up there, because I most definitely agree with him. Thank you for that, Brother Ill Doctrine. That was beautifully written.
What can I just say this about that, right? Um, and I get it. Like when it comes to energy, energy always exists, but there's different stages of what people go through, even when it comes down to chemistry. Like there's different stages of that. Like you have to wait until the water evaporates before you get the gas, right? You have to wait for the water evaporate and turn into gas before it turns into water vapor and then, ends up raining down on us. These are stages that it needs to go through. So the gas didn't exist when it was just the water. You get what I'm saying? And in when the after the water evaporates and goes into the sky and it becomes the water vapor and all of that, it doesn't become the ocean again until it rains into the ocean, into the lake. So I think that when we're having this conversation, we kind of play a little fast and loose when we start talking about existence, because we're not just talking about, any old existence. When we're talking about human evolution, we're talking specifically about humans. And the human species hasn't always been here. We have archaeological evidence of that not being the case. So I can't look at the last common ancestor and say, hey, that's a human, because that's not. You know what I mean? The human hasn't gotten here yet. And I think that we need to be okay with the fact that there was some time period where we just wasn't here. And that's fine.
That's facts to me, because what we find, contrary to what floats around in the conscious community, we don't see uh, the fossil record matching. We also don't see the common ancestor anywhere. We also see a big opposed to the long drawn out Darwinian explanation of evolution and things coming into existence. We don't see that. We see the Cambrian explosion, where things start to multiply really fast, really quickly, and appear on Earth at a short amount of time, not that long drawn out period that they claim. We also see from the long drawn out period that they claim that none of these things are evolving into anything other than the same species with different looks. We also never see this kind match with this kind and mate and create something new. And when they do, it becomes something that cannot reproduce, such as a liger, such as a mule. And contrary to the what's been thrown around is, oh, mutations create this. Mutations tend not to create anything other than a different look. They don't give you any special powers to start to reproduce something else. They only point at a few species and say, oh, this must have mated with this in order to create this. But you don't ask for a common ancestor when it comes to a robin and a hummingbird. You simply know that they're made from the same DNA substance and came about at a different time in history in a quick explosion, which is what you see from most of the species that we got. So from the chemical record, which I don't generally get into, but we could, from the fossil record, which makes evolution look really bad on a whole, unless you're discussing convergent evolution, to the fact that we know Darwin at the time didn't know about RNA or DNA. He was using gemmules. It's a conclusion that just doesn't fit right now. And where I believe in convergent evolution, I definitely don't believe in divergent taking place in different types of species to create one. Did I silence the panel? Let's pull up
No.
some information.
I wanted my man.
I
My
think
man
we
was
were waiting. I think
okay.
we were waiting for you to finish and finish your statement. That's all.
Oh, go ahead, brother. I was done here.
I I
Yeah, I wanted to. I
go
wanted
for
to
it,
respond.
Prodigy.
Yeah, yeah. I was just waiting my turn. I would have to agree with Issa Queen, which is the change that happens not only in the biological record on the planet, right, showing that there is a progression and an evolution to biological life on the planet. You see that in the cosmos as well. The same way you can look back in the anatomical record and you can see change in species and organisms, but then you can look back in the genetic record and find change in species and organisms. So these are different sciences, different avenues that are used to show this change in species and evolution, right? You can look at the anatomical record through the fossils. Then when genetic evidence is available, you can use genetics. So these are two different data points that can be used. You can also do that with astronomy. You can do that with the universe as well, right? Track the trajectory and the movement of the universe. First of all, even knowing that things are accelerating in the universe was a discovery and an achievement. Then discovered if they were slowing down or speeding up, noticing that they were speeding up. That was significant and it meant something to the nature of the universe, right? So these are things that show the universe also itself is changing. It's in motion. It is moving. That movement was set forth from a large scale event, a catalyst event that set these things in motion, seemingly from a central point, a singular locality, right? So you can also see how the universe has changed for even matter and things like bosons to form out of the gluon quark plasma that existed right after this catalyst event that some people call the Big Bang, right? The universe was so hot, it was completely filled with what was called a quark gluon plasma that had to cool down for the quarks and gluons to stay stable to then make what we call protons or bosons, they call them. You know what I mean? So the universe itself went through stages and changes for even to be conducive for planets to form. Then this planet had to go through changes for it to be conducive for life to form, right? So we as humans did not exist eternally, just in this form and in this state, unfortunately. And I don't think I don't think it takes away from us at all to say and realize we are part of the natural progression of organisms on this planet.
Hey, and real quick, we have a special guest to the panel. He always tells me not to do this, but he knows I'm going to do it. Joining the panel is King Hurt, mathematician, scholar, and teacher, a mind known for breaking down the complex ideas with logic, precision, and sharp analysis. How you feeling today, King Hurt? What you think about this topic?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. You know I was going to chime in when I started hitting the physics, mathematics, man. So the only thing I think God energy was on point with it. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people, when people be saying this, that the universe always existed. You know, there's never a point where it did not exist. I would push back and say, well, if that was true, then entropy would already took place, and there would be, no universe. So you would have to prove that entropy could not have taken place. It would not have taken place if this universe was always in existence. The fact that entropy haven't taken place yet is because there was a starting point. Okay, and we know the starting point. The ancestors said it was at Tepi. It was noon. If we talk about always being, then we talking about noon. Eternal is an eternal. It was always there. Okay, yeah, I can understand from that point. Because, like I said, you would have to prove the second law of thermodynamics would not happen and would not have happened yet. But if you could prove that, that means you have to have a starting point. So that's why. So it doesn't make sense to me when you say, saying the universe was always existed, there wasn't a time that it did not exist. It didn't come from anything. It was always there. That's, I would say, no, that's not true at all, because we have, like I said, we proved, like he's like God theory was just talking about, the Higgs bosons and these quarks and stuff. They come into existence, and you can show that they haven't always been around. Okay, so you would have to prove. So you would have to prove these things when you're saying that the universe was always here. It didn't come from anywhere. Okay, so I think that's the point that I would just I just got pushed back on, because just hearing that it doesn't make sense to me. That's all. It just don't make sense to me.
Most definitely. And this is
You good?
Are you sure, Dad?
My bad, I'm muted. Real quick, we have another super chat from Ill Doctrine. It reads, I am Team Plasma First, Origin of Life Hypothesis. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. And that's where I think that philosophy and history get a little mixed up, right? Because when we're looking at history and science, right, the history of the planet, when we're looking at like the history of these things, then we can clearly see shifts and changes, things of that nature, right? However, we also have to remember that life operates in a what? In a cycle, right? There's no, when you look at 360 degrees, there's no starting point or no ending point in 360 degrees, right? It's just a complete cycle. Our ancients, a Latin version is the Ouroboros, right? The snake that ate his own tail. Is just a continuous cycle, right? So this is what leads me to always say life never existed. Life may not have existed in the same way that we see it today, but life have always existed. And this is why a part of my belief and a part of my knowing are so different. I'm speaking for myself, are so different, because my knowing is that though we live in a cycle and though changes occur, you see what I'm saying? This fundamental thing still exists, but that does not change the cycle or the period that humanity, strictly humanity, went through on this planet. You see what I'm saying? That right there is a solid stance of the belief that, okay, we've always been here. That's why I said that's my belief. I can't prove that. I don't even go out my way to prove that, right? But when we talk about history, any point in history, right, except for when we're talking about when the planet is cooling down and when the planet is first getting into the rotation and the water's first coming down, after all of that, any other part of history that we talk about man. Any other part of history. And then when we get into religion, right, what do we see? Well, what do these people say about themselves? Well, they always been on this land. What do these people say about themselves? They always been on this land. Which is when that's all you know, of course that's something you say. Well, we believe we always been here. But then when you dive deeper into the knowing, then you find a proper context of that philosophical belief that we've always been here. So of course we've always been here. Was we always here in the state of form that we exist in today? Absolutely not. But did that negate the fact that we've always been here? Absolutely not. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I come at it. I don't come at it as one or the other. When you really start to look at the levels of life, one thing we know about life is life isn't obliged to make sense to any of us, right? So one of the big dichotomies is, how do we live in a cycle of existence, but yet we have a starting point of things? That right there is in contradiction. We don't live in a linear existence. We live in a cyclic existence. And so that's a little bit of, my deep dive on it. I land my plane with that, y'all.
Yeah, to continue, I wanted to pick up where the brother left off with talking about Ptah Noon and the Egyptian mythology, but also with what Humble is talking about, because this thing with the black hole universe, and no, getting that realization, that is how our universe can be finite but still involved in a cycle amongst others, right? Because it is within these singularities, and remember, Einstein's equations tell you what about a black hole, that when you enter into a black hole, a whole nother set of physics opens up, a whole new time space opens up before you within a black hole, right? So quite literally, these insides of black holes are entire other time spaces, while the black hole that you first entered into exists within a time space outside of itself. So that's the cyclical aspect of it. You know what I mean? That you do have a finite beginning, but that finite beginning emerged in something larger than itself. And that's the whole cycle, right? That's the as above, so below of it all, right? So I think that handles that aspect. But I did see the correlation with Ptah Noon, right? The mound of Ptah emerging on the waves of Noon in that Egyptian theogony or cosmogony. Um, and I see the metaphor, right? How me taking what they wrote then and me knowing what I know now about the relationship between waves and particles, or the vacuum density fluctuation, how electrons or subatomic particles seem to quote unquote appear out of nowhere, right? They blink in and out of existence. They disappear into the vacuum, then reappear into reality. That vacuum though has a density, it has an energy wavelength. It's quantum field theory, right? It's full of quantum fields. When those quantum fields overlap or quote unquote splash into reality, you measure it as a particle. So I can see the correlation between Ptah as a solid mound, aka a particle, emerging on the waves of Noon, which would represent quantum fields. So I can see how my brain, being familiar with both, can make the connection between those two. And I feel like if we look into the ancient mythologies, our brains can make those correlations because we have knowledge of both. But I am hesitant as a researcher to say the Egyptians knew about quantum fields and the Egyptians knew the relationship between waves and particles. And that's why they wrote the story of Ptah Noon in that way. I would be hesitant to make that statement. But as someone who's familiar with both sciences, I can see how we can make that correlation with the philosophy, you know?
Well, you speak on it,
Good.
and it brings about. Oh, I'm sorry, Jose. Let me get a quick second in, please, brother. Thank you.
Jose next.
So,
He been waiting
yeah.
patiently. He tried to
So I
jump
was
in
like, I
like
ain't
double
even know
dutch
this
on the
was
last one. It couldn't
for
get
me.
in.
So, yeah, the correlation is definitely there, because we have to remember that the priest made the science in the first place. So it's not that they were using quantum anything at that time. That would be too small for that moment. Imhotep, brother, bear down. But what we do see is them figuring things out like orbits. The Ami Unut, the Hour Watchers, explaining the Pa'ut as the singularity, as all the gods together, and then talking about how it spreads out in Papyrus 3, uh, laid in Papyrus 350, number 1, talking about the beginning, when they talk about the 8 being the beginning, and that's the darkness, the this, the that, the different things that start the universe, as I explained when me and Nawaz did the debate, right? And then you mentioned some other things about the gluons and nuance, which I did I think 8 years ago in a video, and so you're very eloquent with it, and I definitely I like when the younger brothers like y'all get in here and y'all done did some research. That make me smile. But when it comes to the progression of the universe and the progression of the human, it's a little bit different, So when we get into the theory of everything as opposed to theory of universal things, sometimes it changes. As I've stated and you said today earlier, when the universe first creates, it's really, really hot. There is no matter. So we know energy comes first. We know the energy is the alive portion of us. We know that the sun is what gives us energy, and we can't have life on earth without that. Yet we don't call the sun alive. Yet we recognize that some stars have metabolisms, but we don't call the sun alive because it has a different life than we do. It nurtures itself differently. And so these are the things that science is starting to separate. But as they separate them, I'm not so sure they're doing the best job in doing so. Because if the thing that maintains you will live longer than you, gave you life, and is the center of your universe, yet you don't call it alive because it doesn't have to eat, it doesn't have to drink, it doesn't have to sleep.
Damn, hold
It's
up. That was
almost
deep, man.
illogical.
I never thought of that. Keep going.
Right.
Wait. 1 second. Rewind that.
So so science in there, and most of this is new, right? Because like I got an old science book where they tell you that the astrology, they have scientific astrology back in the day. So 1800s is when they really start to make the stamp and pull science away from astronomy, or just even just say belief. We'll just call it belief. But suns which maintain you, sustain you, give you, you can't have life anywhere in this solar system without a sun, rather or even another solar system without some type of sun. You don't call that alive, you don't call that existence. You call the water, you don't even know how to describe the water, but this, it's not alive, but it's not dead because it's. And so this is the conundrum that science is starting to have. Things like water, which have molecules, sustain your life force. You must drink. Everything that lives must drink it, is considered not to be alive at this moment. So these, and it lives longer than you. So, you know, who are we as humans, the youngest thing on the planet, going to tell what's alive and what's not? Science are just a little bit chaotic at the moment. But when it comes to the human being, and I'm about to land my plane because I know Jose, you waiting, my brother. When it, when it comes to the human being, we have a few issues with how we come into existence, and we don't see, like I said, we talk about evolution, but we don't see the evolution that brings us into existence happening in the way that Darwin explained it. So yeah, hold on 1 second, baby. Yeah, that's awesome. So
why is he breaking my
he's crazy. Hold on 1 second, baby.
breaking my car?
I know he's crazy. Human origins in the fossil record, when we look at those, we have the earliest fossils of Homo rudolphinensis and Homo erectus are separated from Australopithecus by a large unbridged gap. How can we explain the seeming saltation? Not having any fossils that can serve as missing links, we have to fall back on the time-honored method of historical science, the construction of historical narrative. And so this is what was said by Ernest Mayr when he recognized the abrupt appearance of humans. It's because that long time that supposedly takes place for species to come into existence, we don't see it when they come into existence. And so when we really analyze what takes place in a lot of these sciences, some things are mashed together. Like there's no math for evolution. So anytime they start calling math for sciences, you don't got it for evolution. So that means it's technically a belief or a pseudoscience. But because we can see certain things take place inside of a species, not all apes, we can see certain things take place in specific apes, such as a human. Certain things will happen where you'll get different colors, you'll get different fatty or muscular tissues, different things of that nature. You won't see us morph into anything different when it comes to a different species. You won't see a chimpanzee morph into anything different. And so, and we never, like I said, you won't tell me that this zebra and this giraffe mixed in order to make a horse. We're made of the same what do you call gene pool, but we didn't have to have sex in order to, meaning that there is no natural selection in the case of human beings coming into existence with other apes. That means that simply we come from a different gene pool.
Hey,
Am I playing this landing? He sure is. Let's get to him. Pardon me, y'all.
Go ahead, Jose. Jose, you good?
Good night, good night, good night. I think, once again, I know you're going to get sick of me saying this, but I think Kemet is the greatest because Kemet allows us to see into the minds of the people through the glyphs. But like, for example, a word like noon allows us, based on the glyphs, to let us know that they saw what we call the universe as watery and heavenly because the glyphs say that. So this is how we know what noon is. And when you read the creation story, it tells you that Ra came from the noon, which is the watery heavens in an egg. So when you study, you understand they're really talking about the sun coming from the universe and creating all. You understand? So it's complicated, but it's simple. But sometimes I think we as modern humans overlook it and put all these extra onto it that they would not have known. They just simply observed what they saw in nature and reported in their own way. And that is how we get a lot of what we get now. And we shouldn't discount what we call spirituality, because that's where science really came from when we look at our ancient ancestors. They started out with this idea of spirituality, and then they took that idea and made it into something tangible, such as buildings and medicine and other things. So we should really look at that and understand that when we are referring to a lot of these things. We need to understand where they come from and put it into that perspective. So that's my little contribution to this. And the fact of the matter is we're here. So do we really have to explain how we got here? Can we just enjoy being here instead of having these arguments over where we came from?
So I want to yeah, I mean, people say that. I understand what God, and as you were saying before, the only part I disagree, I would push back on is when we say that, you know, you think that they didn't have an understanding of the quantum level. Two parts, I guess two ways we know that they did. There's a couple of ways, but one of them is that what you was talking about earlier, the number between the measurement of the electrons, that wavelength between the energy of the electrons, the constant finite number, 137. That is encoded in not just one pyramid, but two pyramids. Okay, and you don't do that by happenstance. Okay, the probability of you encoding a prime number into your building that you built, not just once but twice, that's completely zero. Okay, and then the second way that they had an understanding of the quantum level, that we know that they had an understanding of the quantum level, is that in the Great Pyramid itself, the King's Chamber is a representation of a particle in the box. It's just done for waves and not for particles. Okay, but it's the same equation. It's the same Schrodinger equation. The way that it's built, you have to use what we call Schrodinger's equations to explain that. So that we know the king, because the king chamber vibrates at a certain frequency, but inside the sarcophagus, it vibrates at a certain frequency also, but at a single frequency. And that's just what's called a particle in the box. The experiment that Schrodinger did. Okay, so it's the same thing, just done on a different level. So if they didn't, you don't set up these things. You don't set up these things if you don't have an understanding of something. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. Again, this is not just happenstance. Or some people would say post hoc rationalization is not that at all, because it's you when you find the same thing encoded, not just in one building, but 2 and 3 buildings, that shows intent. And when you find it when especially over time, over centuries, that shows intent. That shows that the knowledge was passed down. So it wasn't something that, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't something that that's just happenstance that we find this high level knowledge of mathematics. And the only way that you could get the Planck's constant, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the only way that you could get the fine structure constant number 137 is that you have to understand the Planck's constant. And if for you to understand the Planck's constant, you have to know differential equations. All right. And what we call this stuff differential equations, they didn't call it, but they had an understanding of all this stuff, and they left the proof inside the systems that they built. Okay.
So can I just would like to respond, and what's implied there when I brought up Alan Turing from my quantum spirituality presentation, this aspect with the Egyptians is also in there. And I do feel like they did not have an exact observation of certain quantum things, just because we don't have certain evidence and tools that it would be required to show that they observed certain things, because this quantum mechanics at a certain point has to be observed as well. And it is the lack of proof of observation is why I would be hesitant in saying they knew these things, right? So just to contextualize my statement, it is the lack of proof of observation of the quantum is why I would be skeptical. But hold on real quick, brother, because we're not on opposite sides of the spectrum. Just let me finish my point. It is, though, through the observation of the same mechanics involved with quantum mechanics. They observed through the observation of nature, right? Which we know is how they came up with their celestial and astronomical advancements, like mapping the constellations, the rotations of planets and things like that. So because they observed the same principles that the quantum manifests, right? Because the quantum world manifests on various scales up and through our scale. So they observed certain things, and because they were dealing with the mathematics, that's where you're exactly on point. It is the mathematics that allowed them to get close to these things. Because there was a lack of observation, I'm just skeptical on saying they knew exactly how quantum all of this was. But yes, they were tapped into it because of the mathematics. They were there. The mathematics had them correct. The geometry had them correct. And it was their extensive knowledge and research into geometry and equations that got them close to these concepts. You know what I mean? So I'm 100% with you on the mathematics. They were doing high-level equations. And I started off this conversation by saying that they had robots back in Alexandria, steam-powered automata. That's robotics, right? And automaton is robotics. So the ancients were dealing with high science concepts, and it is us that superimpose a level of ignorance onto them. So I am with you on the mathematics. I am with you on the certain sciences, but I just feel like they had a lack of observation of the quantum.
The observation, I understand the observation comes from the rituals.
No.
I mean, if you go to a ritual, you'll see and understand how they had a chance to observe these things. But I think that's how, because I mean it happens today. Same thing. If you go to a ritual and if you get caught up in a trance, you're going to feel it. You're going to see. So I think that's part of the observations, where they understood things to be able to understand it on that level and to put it in their works.
I can see that. And I could see that. I agree.
But man, sir, you're inputting. Hold on a second.
Sorry, Brother Francis. Man, sir, what as an Ami Unut, as someone who studies it intently, and we hold classes and what have you, like I could tell you certain mythos that will relate and tell you why you get certain things. But when we talk about quantum, we're talking about things that they couldn't even see yet, right? They didn't have the ability to see those things. Their math is correct. So when you look at what Otto Neugebauer or Richard Parker, who was opposed to what Otto Neugebauer said to a degree, Although it was like, oh, they didn't know math. They blah, 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 blah. They clearly knew the math. They clearly knew when you count the nimu, which you call deacons because you use Greek, but the nimu was the Ramech word for it. They counted the 18 nimu that would rise after Sepdot and before Sepdot, or the star that you call Sirius. After they would count these, they broke the universe that they see into 36 sectors. This is how you get your first 360-degree day calendar. Why? Because the Nimu do a helical rising every 10 days. So we watch that helical rising after Sepdot. Then we watch the next star rise right before the sun comes up in the east every 10 days. And then it wiggles away, as they say, when you know how to know which netra is working, which we won't get into right now. But when you watch those helical risings take place, it happens, like I said, 18 times before and 18 times after. So they knew exactly the number of days to put in a year. Then they added 5 epigeminal days. These are the birthdays of the Netcharu. Asar is first, right? Haru, the elder, is second. Set is third. Aset is fourth. Nebuchadnezzar was fifth. This is how you get 365 days. This is them mapping out the calendar. And this is because we've done the study and the research so we can see. So I can take you to Senenmut's tomb. I'll show you the top of it. I can take you to the primary resources, Ramses II's tomb or the Seti the first tomb. And we can show you how they calculated, what they said, and what they did. So we don't have to add the quantum part to it because they weren't privy to that. It's like telling Darwin to tell us about RNA and DNA when he had to make something up called gemmules because he did not have the scope to see DNA yet. It wasn't seen yet. So where I feel you that what they've done matches up with the quantum world, obviously, because they use math. They didn't know about the quantum world at that time.
Exactly.
If I
Right.
may,
But what they did, but I think that we have to stop imputing again our modern ideas onto them. They would not have known about the quantum idea, as the brother said. They just use good math. Hercules, you can't do that. And number two, how do you know if something has resonated at a specific frequency? How do you know that?
you got it right. Yeah.
Because you don't know. You can't measure the vibration to say it's vibrating. Somebody made that up. That's a fact.
So, if I may,
that's a real thing. It's called a fast structure.
A resonant frequency. You can everything has a resonant frequency.
Yes.
When y'all finish, I'll pull out the book so y'all can see the math.
All right. I just want to really fast.
He's saying the King's chamber is resonating at a specific frequency. How does he know that?
There are papers written on it. Wait, I got a couple. I'll put it in the chat. I got a couple.
Really fast, y'all. Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
So how do the people who say that know that? Are they measuring it or are they assuming?
No, they measured it. They had equipment and they measured the frequencies. They had tuning forks and they measured the frequencies of the buildings.
Okay, I'll look that up. then.
Go ahead, Humble. My bad.
I want to piggyback off of Assam Kai because brother Assam Kai, bro, can you drop your number or something in the private chat or the back chat, bro?
Yes, sir.
Very wise, bro. I would love to sit down and learn from you, bro. But I will because what Assam Kai is saying, literally what I was just breaking down with my real world meta of philosophy, that's why, and it goes back to what Jose was saying, why I always say we got to get back to our roots and our ancestors, bro. Because I feel like people really how can we sit up here and accept the fact that Newton invented a whole nother genre of math just to solve an equation, right? But yet we say our ancestors wasn't thinking about this type of stuff, right? Here we got Einstein creating equations before they even had the equipment to measure or experiment on what was right, and he had them right. But yet our ancestors wasn't thinking the same thing. And Assam Kai, I think it was Jose said this, experience, right? When we do as above, so below, right? We understand it's not just as above, so below, but as without, so within. So our people had an understanding, just as they, okay, this operates up here. I'm a part of this. Let's see if these operate within me too. This is why our people lived my art. This is why they spoke my art. They just didn't speak my art because they just didn't have no concept that words didn't have power. They knew words carried frequency. They knew words manifest. They knew these intricate ideas and philosophies that we still talk about today. They had a concept of these things. They just didn't separate it the way that we do. Everything about that culture is integrated. So we see, when we see Ray, right? We don't just see Ray, of course, Ray is the sun, but in retrospect, in the essence, Ray is so much more when you get into the tales, because everything in that culture is introspective. Now, when we're talking from our point of view and our Western worldview, right, we have to separate these things. This is why a lot of these conversations get lost, because, right, we separate existence from human existence, which when we do separate that, we say, okay, we understand that. But then we take human existence and we say, okay, well, this means that existence couldn't always happen. I ain't saying nobody on the panel saying that. I'm just saying this is the general sayings. Like, people think like this, and I'm like, but when you actually study, right, when you show yourself as a person who study, then the picture become clear, and you see, by studying the ancients, that they clearly had a great clear understanding or graspable concept of reality in totality, right? They understood how to live in reality, how to interact with reality. They understood how it functioned, how to build, how to reconstruct, right? This is where the word transmute comes from, right? Transmutation. So they clearly had a solid foundation of what we call life. I land my plane with that, y'all.
Hey, real quick, sorry. I started working on your graphics the other day. I didn't know what to call your presentation or your what are we doing?
I don't think we decided on anything, did we?
You see that on the screen? Am I close to anything?
I look dope.
You rocking with that, or should
I look like me when I used to shoot the arrow?
Okay.
You know what's crazy about that,
Huh?
You know what's crazy about that? I don't even know if he knows what that is he put up on the screen,
They got that damn camel underneath me, but he be all right.
I saw the picture that you got right now, so I'm always looking at that when I saw you. I'm like, I'm gonna put him on the camel.
But do you know what that is?
Camel.
You know what that is on the screen you have there, A1?
No, what's that?
That's a Magi archer, and you don't even know that that's what that is you put up there.
No, I didn't know that.
I know you didn't know that. But we know exactly what it is.
So
it's very appropriate.
Okay, perfect.
What in particular would you guys be interested in hearing about?
Everything
about the universe.
Everything.
Yeah, I think you should go that
route.
route.
All things.
If you go that route, I know it's the queen to pull up and get to dropping some knowledge on us about it too. Yeah,
let's talk universal. That way my brothers can add in, because it's a good conversation there.
So everybody from every ideology can.
Can you break down, Asar? Could you break down the universe, but from the text perspective? So basically, you'll be getting into the Netaru, what they mean, how they were applied, how they were utilized, and basically just how culturally they were seen. And that's just if you got to deal with Nud and just some of the, you know what I'm saying, the common ones. But I think it'd be very beneficial just to see how they were interacted with, so it'll clear up a lot of misconception that people have that, oh, they were just worshipped like mere gods. You see what I'm saying? So,
absolutely. So we can do that. You want to do it tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Oh,
No, tomorrow won't work.
whenever
I can't do it tomorrow. Anytime during the week though will work.
So I'm
Tomorrow I
starting a new position, and they pay me kind of right.
Mhm.
So y'all see, I'm usually in the truck. Today we're not in the truck. We chilling
Hey,
right now. You dig?
get a break. That's
So
what's up.
if you want to do a uh
Next weekend, maybe. Whenever you get free. I just
I
wanted to
don't know
make sure
when
your
I'll stop
graphics was right
driving.
first.
So okay, so what I'll do as soon as I get a notion of when my days off are gonna be,
Mm-hmm.
I'll shoot it over to you, and then we'll make it a go.
Yep, and I had accidentally emailed you from the wrong email. Luckily, I logged into that one the other day
Okay.
and saw that. I'm like, dang, I emailed him from over here.
Yeah, y'all
But
can
yeah,
hit me pretty much. Don't be hitting me at midnight because my girl will be looking at, you know.
my
Hey,
bad, my
but
bad.
listen, A1 know all too well about that.
What's wrong with him?
Who?
Back
Now
to
my
you,
boys
gentlemen.
be trying to hit me like it's 1:30. Like we ain't 20 no more. Not at
Listen,
all.
my wife over here asleep right now. She was like, "Just wake me up when you get out."
Hey, okay, so
Now, Asar, when you do the presentation, make sure you read them the text that talk
Okay.
about the nature actually representing moisture and air and different elements. Don't let them
Tefnu
think
and
that somebody
yeah,
made that up.
absolutely.
So
Sir,
read
do
the
you
text where the
speak
text
metal
says that.
nature? Do you are you a student in metal nature?
Yeah, we're right now we're parroting it, because they say a dead language can't be spoken, but how did Hebrew come back? Because you started
How,
speaking.
hold,
So
if I may, they just gonna take what Baba Hiru all the work and just say, "Oh, well, what's dead can't be brought back." And
right,
Fudid, oh no! See, this
right.
is the stuff I talk about that have to be stopped. Like, nah, bro,
And
that's
see, you
crazy.
like me, because I'm like, you saying that a dead language can't be brought back, but you hear Hebrew speaking the dead language that they brought back because they ain't using the same vowels and none of that they used to have. They brought their parab of the language that they still had intact, and they began to use it again. And that's the way that you do this. So that's the goal, that's the mission. Coptic is also still used, so it's not like we don't have the last form of this. And you really just need to run and start to implement it.
Right.
What they really want to say, Asar, is you niggas dead language should be spoken again.
That part, right?
We're gonna take another language that we like, mix it in with a whole different language, and then tell you that's the original language. We have, I think, with Mother Nature, we have a means of at least understanding the glyphs in a more pure way, even if we don't know exactly how it sounded. We definitely know the glyphs. We at least we might
I
struggle
would
with how
agree
it
with that.
sounded.
Yeah.
That and going into the African, like I don't say Kepara generally, I say Kapara. Why? Because that's the Messiah's statement of the term, and it means the same thing. They say the Netra Kop, and they got a similar. What is the Netra Kop doing in the Messiah mythos? How did he get there? So when we when we go back, I use the bodies that they found, and I look in the languages of those bodies that are buried in those cemeteries, and that's how.
Hey, Hassan Khan, I got another question for you because
So
I've been saying this, and people keep trying to give me a lot of pushback on this. And maybe you know this better than I do, because I've been a viewer for such a long time. Is it true that Jabari Osaze's wife, Anika, I believe, teaches the metal nature?
yes, she's very.
Okay.
You know what pisses me off? I'm still mad at Saul Saber and Fadishi Saber Jabbar. Look, I had I think it was early 2000 something. I had contacted her, uh uh pro- uh Professor what's our brother's name? His wife, who helped. I gave them the Kemet Empire name after I stopped the Kemet Empire website, and like what's my other sister? She be with Red Pill and them sometimes. Anyway, it was like about 6 Kemetic sisters. I wanted to have them come out. I was going to fly them out. I was even going to fly out their husbands just in case,
Right.
you know,
Right.
put them up. And we were going to do a seminar here for the women and for the men, but mostly for the women.
Right.
And I was going to cover some of the information. Even Tamara El Ciuda,
Mm.
because I know her. I was like, hey, we're gonna bring all of y'all out, and we're gonna have a conference, women's
Right.
conference. Uh, the Ma'at conference is what I was gonna call it. So they nobody responds to me. The next year or so, I see them throwing the same thing. I said, all right, I see what's going on.
Yeah, bro. That's
So
wild.
yeah.
Let me correct you, brother Humble. He is no longer married to the sister. Just so you know,
Okay.
he's no longer
Okay.
she's no longer his wife, and
Okay.
he's remarried. So that is his ex-wife at this point in time.
His ex-wife. Okay. Hey, his ex-wife.
Anika's cool people though. She teaches it and she breaks it down
She's a
really
linguist, actually. Huh? I think
yeah.
Yeah.
she actually went to university to learn Medu Netra.
I
She has
remember.
a degree in linguistics.
Right. I remember
She
they
said
had
that.
a show. I remember they had a show on YouTube. I used to watch all the time.
Yeah.
And they used to have some Bobby Heru. They used to have some big hitters on there. And
Yeah.
man, their show was dope. I don't know why they stopped that though.
Well, they didn't. They actually evolved into the Shrine of Ma'at.
Now they had the
It's
Shrine of
actually the
Mahat
same
at that
teachings.
time.
It's the
They
same teaching.
that public access channel, I think, stopped doing what they were doing. So they were
Okay.
on public access in New York. When they would do it, they just basically would do the shows and then they would air on like your channel 6 in your area, right?
Right.
And so we got something similar out here. I did the first, like I'm the first black mixed martial arts promoter in Colorado. We go back like that.
Congratulations, bro.
So we would do a show out here, and I did the show, the first fight at our Pepsi Center that was mixed martial arts. Me, Bob Azar, and this other cat promoted, Paul from IFC International. So we went on that channel to promote it on my TV show, and people would watch our TV show throughout the community. So we sold like 5,000 tickets or something like that, you know. And they do the same thing out in New York, but I think that channel stopped doing shows of that nature.
Right.
But they didn't stop. You know, they took it into the Shrine of Ma'at, and it's the same.
He's on
It's
YouTube.
basically the same teachings.
Okay.
Yeah, because he got the Shrine of Ma'at then,
Yes.
but he was on TV.
Because
with
I
it.
haven't really
Now he's on
seen-
YouTube.
and that's something that be like, of course, you know, we see y'all all together at one point, but I would really love to see y'all do things on your own. You see what I'm saying? Like I would love to see y'all on your own channel streaming. Definitely people like Jabari. But see, the reason I give so much ups to Jabari and Fudishi and James Smalls is because, and definitely Ashwa Kwesi, because even today, bro, if you go back and you look just on previous old YouTube channels, you can see them teaching about this stuff and taking people to trips to Africa and showing this stuff. And this is like nowadays people look at this and be like, man, we don't care. But it's like, nah, bro. Like, do you realize how amazing we sit on panels and argue about this all day, every day? And here's somebody coming really breaking this down to us.
Yeah, and Fudishi and Professor Smalls have always been real nice. Jabari, that's my brother. He nice with it. And when it kept, like when we debated the Owaspy clique, our brothers from Owaspy, I was like, let me just set the stage with the cosmogony and the cosmology, because I went to school for it. I got a certificate with it. So and I got it from the school of Tokyo, or school of Japan. Where my certificate is, it's over here somewhere. So when I get it, the first thing you have to do if you're gonna break something down about the universe, you have to align it to a model, unless you have a model. So the Owaspy never even put forth a model. So we put a model for them together based off of what their originators of the model did, and we seen that they used Bohr, as I pulled that out. And Bohr had a static model of an atom, so his model never worked. And that's what the universe is based off of.
See, you see, but Asar, as brother Jabari says, we have become like little children with chainsaws who are very dangerous with what little that we know.
That's
so we're
right.
letting people do like we do with little babies when they first start food. We take solid food, they blend up in a blender, put it in a spoon, and feed it to you. Us not recognizing that we are the originators of the solid food. They just took it, remixed it, slapped it in the blender about 10 times, called it Jesus, called it Muhammad, and feeded it back to us. And then when there are people like me come on and talk about black unity, we don't even recognize that the white man does something that's very African. He doesn't see us as individuals. He sees us as a group. And he learned that from us. When we came over here, we never functioned as individuals. We always functioned as a group. We need to go back to that. We were never individuals. Even if I'm fighting you, I still see you as a part of me. You're part of me that I don't like. So we gotta have conflict. But the ancient Kemetic people didn't see the so-called Nubians as different people. They never did that. Even though they fought with them, the same people came back later on and beat the brakes off them and said, stop doing what you're doing, go back to this. And they immediately fell in line because they understood that that's their bigger brother. And the bigger brother takes precedent in the African culture. You must do what he says. And even if he had to slap you up a little bit, that's what they're going to do, because that's what bigger brothers do. So don't let people separate us with these nonsense philosophies that never meant anything to us. Go back to where you come from, and you'll be better off. Because the same people who you have a beef with, you're fighting over them for stealing your culture. But you don't ask them. You don't ask Ahiwaz why he wants to be an ancient Egyptian. You don't ask Karakuni and call her an Egyptomaniac. You don't do that. But you question your brothers. And that's the problem that we have. Other people see value in what we have and we don't. We had to stop that. Stop dealing with these Christian crack pipes. Stop letting them give you this feel good thing on one side, but you don't want to feel good about your own culture.
Yeah, Jose, you better get it in.
But you don't want to be high of Asar. You don't want to be high of Jesus.
All right, wait. So hey, let me reply to she was saying earlier, 7SR. So the reason that is I'm not trying to project what we know today back, it's not post hoc rationalization. I'm not trying to put anything back there. We know it just came out. It's just come out, and I think the paper, I got one of the papers 2019 or something. This stuff that people are just now discovering. So when you have it's called a fine structure constant, and that's a quantum number from the atoms, okay, and it's a prime number, and so when you have it inside of Khafre's pyramid, in the Sphinx, and in the King's Chamber, you have 3 different places where it's located. That's not happenstance. And that's not somebody you're trying to oh my God, that's something that was planned to be there. Okay. And so we know, so that's how you know that, okay, they had an understanding of what we call the quantum reality. And not only that, the whole concept of Nun and Adam, as Adam Ra comes up out of Nun. That's an understanding of what we call the quantum singularity. For that to happen, and for you to come up with something like that, for you to have an understanding of that, means that they had an understanding of something at a deeper level, of a smaller level. And so it's not stuff that we're just looking at, because like I said, mathematically, you just cannot get 137. It's not going to happen. That's just impossible. So they had an understanding of that. They had to know it.
Well, they have scientific, their knowledge of science was way far beyond their era. We'll put it that way, right? So
I
when
wouldn't say that. I mean, their knowledge of
it
science is
was,
where they were
nobody
supposed
else
to
was
be
doing
at.
that stuff but them. So when their science is put to the test, there's that, like, I have read during a different debate with our brother Judah Natsara. Uh, I had to show. I said this is the first time that the term cancer is referred to, and I gave him the Medunetra term for it. They were not only figuring out the pyramids, how to build such structures in that way, but they built it on the curve of the earth, and it makes it last longer because of the way they built it. So, without question, when it comes to the ancient world, you find none better in scientific categories than them. And the Greeks who build the things after them still give credence to them. So you can't, what you're saying is not deniable. When we say the word quantum though, and when we're talking quantum, like as far as uh so the quantum world is, and quantum mechanics is works on a smaller level as opposed to the new, I call it the Newtonian world. The Newtonian world works on a big, larger scale. It doesn't work so well on the smaller level. And the quantum world doesn't work so well on the Newton size level. You start to run into trouble with both, right?
Right.
But when it comes to, like, they broke down the body, right? The ka, the ba, the ren, the this, the that, the shit, right? So they're telling you there's different parts of the body, and they envision an astral body on top of that. So when you see that Ben bird with the human head on it, that's you supposedly traveling in your astral form, in your Heru form, etc., right? So they're already envisioning things that science starts to get to today, and they're doing structural things a little better than science does today. Remember, the Chinese weren't able to duplicate the feet, the bulldozer fell in the sand, etc., compared to those big sleds that they would pour water in front of. So these are the things that we start to, you when you look at their science, it was mind blowing. From the water drip clock, from the sundial, from the percent, they knew the tropical what do you call it? What do you call that tropical
Oh, tropic. Talk about tropic, like Cancer and tropic Capricorn stuff. Yeah.
and I always forget. Well, I'm a former prize fighter, forgive me. So they knew all of that stuff. And they're mapping it themselves. Oh, I said I would share this with you guys, right? So let me share screen. That's my
But
brother
but but
Aiden allows me to do. Go ahead, brother Jose, while I
but
pull
it's
up.
we also have to understand that we invented scientific observation, which means sitting around and simply observing nature and then reporting it, just as Darwin did. But we did that thousands of years before.
That's
We
right.
wanted to represent
Observational
things, so we
science.
looked at nature and said the beetle does this, so we can take that dung beetle and turn it into something, a little deeper. And now we recognize that sitting around and observing nature has a value. But we just did it correctly and just reported what we saw. We didn't put no extra on it. We didn't we didn't make it something something other than what we saw. We saw a beetle do this, so we took the beetle, put it into human form, and this is where we get Kepler. We took the jackal and said, well, the jackal does this, so we're going to personify it into this. We're going to personify ibis into this, and that is scientific observation at its simplest and its finest. You follow logic. You don't have to make up anything. You understand? This
Absolutely.
is what it does, and this is how we relate it in our own minds, as opposed to making up something. When you look at the Greeks struggled for a long time to understand the concepts of ancient Kemet, because when you see Plutarch writing, Plutarch said they didn't discuss anything other than their regular thoughts in public. So Plutarch was taking bits and pieces and making up things like the black land and the red land. That comes from Plutarch not understanding and not having a full picture of Medu Neter at that point in time. That's just, and now people in modern times are taking these things and running with it. When you ask people to show it, they can't show it because the language doesn't represent those things. It represents what they saw and how they saw their world. That we are black. So if we are black, then black must indeed be sacred because we are sacred. It's simple as that. We don't have to take it into modern terms and say we can't use the term because it has been folded into racial nonsense. We don't have to do that. Go back and look at what they said and understand what they said, and you'll be all right. Don't let all these other philosophies fool you, remix it, or watch me throw 10,000 things into one, conflate the whole thing, and now you're out here confused telling people things that make no sense. Just go with what makes sense. But I'm going to caution Brother Hercules that while he has his own observations, he needs to make it clear that these are his observations, and these things are not necessarily stated in the way that he's saying it through our ancient ancestors. That is his observation, because people who don't know are going to get confused and go looking for these things in ancient texts, and they may not find them. That's what I'm going to caution about. I'm not saying he's wrong, but he has to make that distinction. That this is what the ancients said, and this is my observation as a modern mathematician based on what they're saying. You understand what I'm saying, Hercules? Don't. You understand what I mean?
But it's not just my observations. Like I said, these are coming from papers that I've been reading. You know, it's not me who's coming up with this.
People know that some of these are more or less modern interpretations, and they don't necessarily fit specifically with what our ancestors said. Because when these people translate these things, they sometimes put a little extra sauce on it. When you're not familiar with the language, you can't pick out the mistranslations and the overwhooping of the ancestors. We need to understand that. When you read things like the TLA, a lot of things that they put in there sometimes is not exact. When you know a little bit about the language and you're familiar with the language. So we have to understand that. We have to get familiar with the language. Take medullary courses and learn the language for ourselves, so we can make our own observations instead of strictly dependent on European scholarship. We need to write books. We need to.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm not. Hold up. I'm not just dependent on European scholarship. I mean, I read the books that Black people have translated, that they've read and they've translated. Like one of the things I just learned from the brother Abiogenesis Cambone was that when we talk about noon, when you read the description of noon, they describe it as being this. When they translated it, they put it as this mercury water. It's like chaotic water.
Yes.
But he said that's not the actual translation. It doesn't say chaotic. It says what is it called? Millions of netaru. And he shows you that the guy that first translated Faulkner, he said he put it in his notes that he switched it to chaos himself, because he said it didn't make sense to say millions of netaru, so he switched it to chaos. So with that's just a different perspective. So now you have this. So now your image is like, oh wow, you're looking at noon as what? The potential, the great potential to bring everything into existence. The millions of netaru in it. That's the potential to bring everything into existence. When you start thinking like a person, if you took physics and you read the physics stuff, then you start adding that in. It's like, wait a minute, that's thinking on the quantum level.
That's the Pa'ut.
Right?
That's the name of it.
Quantum level. And plus, when the singularity happened, again, that's thinking, on that quantum level. So I'm just saying, I think they had a great understanding. Oh, and plus, they had an understanding of the quantum level. And plus, we talked about observation, and what I was explaining to Gar Energies that the way that they would be able to observe this is if, when they going into ritual, when they going into trance, when they doing those deep meditations, when they doing those things, you're connected to that spiritual world. And once you get that connection to that spiritual realm, you are be able to observe things that you do not observe in the physical world. Okay, so that's one way they do that. But the reason that we would say, well, I mean, this is my thinking. Yes, this right here is my thinking. And I brought that up. I brought it up because as a martial artist, you might know this, Seven. Martial arts, I was a traditional martial artist. I had like that old school martial art training, so we had to do meditation. We had meditation classes, and we was even meditating in the water. But he taught us how to do deep meditation. And once you go into a deep meditation, you could go into the spiritual realm. You could go into trance, and your mind goes over into the spiritual world. All right. So, I mean, that's not what he said, but I'm just saying that's what deep meditation does. And this is some of the things that they do, and not just I've said they did in Kemet, and we know they did it because in other African societies they do the same thing. You know, you do it either you doing it in trance, or you going, you know what I'm saying, you dancing when you at the rituals, you know what I'm saying, you're doing that, and you're going into trance. But that's how they were able to observe with that going into the spiritual world and doing those observations. They had the observations, and then coming back, writing it down, and coming up with it, and talked about what they deserve, and coming up with stuff like that. This is my thought. This is my thought. This is my own thought right here. So,
but Hercules, once again, this is where knowing the language comes into play, because the word for noon does not have anything that represents chaos as far as they are concerned. The glyphs talk about water and heaven, so we know that it's a watery heaven because the language tells us that. Simple as that. And we don't, and they didn't necessarily have to go into a trance to observe nature. They observe nature and put it into their language. So when we read the language, the glyphs tell us exactly what they thought.
see, you leaving out the fact that they did understand that there was a spiritual world that
No,
exists.
I don't have a problem with that. But what
Okay,
I'm
but
saying
so if they said so,
they
so
didn't
it
have
would
to
be
go
the
into the
same. They
spiritual realm
didn't.
to observe the
But
language.
hold up, Jose. It wouldn't make sense for them to do one thing and not do the other. So if
No,
they sat and watched the natural world, they would also want to sit and watch and observe the spiritual world.
I'm all right. I'm not disagreeing with you, but they didn't have to go into a trance to observe nature. They could observe nature and report on nature. They didn't have to go into a trance to do that. They went and did experimentation, and they did certain things, and they learned these things. But you
Yeah,
have to access.
that's for the natural world. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny your spiritual connection
No,
with
no, no, no,
yeah,
no.
because
Let me make myself clear. I'm not denying the spiritual connection, but I'm saying they didn't have to go that deep to observe the natural world. They just observed the natural world and reported what they saw. The spiritual is just, something different in our mind, but in their mind, they were not different. They were the same thing. They did
well,
not separate what we call science and spirituality. They were all the same thing. There was no
right. And
difference. They had no distinctive word for the thing that you call science. It was all one thing. It was two parts of the same coin. They were all one. They
right.
just took it and put it into that perspective, but it's the same thing. There's no
Well,
difference.
there's no
Their mind.
separation in what a natural is because they consider themselves to be natural. So when we get into something like this, though, this like simplifies, like right, because we hear, oh, it's mystical, it's magical, this is a calendar, right? And where I'm still, if and anybody, if you're listening, if you have a translation of this, please send it to me because I do not have one. Uh,
It's a lot, right?
I just read it because I can read it. That's it. So
Can you zoom it out? Can you zoom it out for me?
But it's still a
yeah,
lot, though.
absolutely.
There's
So
a
All right,
lot
here's
in
hold
there.
on 1 second. Keep it right there for me.
I'll hide this for you too. These stars are the duat. These circles are Ra that are outside, not inside. We're gonna break some of this down real quick. Go up to the second part too, so you could get both parts. And I could send that to you too. It's not even, Go to Wikipedia, Ancient Egyptian Calendar, wikipedia.org, and click the picture and you can blow it up. This is the ceiling of Senenmut's tomb. Senenmut was married to Hatshepsut. You can see some of the constellations here, right? And when I teach the class, which I'm preparing right now, the Ami Unu class, the Hour Watcher class, you're gonna learn how to tell what most of this stuff is, right? So let's get a little closer real quick. This way we can break some of this stuff down. Let me explain something about Netcharu because you're hearing a lot of stuff all over the place. Netcharu are people Neteru are principles, and Neteru are sentient beings that make up your universe. So everything is a Netra. There is no non-Neteru in the mindset of the ancient Ramech, which is the teardrops of Ra, the ancient Egyptians, if you will. So when we look at this, there's a couple things that we see. First, this is where the month starts. This is the month. Let's count it real quick. I'm going to show you something real quick, right? I haven't done this in a while either. We'll start at this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So 24 right there in each one of these cycles. I'm not even going to get into why that is right now. It's not important. Each one of these represents a month. This first one is the beginning of the year. This says Ren Pet, right? This is Ipet. These are the things that people, they don't quite know, right? Kenti, Kentek, or if you will. Minket. These are your months. Ka'u or Ka'i, right? This reads from right to left. This is Pet. You see the heaven right there. Hena, Dua, Sehet Heru. This is the simple stuff. When we start to get into these constellations and things of that nature, and the gods you see in the sky, this one right here, this is Sobek, and you see the alligator. This is Serket, and you see her. She's the scorpion. Right? You see these stars, they represent the bull. Mesutu, or however you say it. Here, these three right here that are the tail that are binding him, this is your sun, and these are those other two stars that usually point to it. That usually is three stars that point to your sun. These are the other two, and that's why they show them as three in the constellation that point to your sun. And here goes your sun. This right here says Anu, and that's one of the forms of Heru right there. So you're looking at one of this, and he's slaying the bull, right? You're looking at the constellations telling you a story. Down here, you have Sin and Mut depicted as different parts of the sun going through Nut. Tek and Nu, right? That's how easy it is to read some of this. This one says Nehes. We all know Nehes means Nubian. Nehes. And they correlate to these men that are down here on the bottom. You don't want to over mystify things that you can simply explain by reading, even though they do have spiritual situations going on. Okay? This is Emi Set. You can see Set's face, right? This is Hekenu. Horu Hekenu. You always hear me say Hek in the chair. Horu the praiser. That's his name. In Irimut, right? All of this stuff, this is not difficult to do. But you have to take the time to do it. If you don't do your due diligence, it's always going to be guesswork for you. This is the hippo. This is the alligator on the hippo's back. Now you see all this. This is our set right here. Our set. This is happy. This is Dua Mut F, right? That's how easy. This is Kabeh Sinuf. It's Kabeh Sinuf. Now, We have all this right here, right? You take this knowledge right here. Now we're going to get astronomical. This is going to be the fun part, right? Let's open up Stellarium. You see that right there. You see those constellations. You seen the hippo, you seen the bull, you seen An, you seen Sobek, you see some of these things taking place. But now we're going to go to the sky for real for you. Now we're going to go to the sky for real for you. That's right. We got to do it right. Uh-oh, what's that? There goes Sa right there. There goes Sa right there. Here goes Sirius, the dog star. This, if I take away this Earth right here, we would see some more. We see other constellations. Here go part of that hippo right here with the alligator on its back. Here goes the lion right here. You understand? Remember that line we was talking about that pointed with those 3 stars, and you see how the sun. I can show you that. These are the flagpoles. Hold on, let me turn on the other piece. Sort of read them for you. The 2 poles, the Neteru poles. This is the bull's foreleg, remember? 1, 2 connected, right? All of that, right? So certain things are more than just the discussion. We can show you what's going on in the sky. We'll show you exactly what's going on. The 2 jaws. Here go the Bennu bird. Here go that bird. Here go the jaw of the Sar when he gets taken apart. And this is how the night sky is, how they saw it. Look, Horus, who binds the 2 lands together, is Jupiter. Here go. This is all the stuff that you know. And now when I show you this, generally I would tell you the story. I'm not going to tell you a story today. I don't feel like it. This is
so
silly.
why don't you do a presentation on this? That's all.
I have before. That's why I say I don't feel like doing it right now, though. Right. Oh. So down here, underneath the Sar, where he sires you when it goes on to the planet, that's where the Dua starts. And so we have the text for that. And at nighttime, this area becomes reddish. And we know a nebula is there. So we know that there's a formation of stars there. And in the text, when you start to get into the text, let me cut Stellarium off. Let me go into a text real quick, just so you can start to put this stuff together in your mind. Remember, Sirius gives you the count at 18, and it starts where you get your months from. You're looking at the names of the months up here. Now, if we go a little further, and I'm gonna land the plane, and if anybody want to hop in while I'm digging stuff up, go right ahead. What was I going to pull up for you?
Bro, I'm having fun right now, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I ain't even giving y'all the deep explanation right now. I ain't going into the deep because it's not. We'll get to that in a minute. Not today though. I'm giving you a roundabout so you can understand how they saw the universe when they looked up in the sky and would start to create things. Right.
You know, you said a key word though, brother Assam Kai. Due diligence, right? You're giving us, what I will say is you are giving us enough that if we go and do our own due diligence on these things that you are giving us, we can find the proper context of these conversations that we're having.
Yes. And there's certain books that I help you with because it took me a while to break stuff down. It took me a while. It took me a few journeys. That's why I'll be like, hey, law, and can throw that around because it took me a few journeys. That's why I go into that. And Jesus said, blah, 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 and El Elyon is, but after I listened to my Uncle Larry, out of all the people I listened to, it took me home to where I needed to be. And it gave me the understanding of everything that was going on in this realm and how things start to come about from it.
Right.
And so you don't have to do any guesswork. You just have to do that work, as our brother pointed out, the due diligence. That's why I say, brother Hercules, when we not snatching quantum from you, but if somebody asks you, when these brothers run up on you, you know how they do. So where's the evidence for that, brother? Where's the evidence, though? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get to looking around. I feel in my heart that, but all you got to do is go do the due diligence, check out the text. Like you've talked about the pyramid and what you find in there. I've been to the pyramid, but you haven't talked about how it's built on the curb or any of the things that we know yet. When you start pulling that stuff, I know you're doing your due diligence, the math and the construction of these things, and then I can smile even more. I smile when I see you, but I smile even more.
Yeah, I don't talk about that because, like you said, we already know about it. So I don't talk about stuff that I don't like talking about stuff we already know because like that's redundant to me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to bring, you bring in new information, you know what I'm saying, that hasn't been talked about, that hasn't been presented. And so, that's one of the things that led me down this path was just finding out new stuff.
Hey, if I may, really fast, I wanna bring something to our remembrance here. Brother Herc, Brother Sam Ka, right? We heard a man tell us that the Cometian people were Europeans. They were Caucasoid. We heard a melanated man tell us that Caucasians built the pyramids.
Several melanated men.
Brother,
not just one.
Brother Herc, I'm saying that because I want you to know, Brother Herc, you can never get enough of teaching about the greatness of the pyramids. Definitely when you got buffoonery running around here like that. Definitely when we got stuff like that, man.
Facts. And they know better than to talk like that around me because it'll go down.
It goes down.
Listen, man.
That's right. Right. I agree, man. I agree. I mean, there's a lot of brothers out there with a lot of misinformation. I'm not trying to be one of them. That's why when I do my presentations, I triple check it. Stuff ideas that I had, I had my colleagues go over my math, to make sure it was right. And they went over it and made they was like, yeah, that's right, man. So yeah, I definitely triple check, and I ask people to view this and what do you think? And yeah, I get the pushback. They're asked like, well, how are you proving this? You know what I'm saying? And then I have to show them how you prove this is what this. And so yeah, I'm not the type of person that's going to like just come up with stuff on my own and then present it because because we couldn't do that at school. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You work with stuff, especially it's a class called Real Analysis. And when you take that class, man, it's about proving how to, you're proving a lot of theorems and stuff. But the other thing you also have to do is you have to disprove the theorem. And so a lot of mathematicians, they'll tell you, they'll talk about, say, okay, we're going to prove this. We're going to go forward and backwards. And that means they're going to prove it and try to disprove it. So that's a thing that I'm used to doing. And so when I'm doing my research, when I'm doing my work, I make sure that, I ask the questions that everybody going to ask, is this epiphenia, is this post hoc rationalization? Am I looking at it like that? You know what I'm saying? And I have people go over like I said, I got people go over my work. So yeah. I mean, it's a lot. Yeah, we just have to be, like I said, diligent when you're doing this stuff. For me, of course, math is like a passion for me, and just to find out that they were doing advanced mathematics just like blew my mind. And so I want to dive more deep, deep into it to find out like what the hell did they actually know? Wow. Exactly. And that's what I said. I came across people's papers. And I was reading them and all this, understanding they differential equations and stuff like that. I'm like, damn, wow. And so it was and a brother pointed out to me, say, yo, make sure you just also go read the text, go back and read the stories and stuff and see what matches up.
Yeah.
And And like I said, there are scientists, there are people today that got Stephen Alexander, you know what I'm saying, in his book now, so that they always say, modern science is starting to be in line with, the ancient science, especially from Kemet. It's starting to be in line. So they had the same concepts, but there was a different approach. And one thing that I showed was that we have to understand that their approach was to maintain my art. So their approach to this advanced science was more of a biological. It would have been organic. You know what I'm saying? That things that they were doing would have been, it would not went against my art. So this is why you can't find tools that they built the pyramids with, because it would have degraded in the past 4,000 years. It was something organic that they used to build those and cut those stones with. Okay, so this is just, you know what I'm saying? This is what we know about them. They want to maintain my art. And if they not maintaining my art, they see it as you going towards Isfet, chaos, then destruction, disorder and destruction. So that's what their society, we understand that's what the society they built. And we got to look at it. They built a society that lasted for 4,000 years. So they showing us something, they trying to show us, look, you got to maintain my art. And today I would say, man, you know what I'm saying, the Europeans, they created this world of Isfet. We in a world of chaos and disorder, man. It's like they love warring. They love. I think somebody. I tried to save it, man. Somebody posted on Twitter, showed you the video, like a history video of wars. And the majority of them was in Europe.
Yeah.
And then it spread out around the world. when they spread around the world, it spread around the world.
Man.
But Hercules, let's give the Greeks credit, because I think the Greeks really tried to understand ancient Kemet, but they did not have the spiritual and mental capacity to understand. Their nature didn't allow them to understand. I believe they tried to. But you know what happened? No, but hold on. You know what happened? They did what 5-year-old children who can't understand advanced knowledge did. They kicked over the Legos because they couldn't understand it. They didn't want nobody else to understand it.
Right, yeah.
So they started to destroy it out of frustration because they couldn't understand it. Their mind and their culture didn't let them understand it. They did try. And they did give credit. They tried to Greekify it, but you can't take Medu Neter and Greekify it because it doesn't work that way. You have to look at it from the indigenous perspective, and they couldn't do that.
And what I would say is I wouldn't even say that, they kicked it. Man, what they did was they learned it, and then they used what is it called? Plagiarism, right? We still call the equation the Pythagorean theorem. Although everybody who's well studied know Pythagoras didn't come up with that theorem. So why do we still call it the Pythagorean theorem? Right? Like Plato, Socrates, right? These ideas that they were coming up with, these schools that they were building, we know that these were not of their own inventions. We know where they got this stuff from. The issue is they never gave the people they got it from the work or the credibility. They wanted the world to truly believe they came up with this stuff. And so that's the issue. Like, that's the big issue as a community, right? When we sit here and we nitpick and we talk about, we do this information, the reason that doing our due diligence and putting things in their proper context really matters is exactly what Hercules was just saying. The European mindset did something so monstrous to this culture. And so we can't just be, we know this. Well, we know that. No, we gotta say, not only did we know this, but we taught them this. This is where they got it from.
See, but Humble, here's where sometimes we miss the picture. When you look at people like Plutarch explains to you that the people of Kemet did not tell them everything. They only talked about their everyday thoughts. They did not tell them everything. And Plutarch said that in his writing. He said they only talk outside of their, I think it's either home or temples, matters of everyday cognizance, which means they knew that these people wasn't telling them everything. So they filled in the blanks with their limited knowledge. Because the
You are
ancient,
aware of the Library of Alexandria, right?
but listen to what I'm saying. He himself said that they did not, that the people, the indigenous people didn't tell him everything. He said that in his dissertation about of Isis and Osiris. He made up things like calling them demons. That didn't come from ancient Kemet. Ancient Kemet never used those words. He made it up because he didn't understand everything, and he said that. They didn't tell them everything, so they filled in the blanks because they wasn't giving up everything. They were not supposed to. So we have to understand, even in the initial stages, they gave credit to ancient Kemet, but they didn't get the full picture. They were not supposed to, because even in their own indigenous culture, the priests didn't tell non-priests everything. They have cryptex and different things that even to this day we don't understand, because we are not indigenous people. So they were never given the full picture, and people think that, but that's not true, because the Greeks themselves told you we didn't know everything. So they just started making them names like Typhoon and babbling on because they didn't know everything.
Right. Well, no, we're not saying they knew
the
everything, right? But what we're saying is, from the schools of thought that emerged in Kemet, right? We know that Greco-Roman people came and learned, right? They may not have learned everything, right? Just because Pythagoras got the Pythagorean theorem from there don't mean that he learned everything else, right? But what I'm saying is they came there to learn, and they brought that information back to their homeland as if it was their information. And the issue is that when we learn in history, we only get the Greco-Romanized version of things, right?
Let me
That's why
jump
I
in
brought up
after you. Go
okay,
ahead.
but that's why I brought up the Herodotus thing earlier, right? With the medicine, that's important because here we got. I seen the comments earlier, but I'm gonna use the word melanated again. Here we got melanated people, nurses, doctors, surgeons, right, doing this. But when they go take that oath, right, they see a Greco-Roman man in there for the father of medicine. That's crazy.
Right, but when you read the text, you recognize that they tell you they got it from ancient Kemet. They do say that.
Yeah.
The text where they do give credit. It's just now in 2026
Imhotep is not credited.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do credit the
Yeah, the
ancient
Greeks. Yeah, they
Kemet.
do. The Greeks do.
They do.
No, the
They
Greeks
literally
credit.
do.
I'm talking about in their oath, their oath of medicine. We gotta get the brother A1, but in their oath of medicine.
Oh yeah, you talking about today? Yeah.
They don't credit Imhotep. They credit Herodotus.
Right, but what I'm saying is when you read the original text and understand that they do credit, they do tell you that. They do tell you that. So we have to go back and read the original text. Even the Greeks will tell you that. But what they did was what every culture does. They have something called Greco interpretation, something like that, which means that they interpreted the world through their own understanding because that's all that they had. But they did give you credit. They took Asar and all these different deities and Greekified them. It's only now in 2026 when we don't read, we say that they did not do that. They did. The Christians don't do that. The Muslims don't do that. But the Greeks always did that. It just got lost in translation because we stopped reading the text of our ancestors, and we don't read the original Greek text to know that they did credit. They always gave credit. They just got away from that.
Hold on one second.
2026.
I'm saying nowadays they don't give credit. We understand when we look at the text, we can see some accreditations because Herodotus in his works do say, right, I was the son of Imhotep. He says that.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is when you become a doctor and you take that oath to save people's lives, that passage is not in that book.
Fair enough. That's true.
That's all I'm saying.
That's right. But then we have to know who to listen to. You know when people don't read text because they come on here talking gobbledygook and nonsense. And when you ask them to show these ideas in the original text, they can't show you in the original text when people like Chief X want to tell you the ancient Kemetic people beat up people based on skin color. There's no text that ever said that.
I agree
There's
with
no
that.
text that said that they had a fight because they had a fight. They had a
Yeah.
beef because they had a beef. It's not because you black, I'm beating you up. Because they beat up other people too. But they didn't see their brothers the same as they saw the Asiatics. The Asiatics were considered untrustworthy people who they had no respect for. They treated them that way because they said, we welcome you into our culture. You took over. You killed my father. And Kamos was upset because they brutally murdered his father.
Yeah.
And you read the text, he tells you, I want to destroy everything you built because you destroyed what we built. We don't want to hear nothing from you. Get out of here with that. So we need to understand it's not just a random hate because of what you look like. It's because of your character. You showed us you was a scumbag. So we're going to treat you like a scumbag. Simple as that. And that's what we as modern people have to look at. It wasn't there was no racial thing. They wanted control of their environment so they could live the way that they wanted to. And if we had taken on that mentality, we would be better off too. We're too accepting and we want to be all inclusive, and that ain't getting it. It's all inclusive. Kumbaya, holding hand things ain't getting it because we forget who the enemy is. We are not our enemy. I would trust a black man quicker than anybody else because you know that eventually African is going to come to his senses because he has some moral compass that his culture gives him. Even though we see that the rulers did things that we consider out of context, it was corrected by the other ruler. And this is why the rulers are literally the moral authority because they were raised to be a moral authority. Not just some authoritarian dude who had power was tripping all over the place. No.
Right. Jose, right.
What up, Swaz? I said, Dick, I'll be right back. Yo, hold on 1 second.
People don't understand that concept of raising a child to have that moral, that moral authority figure. I mean, idea behind them. It's an odd concept for us because we come up here in the West. We don't, we can't understand how you're going to raise a kid not to lie, to always be truthful. How is that possible? But over there, it's possible because this is stuff they've been doing for thousands of years, and so they understand how to do these things. But we get caught up in thinking that the Western way, this modern way, is more better. And that's and that's the way we should be. And I think one of the proofs of that I think the whole thing of Kemet is that they're showing us that it's about stability. It's not about always changing. You want to be stable. They built the civilization for 4,000 years that didn't change. With all the knowledge that they had, their structures, the building, and the way they built things, it didn't change. There was no advancement on their pyramids. There was no advancement on building timber. It stayed the same for 4,000 years. So they were showing us stability. Whereas in Western culture, it's always looking for the change, what's better, what's new. You got to get that new iPhone. I know y'all about to get that joint, iPhone 17. Everything has to change. Everything has to, we make things better, instead of being stable. I ask people, if we had stopped science and development just 5 years ago, how would you suffer? We wouldn't suffer at all. So in Western don't understand this. This is the illusion of progress. It's a book. I forgot the name of that book, but it's like the illusion of progress. This idea that everything, get advanced. But that's the whole Western concept that we don't understand because we grew up in the West. And so we think it's supposed to be. But I agree. Like I'm saying that there's a lot of concepts that we got to get back and understand. Like if we, you read ancient Kemet just like you read ancient Greece. We study ancient Greece philosophy and stuff like that. But we don't study, what our people had to say, their philosophy, their view. And I think if we do that, maybe it'll help us out in the future as a people. So that's just my thoughts, man. That's all.
Essence, as our elder wrote, Greek philosophy is stolen ancient Kemetic philosophy. There is no difference, and that's what we have to understand. We're drinking pablum, and we could be eating meat. There is no that we have to go back to the source.
No, there is a difference. There's a complete difference in Greek philosophy, their approach. Remember that they approach it like dominating nature. They want to be in control of nature. whereas ancestors, they wanted to live in harmony with nature. So there was a difference. You could
Facts.
see a difference in their in the philosophy. So yeah, I don't think that it was the same.
Well, Hercules, guess what? Dogs don't meow and cats don't bark, so people can't go against their own nature.
Facts.
That's just a fact. They can't go against
Boss
their
and
own nature.
Sadiq.
Facts. Yo,
Boss and Sadiq. Anything you want to add to anything you've heard so far?
I'm resonating with most of it pretty much. Yeah, I mean, especially the aspect of prescribing our reality. If we want to reset things back to normal, like normalcy, getting away from this circus we're dealing with nowadays globally, I think touching base is with the touching tune, reconnecting with nature is going to be the answer at the end of the day, in my opinion. So yeah, I agree in that regard.
Absolutely.
And you
Black
see that
Power,
nowadays
man.
a
Shout
lot
out
of.
to you.
Go ahead, Swab. Go ahead, man. I'll talk. Go ahead, Swab.
No, go ahead. You the elementary
Yeah,
school teacher.
big
Or
boy,
better
what's
than me.
going
Go
on,
ahead.
Swab? No, I was going to just agree with him. Like, you see, like in scientific papers nowadays, they say that to better the future, we're going to have to start using the knowledge from they say indigenous knowledge as well, as
Right.
Western knowledge. They started saying it needs to be included,
Right.
to better the future stuff. They're starting to say that now. So I think that's funny.
Yeah, it is very funny. Yeah. It's very interesting that they've helped use our information to piggyback their reality and become a pretty powerful global influence, as most would agree, particularly the Eurocentric phenomena. But they've fallen on pretty much falling. Their way of life is deteriorating as they would have it,
Right.
because they've become. When I talk to Europeans in their circles, I tell them, I make it very clear. I said, you've simply become very powerful, but you later on become arrogant and pompous. See, you rode the back of the original man of whose sources of original thought. Because white guys typically not capable of original thought. With him and his AI apparatus, his little junk box, his regurgitation box. And so I said, so you became powerful and you threw us away. Thought you became an absolute Euro. You can't maintain power with throwing us away. You learned from our ancient history, and we were forced to teach you as much as you could understand, and that's how you got to where you got to. But you became arrogant, threw us away. Now you've fallen back to your normal state by nature that we found you in. See. And now here you come crawling back into the urban centers, and we talked about it, and globally as well. We see them crawling back. It was just a few things I could say, but I'll just stick to stateside. We see you crawling back into the urban areas now, in Chicago, New York's, into the black areas of L.A., South L.A., Harlem, and all this place, down Miami, and many others, Houston or whatever. You trying to come crawling back, trying to get our favor back, so we can help you rediscover yourself. Like my brother just said, they're trying to tap back into this in a renewed way. There's a renewed effort to tap back into the ancient Black history, be it the indigenous, or ancient African spiritual systems and all of this. And we're seeing a lot of white participants and initiates and all of this mess trying to tap into our ancient history, to not necessarily to help the relative systems grow, but to siphon the information back so they can breathe life, one could say, in a dying campaign. See.
Right. Wow. Right.
And I could go more and on. I'll just stop there. But it's a very interesting dynamic. And, they don't disagree. They don't like it that we know it, but they can't disagree with the right, because the writing's on the wall, in my opinion, and they know it. And so they're very desperate right now. They're walking. It's many signs to show that they're in a global panic, to figure out how to rediscover themselves. See, it's interesting. Very interesting. So yeah, he's falling off, and living at the top of society with the best of at his disposal. How the hell do you fall off with the best of everything? You got to be goddamn worthless. That's to say the least. That's to say the least.
Right.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there. It's so much to say, but yeah, family, man, I'm vibing with everybody's point of view on there and perspective. Yeah, I'm here for it. Yeah, let's just hear it, man. This is a great show, and thank you, man. But man, hands up to kudos and hats off to A1, man. He put it together like no other. Let's get that on the record.
Yeah, facts. Let's give it up to A1. He give it up like no one other.
Right,
yeah,
right, man.
You're suave food.
It's suave. Yeah, that's my
What's
dog,
good
man. That's
to
my
the
boy.
family, man?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Suave boss.
man.
Humble Mystic, all you guys, man. Hell, Ill Doc, you
I heard
know,
y'all up, so I figured come
Hercules.
up here
Yeah.
and lie with, act like I would
Yep.
know what I was talking about. Well, what's
Man.
good to the panel, man?
Yeah, we're just talking about ancient science.
Yeah,
And
I was
yeah,
shit, man. My
Yeah.
bad. But Gideon,
yeah, just like
What's good, bro?
go ahead.
you good?
You good? Yeah, man. I'm just cooling, man. Just checking everybody, conversation out. I definitely about to holler at A1, see if me and Issa Queen is set in stone, because trying to see what we was gonna do with that. But if we not,
Y'all locked in.
y'all like.
Oh, you guys say that, though. But yeah, y'all locked in. I'm gonna get the flyer done by tomorrow night, and we'll have a preliminary. We'll schedule the preliminary for next week.
Shout out to Gideon and Issa Queen. What's the title?
Does the Bible take power from women?
From black women or from women?
From women in general. Black women specifically, however, but yeah.
That's cool. And then me and you can lock in. Was Christianity the best thing for black women since what you said?
Nice baby.
Yeah, but you mean ever? Is Christianity the best system out of all for women, right? For black women.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely get that in with you.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. Definitely do that.
Right,
if we
man.
got another one that'll be better and not dealing with women, we can do that, instead of that one. But if that's the one you want to do, we could definitely do it.
What I want to do.
All right, that's a bet.
Oh, you want to debate Gideon? Is that what I just missed?
I just set it up. We
Yeah.
took a debate from me.
I looked down for a second. Y'all niggas got a debate. That's what's up.
And I was threatening him with this shit last stream. He was up, and when
He wanted to debate It's a Queen topic, but he didn't realize it was me and her hashing it out. So it's kind of like a continuation from that.
So what y'all trying to get it in on?
Is Christianity the best thing for black women?
Dang, that's almost the same topic.
Yeah, it's almost like the same. You know what I'm saying?
It's not. What's going on? He has a debate with her. What I just heard y'all say is it was something like did Christianity minimalize or remove?
Does the Bible hinder the black?
Hell no.
Yeah, the Bible
been there and did that shit. Hell no.
Bible ain't even just used for Christianity. So I'm being specific about Christianity. And it's not that they remove their power. Is it the best system for it? So yeah, nah. I mean, I know.
Okay.
Right. But it is Gideon. Ain't like he finna talk about astrophysicists or something. His two main topics is anti-women and the Bible. All his conversations gonna be around that.
Well, I ain't gonna say them my only two, but I'm not gonna run around here like I'm Dr. Doom, I'm a scientist, or I'm like Aesop or something, I'm not gonna stunt like that. I mean I do political I do political theater, history on the whole, logic. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not into DNA and all that other stuff,
You believe we the Native Americans?
Nah, he don't believe that. He don't believe that. He don't believe that.
Nah.
I believe some of us.
Don't stop him.
I believe some of us are, but we definitely have a slave trade that produced the bulk of black people today. So
there you go.
Yeah. The red Indian is the red Indian.
But that's what I'm saying, though. How do you pick which ancestor you give enough of a fuck about that you never met to be them? Like, none of us are Native Americans. None of us are Africans. None of us are, we're mixed people. If you check your DNA right now, you're going to come up with black, American, Asian. So how do you pick which ancestor you give?
Let me stop you, Suave. Let me stop you there.
Hold on. Let him get it in. No, fall back for a second. Let
him stop me. Let the Jamaican stop me. Go ahead.
No, wait, hold up. All right, hold up. Let me get. Wait, hold up, yo. How you gonna say that, bro? Come on.
They're trying to hash out a little debate. Let them go back and forth for a second, y'all.
Oh no, the debate is fat. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Man. A1 got to stamp it, man. A1.
Topics. I want to explore a few other topics because Is the Bible the best
I
thing for
don't
black
care to
people or
debate his
Christianity?
religious belief.
I mean, yeah, that's what you're essentially doing. Is Christianity the best thing for black
Yeah.
people?
What about
I mean, it's
politics?
just
I
overdone.
mean,
If that's really what y'all want to get it in about, and that's what y'all contention is
do you
about,
think
That was
abortion is good? Do you think gender neutral is good? Like, you know, so yeah, so we could debate on all that. You know, my stance. I'm biblically centered, but y'all cherry pick biblical morals and
Guess what, Gideon?
abandon other stuff. So I don't know. Some of y'all might believe in abortion, some of y'all might not.
If I
So
hear somebody say Christianity is the best thing that ever happened for black women since sliced bread, I want to. Sorry.
yeah, you gotta understand, man. He the DJ, bro. So you gotta play with
no, I mean, if that's what he
You
wanted
got
to but we all know that topic is overdone. I mean, we love to see Suave at any topic that he's on. So if we can find something else that y'all really could bump heads on, I'd rather do that first.
yeah. So let's do it like this. We got it scheduled, but
Here's a
we
good
can
topic, Gideon.
let it ruminate because I still got to do this debate with Issa Queen. So we locked in, but we can still kind of find debate titles, and if not, we can just go with this one. But
And speaking of Suave and him running through everybody on this channel, pause, shout out OTK, just hit the panel. He has a debate tomorrow. Don't mind the ad. I messed up and put Saturday, but tomorrow, Sunday at 8 p.m., we have this.
This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, Suave Boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, quantum truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
Yes. Tomorrow, 8 p.m., y'all. Back to you, Joe.
I'll be there.
Yeah, well, I completely consider debating something else if he concedes on that statement.
He got to concede, though?
you want me to straight concede, that's wow, man.
There may have been a better system in Christianity, but Christianity is the best system that I know.
The white flag.
Then, yeah, because it's like he's doing it already. You know what I'm saying?
Swap. Here's a good debate. Here's a good debate topic that I haven't seen explored. Is there science in the Bible?
Oh man, you'll lose that so bad.
At least it ain't overdone. I'm trying. I want some new, fresh topics, but
that's a good topic. Is there science in the
especially
Bible?
on the win, lose, or draw. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good topic, though. That is a good topic.
Nobody nothing, but win, lose, or draw. I want my $100 worth. I'm paying 50 both sides.
I want to see you and Swab.
But again, I don't want to control the league like that. I want this stuff to flow naturally. So if that's what y'all end up on,
but now the overall rhythm of your debates, because everybody don't know each debate that you put on, so you know it, so you kind of know the rhythm, and
I'm feeling like it's gonna be a recap of what you just did mixed with what you about to do.
Yeah,
you just did is the Bible the best.
Yeah.
I feel like the only thing you have to do is take that presentation and switch your rebuttal.
I'm just gonna do half of the face.
Yeah. I feel like it's the same thing for you. And then you're literally about to do one on the Bible about women. So your whole study for that presentation would still apply to this debate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Why don't you do the science debate, Gideon?
Yeah, I would do that. That's a good debate right there. I would do that.
You're not gonna win that debate, though.
You got to talk to Suave, though. Hold on. He ain't debating you, Jose. We got to let Suave. You do all the talking for Suave. Suave, jump in here. See where y'all butt heads at naturally. Go ahead.
Which science is in the Bible?
There's all type of sciences. I mean, you could start. They have behavioral science in the Bible all through there.
Okay, yeah, I can see to that. You win.
That's a first. I've never heard that one though, and you might.
I can see
Right.
that.
I've
Yeah.
heard it before.
The
Yeah,
Bible has behavior science. Yes.
right. Behavior modification code and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Moralism
fault,
and yeah.
the fault of oceanography. He got his idea, his theory from the Bible
Man, I
when
mean,
he discovered ocean and the currents in oceans. Oceans have highways. Ocean have paths. He found that from reading the Bible.
Are
So
you serious, Gideon?
yeah, shout out to him. Shout out to him.
yeah, no, that's a fact.
Yeah.
He read it in Job.
It only go so goddamn far. We know that the Bible stole information from every culture that the Greeks and the Romans came across.
Right. So the information is
And
already.
it's funny how they propose a debate. Then when you beat them upside the head with that,
That's not a
then
beat
they
upside
kick it
the
to a
head.
whole nother debate. So okay, now we're gonna
I
debate.
absolutely say that the Bible is the greatest book ever composed. It's the only book that's been able to translate and transliterate and evolve and be spread. Yes, even though it was militaristically, even though it was laws against, you know, it purpose like there was a purposeful effort to destroy indigenous information and transliterate or translate it into Greek understanding so that white people look like they discovered every fucking thing. Like, stop being so impressed with that. But what nothing is unique to the Bible but hell. Do you know that? Everything that's good in the Bible, you can find outside the Bible, predating the Bible. The only thing that's unique to the Bible is the Greek and Roman politic bullshit and the concept of hell. Do you want to debate that?
Yes, and you said a whole lot of stuff, but you can pick out any statement from that, and I'll debate it.
You said the Greek and Roman bullshit.
Is there anything unique to the Bible that's positive outside of heaven?
Is there anything unique, meaning that only comes from the Bible?
That's fire.
Motherfucker, yes.
That's
I would have to think about that, man.
Yeah, let
wow,
him
you live this shit.
Let him take a breath.
I mean, damn. I mean, the only thing that I think of is salvation, and you said besides heaven and hell.
Yes.
I mean, so what? Like, what would be an example? Like, I mean, how to cook food? No. How to make a house? No.
Your father. The 10 Commandments. All of the 10 Commandments. The 360 Commandments, or whatever the fuck y'all claim it is now that Abraham has been rediscovered. But anything good, something, but like there's nothing that we should be holding on to the Bible for that we can't find outside the Bible.
Well, let's do this.
Not trying to brainwash us.
Morality comes from the Bible. The morality that we deem as moral, it comes from the Bible.
How?
Not as unique as what he gave us, but I feel you though.
How?
Not how, but if you want to debate that, then I'll tell you how.
I mean, yeah, I'll definitely take that because the morality I get that come from the Bible. That's easy. But what I'm saying is that's like a very, like, to me, that's minuscule as shit. The morality we have come from the Bible. Like the morality
what we deem good and evil, that comes from the Bible.
Good and
So you want to
evil?
debate that, Gideon?
Yeah.
You said good and evil?
Yeah.
He said morality comes from the Bible. That's what he just said.
Yeah, morality. Morality comes from the Bible.
Predates
I don't
the
think you
Bible.
want to
That's
debate
too
that.
easy to prove. Way before the Bible came along, we had people
But
consider.
let me say it like this: objective morality comes from the Bible.
Gideon, don't debate that. Don't debate that.
No, I would debate that. Man, I just
Does objective morality come from the Bible?
Now he gonna lose that, Gideon.
Does objective morality come from God, the God of the Bible? I say
Don't do
yes.
that, Gideon. Gideon, don't do that.
Shout out to Lubis. Lubis.
Don't do that.
It sounds funny. Lubis, hit that link, man. Pull on up. After
Don't
we
do that,
figure this
Gideon.
out, you two can go back and forth. You know, I'll moderate and make sure it's respectful.
Yeah, it's why we can definitely debate if white people wrote the Bible. We can debate that also.
The white people write the Bible. So you want to debate if King James was black or shit?
Nah,
That's what I'm saying. What is this? 2000
I'm not God energy, bro. I don't think King James is black.
You said what?
I'm not God energy. I don't think King James was black, you know. But once I heard him speak on it, I really can't disagree with that. But the way the camps put it forward, I totally disagree with that theory. But Nah, I'm not talking about King James Black. I'm saying how you just said 5 minutes ago, which made that sister make the statement that we seen on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
You said white people wrote this. So debate that.
Is the Bible the creation of Europeans?
Right. Now, okay, like we're not talking about if the president of Island Records put a Bob Marley compilation disc together.
No.
Not in that sense, because that's the sense you're talking. You're saying, oh, the white man put it together. Yeah, they did. But Bob Marley wrote the material, bro. Let's not be juvenile with it, bro.
Okay, let's debate did Bob Marley write the Bible?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So what are you?
That was
white people. Okay, hold on. Wait. Let me get this line of questioning, and please have patience with me. Does white supremacy exist?
Of course.
Did white supremacy exist in Europe when the Bible was being created?
The Bible was not created in Europe.
Regardless, that's
a false premise.
Exists in Europe when the Bible was being created, no matter where the Bible was being created.
When they was compiling versions of the
Bible was being compiled, did white supremacy exist in Europe?
Of course. Certain times, yeah.
Okay, bet. Did Europeans create the modern Bible, 1611 and 4th, the Queen's Bible?
They created certain versions.
The Tinsdale Bible, the Queen's Bible, the Great Bible. Are all of those Bibles European?
They are European translations, yes. There's a big difference.
Yes. Did white supremacy affect those writings?
Of course.
Yeah. And so did the King James Version escape the white supremacist rhetoric? Or
no, it didn't.
Okay, so what Bible do you have to go to get a Bible that was not affected by white supremacy?
Well, what you have to do is
one from Egypt.
Right.
I'm sorry, brother Gideon. What was your answer?
What you would have to do is you would have to read the text, and I would recommend you learn Hebrew. But if you don't know Hebrew like myself,
the question was, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to your brain right there. The question was, what Bible would I have to go back to get a Bible that was not affected by white supremacy?
Right. So I'm gonna let you interrupt me because, for the simple fact, I'm gonna be glad to teach you this. Obviously, you don't know this, but it's very simple. So what you would do, since you don't know Hebrew, get you a Bible, go to the interlinear, and you look at the words that was translated. A lot of times those have different meanings translated in the
answer is you don't know.
Right. No, that's the answer. You can say you don't accept my answer.
So there is no Bible that wasn't affected by white supremacy. I got to get a Bible and I got to go back to the goddamn Septuagint and hope that that's not affected by white supremacy.
Right.
Right. That's what you said in real life today.
And I'm still, and with all that being said, I'm still willing.
Was the Septuagint Greek?
Of course.
Okay. And was the Greeks affected by white supremacy? Anti-African?
No.
No. Okay. Do you want to debate? Was the Greeks anti-African?
Greeks were not anti-African.
I'm saving this nigga Jose, man.
Yeah, Greeks were not anti-African.
I'm trying to save him from
life support, Jose. Come on, man.
Yeah.
We don't need no EMT right now, man.
So that's what I'm asking you right now, bro.
I fuck with you, Jose. Appreciate
it. What was the last question?
Was the Greeks anti-African?
Man, I mean, did they hate Egyptians? I mean,
no. You heard the words.
Yeah, their whole
those words.
Yeah.
But let them come out the same way they went in. Were the Greeks anti-African? Gideon, grown ass man on YouTube being recorded.
No.
Okay. Do you want to debate that?
Were the Greeks anti? Yeah, I'll debate that.
Okay, there we go. Congratulations. You now have it. Hey, one
that
did you
is
accept that title?
I love that one. I ain't never seen that one.
Yeah.
I ain't never
Yeah,
seen
he's talking to me through a Bobby Hemmett lens, bro. when you approach
You doing
scholarship and history
I ain't read none of that shit you finna
in its
talk about.
context, A1, you would know Greeks
I
don't
ain't
know
read
what
none
an
of that
African
Hidden
is.
shit you finna. That's where you heard it
Greeks
from.
didn't know what color was. Greeks didn't even use color as
Listen
a
to how
weapon.
stupid you gonna make
Right,
Greeks.
that's
They didn't
crazy,
know.
man.
Nobody noticed the
That's
color of
crazy,
people's
man.
skin. We never saw race. Like I'm tired of that. We saw race in
No,
the.
they saying race. They just didn't
We
give a shit
saw
about
black
it.
and white. We saw dark skin, white skin. We saw European and African in antiquity. 2,000 years ago, we had discussions of Europeans, Africans, dark skin, white skin. What the fuck is wrong with
But
you?
what's so stupid though? Okay, my bad. But
What the
what's
heck is
crazy?
wrong with you, guy?
What's crazy is Greeks actually admired the Africans during that time.
Which Greeks?
But besides war and besides taking over Egypt because they admired it that much,
Listen to the Israelite.
Greeks were in subservience to the Romans. I mean, to the Africans. Like,
Sir.
bro, you don't make any sense. Why?
Sir.
You really don't know what you're talking about, bro. For
You
real.
right. You right. So let me shut up till I debate or I face up.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about. You well studied. You're a super
You
reader.
know who Aesop was?
No, I
Aesop
don't know who
fable?
Aesop was. I don't know who
He was an
Aesop
Ethiopian,
was.
bro. He was the
Ethiopian.
basis of all their philosophy, man. Come on, bro. Like, what is he talking about?
I'm not talking about anything that I know about.
This is good. This is going to be a good debate. This is going to be a good debate.
Jose, you don't believe that.
No,
Nestor?
listen to
Do
me.
you know who
You know this finna be a
I know why it's
slaughter.
going to be a good debate.
You know this is finna fill a septic tank.
You
This
know
is gonna be
Memnon?
No. Listen to it. Listen to what I'm saying to
It's gonna be like when me and you jumped Taz, and Taz took the debate with me, and then took the
Like he ODing on his fight the power, do the right thing, Radio Raheem. I'm
That's
telling you,
right.
bro.
I got 2 4 knuckle rings on, and they both say black. Let's eat. Congratulations. You get the debate tomorrow. Let's go.
Real quick, gentlemen. We have Issa Queen to the panel. How you feeling, Issa Queen? She has something coming up with Gideon before you two actually get in the ring. What was that topic again, Issa Queen?
It's if the Bible erased the power of the woman, or something of that effect.
Woman power.
Yeah, we're gonna have an official face-off, and then that's when the title will be official. So everything right now is still up in the air.
Yeah, I'm cool with that title, or either the one does the Bible take the power from the woman. So either one of those two, I'm cool with.
I mean, for me, they're one and the same. I'm going to be touching on both of those in the debate. So
right. Nah,
for
that's
me,
fine.
it's one and the same.
That's
I'm writing it down right now. Did the Bible erase the power of the woman or black woman?
It's up to her. I say woman, but it's all the same.
Yes. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Usually it pops up too. It didn't pop?
No.
Okay, you just type lost on call.
Bible erase the power of the woman. And tomorrow, only here on Titans Debate League. Can you catch this? 8 p.m.
This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, suave boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself. Quantum truth, the question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? 2 titans, 1 stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
And shout out to the sister, it's the queen. I wouldn't use that word erase. A downplay would be some in that corner, but like erase, like damage.
Degrade.
Hold on, I just want to say in regards to that ad just seen, I'm officially switching
my nigga.
I'm taking Suave to win it because once I heard old boy went to speaking about what he was speaking about, I said, yeah, he gonna talk himself out of it. But yeah, I got Suave on. I changed my
Appreciative.
Let's go.
But do you believe that the Bible downplayed the power of the woman, Gideon?
I do believe in the power downplays the power of the woman, but the thing that I was more so speaking about is the loss of power that comes with the Bible when it comes to the women, because in those same regions, like those women were able to be in temples and basically praise and revere their goddesses the way they wanted to, and there's literally chapters that tell them not to and while making them property.
But it's just
like,
the word
2
erase
years
is
ago.
definite to me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, say that again. I'm sorry. Y'all was talking
The
together.
erase seems kind of definite, where it's like there's no trace of the woman around nowhere. You know,
Right.
and I just don't want you to get sidetracked like that. Like, does it downplay? Yeah. Does
Undermine?
it undermine? You feel me?
Okay, undermine is fine.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
But I just feel like, okay, so maybe it's the way I'm using the term erase, because if you go from having power within the temple to no power at all in the temple, like that's an erasure for me.
Yeah, that is.
Understood.
You know what I mean? Like
Hey,
if
shout
you
out to
go
your
from
sister, it's a queen. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, you're fine. When you go from being able to have autonomy of yourself and then you become property of a man, like that's an erasure as well.
Right. And with that being said, I've done a few debates. And judges, I'm not really good with judges, so I wouldn't even much be able to tell you my record. That's why I appreciate A1 and other platforms like this because they take their time into judging matters. But I'm just let you know I'm a gentleman and you're a lady. The debate starts right now, so just be careful with what you're saying. I'm gonna give you that warning. So go ahead, my sister.
I did a podcast on this, not a podcast, a presentation called Feminism Foreign to Africa, but it was about how feminism is a response to what the Bible was putting out, and how it took the power from the woman. And
yeah,
so
absolutely.
I see her stance. I like what she's doing over here, Gideon. I'm not a judge, so you don't got to worry.
Hey man, a lot of things I step out on faith with, but yeah.
Yes, I'm with you on this one. I'm in totally agreement that the Bible definitely took away feminism to the point where they took away the wife of God.
When he was going down. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a lot to be said on this topic, especially since I know a lot of people, because I've had this conversation plenty of times, and in these conversations, people like to, the Bible is just a book. What people do with the Bible, that's something different. It's like, nah, it's not really. If you using the book to undermine or degrade or enslave people, that's what the book is being used for. You can't separate the two. I've never you don't see that happening in Buddhism. So
I'm with
you. I would definitely agree that men have used the Bible to oppress women. No doubt for sure. I wouldn't disagree with that.
would you disagree with the fact that there's passages within the Bible so men can interpret to be able to degrade and undermine the woman?
What I would say is there is no laws verbatim stating that. And one thing about laws, people always look for loopholes in them. So that's always a possibility.
Okay, so
we gonna start making people hold the wickedness done by people accountable, not the Bible. We got to be able to start,
but what about the
clarifying it.
passages that are in the Bible that, all right, okay, for example, the Psalms 31 woman, she's a great woman, right? But that framework doesn't work for Kandakes or women that are warriors inside of the Kush Empire, right? So when the Bible was introduced to this area, you see the power being lost from the woman because of the patriarchal system that the Bible sets in place. So just it appearing into a matrilineal society, that in itself kind of takes away the power of the woman, where once you could be a priestess or a warrior, now all you could do is sew in the kitchen.
Right. But I will say this. It's funny you mentioned the Kandakis because, you actually see Israelite women in that same area doing the same thing that the Kandakis did, going to war against the Catholics, burning so that's why I would have to disagree. The Bible does lay out the environment for a woman to behave as such if needed. And not to mention Deborah in the past. But I'm speaking of Kandake, I think she was like around the 10th century.
Right, but Deborah was not a queen in her own right. Deborah was someone who gained power because all the other men wouldn't.
Right. I mean, we can argue that, but I was specifically speaking of Gudit, who was in the same line or the same vein or the same thought as the Kandakis in Ethiopia. She was in Ethiopia as well, burning down Catholic churches. So she was a queen. Yeah. Are you familiar with the Gideon dynasty in Ethiopia?
Vaguely, yes, vaguely.
Oh.
And I also I also understand how cultures work, right? So if you already had a culture of powerful women, and then a new religion comes in, and we can agree that those women, right, they were not given the same amount of power that they had beforehand, doesn't mean that that personality type would disappear. It just means that they would be silenced a little bit. So what I'm saying isn't negating what you're saying. You can absolutely have strong, like Harriet Tubman, the Black Moses, like she did most of what she did through the Bible, through the eyes of God. So I'm never saying that women cannot find strength in the Bible or be of the Bible and have this autonomy of themselves. What I am saying is that your Bible talks against that. Like that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in the grand scheme of things, do y'all want every single woman like a Deborah, like a Harriet? No, because that's not what y'all create. That's not what y'all create in y'all system for those women to be allowed to be. You get what I'm saying?
If it's strong men around, the strong women will let them lead. But if it's no strong men around, the women will lead, most definitely. So what you said, like, it was kind of confusing because you were saying that the Bible fosters this theme of female empowerment, and then you said, but it doesn't. So that was real confusing.
That's not what I said. I never said that the Bible fosters female empowerment. I would never say that. Never.
You were saying like
what I would say.
What you were saying.
What I would say is that women
what you were saying about Harriet
strength.
Tubman and all them. Repeat that, because you were saying Harriet Tubman.
What I said was that women can find strength within their religion. That's not the same as women are being empowered by it. That's not the same thing. So when I say that Harriet Tubman was spoke to by Moses through God. Deborah didn't come down and talk to Harriet and tell her to do what she was doing. So yes, I can find, inspiration from men just as much as I can find it from women. That doesn't mean that the thing that I'm finding inspiration for it doesn't mean that, it's placated for me. And I just don't feel like the Bible is placated for a woman because it doesn't deal with the essence of a woman, not in a space of understanding of who she is more so in the understanding of what men want these women to be. And it doesn't leave space for the indigenous women that literally held their own power alongside of men. I found it funny that you said if the men are gone, but in our indigenous societies, the men can be right there and we will be in leadership roles because they understood that women were just as much as leaders as the men were.
Right.
See, even
So
in the
are there
framework of what you're saying is still in a place of putting a woman beneath you.
right? So are there any specific cultures that you go to that I can look at that you can speak on?
Cultures that does what? That are matrilineal, matrifocal, that empowers women.
Right. That's successful in the model that you're prescribing.
Well, let's be clear. First, I will absolutely name places like Kemet that, showed a space of women's autonomy. We talked about Kush that shows a place of women autonomy. We could talk about Nigeria, the Congolese, a lot of places. But the problem is when you're talking about the longevity, you're forgetting about colonialization that brought the Bible to these places and
Right.
fundamentally changed the system that they were already living in. And in a question to throw right back at you, I would love to see a melanated, deeply melanated, some might even say black. I don't know. I don't know how people feel about that word, but deeply melanated or black nation that is Christian, that is thriving.
I mean, it would be a definition of thriving. You know what I'm saying? But as far as according to Torah, there's actually none. So
Right. So I said that because, we like to look at matrilineal, matrifocal, matriarchal societies like which one is still working, which one has succeeded. But yet there is no melanated countries that are succeeding under the Bible, but yet we hold on to that.
well, they're definitely operating under a patriarchal system. That's why I say the definition of thriving. African countries, some of them, they're based on a patriarchy, based on Christian values. So, yeah, they're definitely operating and living and sustaining in this world according to that model. And if the matriarch was any type of valid, system, they definitely would have put that forward. But in my opinion, you can only practice matriarchy in a system where it's comfortable. Cavemen, they weren't practicing matriarchy.
That's not true. It would depend on which cavemen you were talking about. Right? That
Well,
caveman is a very broad statement. And like that encompasses a whole lot.
according to the European doctrine, the ones that couldn't read and write for hundreds and thousands of years, those are the ones
That was
that didn't
most
have
of
any type of matriarchy.
humanity. That was most
If
of
you think
humanity.
if you think
You
our
don't think the
primal if you
first
think our primal urges are something right now, think about how it was back then.
I do. Like literally, I live in
Okay.
Paleolithic, Neolithic times in my brain. And when you're talking about cave people, for some strange, I feel like you're heading towards Neanderthals, as if Homo sapiens didn't live in caves too. Some of the oldest cave writings are right in Africa.
Right. So, okay, let me stop you and inform
Right.
you.
And in
I do
Africa is
not
where we
believe
find a
that we
lot of
was
the
right,
balanced
right,
cosmologies as
right.
well. So, like
I do
this
not,
idea that
right,
if you're a caveman, you bopped your wife on the head and dragged her into a cave, that's not true. At least
right,
not for the Africans.
right. Well, it has to be true in your model. I don't subscribe to that model. I was actually just
Why
being
does it
funny,
have to be true in
how
my
a
model?
person can how a person can actually think we was here hundreds and thousands of years and couldn't read cat in a hat. Like that's amazing to me. But nonetheless, but we can even go to written history. You see no civilization. I mean, Genghis Khan, they actually would his mother was kidnapped from men. Like that's how real it was back then. You know, I put forward the claim that the Bible actually has given you women more rights than you ever seen in your life. I was just speaking to
Jeez.
I was
In
just speaking to
comparison to what?
let me get in, let me I was just speaking to a lady. She's an atheist, but she's a Muslim. Like, how can you do that? But listening to her is when she said when she goes to the countries where they're Muslim because she lived there, she basically has to do that. But see, in a Christian community, you can say you're an atheist. You can basically spit on the Bible in America. That's the liberties that the Bible has given y'all. That's what I mean by that.
Right, but like that's not
Right.
the liberties that America or the Bible has given us. That is the liberties that feminism has fought for. And y'all be confusing feminism with rules that's always been here. These rules have not always been here. We were under curvature laws, which comes from the Bible, right? And in turn, women lost all autonomy as soon as they got married. They were engulfed by their husbands.
Can you
So one
explain
day you could
curvature
be a
laws to
single
me? I'm not.
woman. Well, one day you could be a single woman living your best life, me with your land and your money and your check, and then you get married, and then all of that stuff goes to the husband. You are no longer able to have your own land, your own paychecks. Your husband has to, have these conversations with your employer about how much to pay you. The husband has these conversations with doctors about your body. The husband has these conversations with banks to put your money in, right? All of these things. So where are we finding, our rights when once upon a time in Kemet, in Kush, in Nigeria, in a lot of places, we owned our own land. We were parts of the market, like some of the first women's movements in Africa against the French and the Portuguese was about women in the market and them trying to change the rules about these women being in the market. So that just tells
So
me that that we used to have control over a lot of things that we no longer were able to have control over because patriarchy came. And patriarchy and the Bible are synonymous, but they're not the same.
okay. All right. No doubt. So yeah, it'll be an interesting debate.
Mm-hmm. And also, there's still matrifocal societies in Indonesia. You got them in China. You got them in Costa Rica. You got the Akan in Ghana, right? There's still like places out there where you still live in this society. But because we live in a patriarchy, they don't teach us about that stuff. They want y'all to think that matriarchy cannot sustain because,
Is the
people don't want to share power.
is the power backed up by women? Like, how do you enforce
The
it?
power is backed up
How
by
would you enforce
people.
your laws if you're living in a matrilineal society? Like, how would you
by the
enforce?
people by the people who live in that system. The people enforce the laws.
Right. like your right to rule. You would enforce that by the people. Like how would you
Yes, because
establish that? Like a lot of like things aren't just mandated from the heavens, you know. And I think I'm surprised you really don't understand that because you disavow God or gods. So things are like in the real world, things are established, right? Before they are, you know, in place, before they become dynasties, things are established. So, you know, I see you starting your matrilineal system from a place of already being established, never having conflict, never
that's
having
not true. That's not true. You're assuming now because you can't respond to what I'm saying. You're
logically
assuming.
that's how it
And I would
that's how
rather
it
you just
plays out.
ask a question about what I'm saying rather than assuming that I don't believe in God or gods, that I don't understand how evolution of from going from a clan into a society works. Like you're assuming I don't know these things
Right.
because you don't agree.
Right. Well, there are some things I don't know. Are you a creationist or evolution or
I believe in evolution, yes.
you don't believe in a creator
No,
and you have the nerve to and I'm saying this
not the
scholar like
nerve.
yeah, I'm saying this like debate wise, not like and you really bringing this topic because like what is your evidence as far as like evolutionary like speaking in terms of evolution, where is the incorrectness in misogyny? If you believe in
Where
evolution, like why are your feelings even valid? Like I'm speaking scientifically because evolutionists don't attribute or quantify anything to the spirit. So how can you now, make such a spiritual or emotional or like emotional claim? Like how can you do that being an evolutionist?
So my claim isn't emotional. I never said I feel like women lost their power. No, I know it because listen, I know history. I've been when you start your history at 300,000 years ago, right, where the first Homo sapien clan started walking around, and then you get up to where you are now, you see the evolution of systems and people and languages and migration patterns and populations and things of that nature, right? So in the earliest of human Homo sapien archaeology, Jabal Harud, right? For example, look at what they say about that archaeological site. If you look at it, they even say that they feel like these people were egalitarian. That's what they said. That's not what I'm saying. And they go by the burial sites, right? The burial sites, usually when you bury a king or a queen, they have all types of jewels and this, that, and the third. There was none of that. All the burial sites were equally proportioned with a toolkit, right? Whatever furs they accumulated. And the toolkits are not different between the men and the women, meaning that the toolkits used was a standard toolkit for everybody. You didn't get no special tool because you was a man. And then please remember that at this time and period, you were making your own tools. And there's no evidence of a tool shop to go to where one person is creating all the tools. No, this was something that we all knew how to do. And then even when you look at Native American cultures and you look up how many Native American hunter women there were. When you look at the Vikings, right? A lot of the Viking kings that they thought were kings were really queens. They're redoing the DNA right now, and they found a whole bunch of them. So this idea that patriarchy was always and has always been, that's the great lie. Not that
So
matrilineal societies happened.
right. So okay. Can you now? And you've been doing a lot of talking. So if you don't really want to, if you want to take a little break, that's fine. Explain it like scientifically. You believe in evolution. You don't. You don't believe in spiritual reasons for feminism. Scientifically explain why women ruling a society is better than men ruling a society.
So first, I'm going to correct you because matrilineal societies doesn't just mean women rule. If you look at matrilineal societies, men rule more than women do. When in Native American societies, there would be clan mothers, but there are male chiefs because we don't operate in oppression. We're not trying to oppress men or rule over men. We're trying to rule with you. And that's the misconception that people have about matriarchy. And patriarchy, patriarchs are trying to rule over. Patriarchy is telling women that they're not allowed to be in. That's not what matrilineal societies do.
You said
So that's
patrilineal
one.
society say women cannot. What was that last part?
In patrilineal, patriarchal societies, men exclude women from power. It's right there in the definition. But in matriarchal society, you'll find more men ruling than women ruling because it's a
Right.
shared responsibility between the two groups of people. So you'll also find clan mothers who have high rankings within the tribe that are able to express and delegate and lead, something that would never be okay in the Bible, not when there's men around.
Yeah. Now the Bible definitely doesn't exclude women from having power in the society. That's where you're incorrect. So yeah.
I would disagree. I would disagree. I feel like from the since Genesis, y'all have been making it a place for women to not have as much power as men. Since Genesis, since you decided that we no longer both came out the dirt together in the first, telling of the story, because it says male and female were created together, and then with the second one, we're talking about a woman being created from a rib, and now she's a helpmate. Like
Right.
y'all not even being consistent.
Right.
And then the fact that the Lord was able to stop Abraham from killing his son in a sacrifice, but not the other guy who killed his daughter because of a war. I forget his name.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of stuff in there that you got to digest, and hopefully you interpret it correctly. But you disagree. I disagree. I guess that's why we're having a debate. So yeah.
Absolutely. Now that you got a nice little rundown of what I'm going to be talking about, I hope you bring your P's and Q's because it's not going to be easy to defend your side of it, given the history.
Yeah. No, I definitely appreciate you're clarifying a lot of things. You wasn't running around the bush and all that stuff. You know, uh, you've been doing a lot better than a lot of these patriarchs around here. I tell you that. So yeah,
Fine.
appreciate it.
We got a
Hold
super
up.
chat from Ill Doctor, and he says he's arguing in a matriarchal society, male evil will occur, and only males can combat male evil. This argument collapses into a reason for matriarchy. Shout out Ill Doctor.
I feel like Because we live in a patriarchal society for the last 6,000 years, that the idea that men aren't needed in this matrilineal society is something that patriarchs like to throw at us. That's not never something that we throwing back at y'all. I've never met a woman in a matriarchal society that doesn't want the man around. That's not the point of what matriarchy is.
Right.
The point of what matriarchy is to live in collaboration as a collective together. That's the point.
Right.
And it's built on, merit. It should be built on not authority, but off of the collective understanding that this person will make the best decisions for the rest of us, whether it be male or female.
Right. Well, you say that matriarchy, right? You say that it doesn't shun the men, but the poster boy for matriarchy would be the Amazons. And we all know that the Amazons that they speak about in history, although they were fake, they were like mythic. They didn't have men stay with them at all. They just used them for reproductive purposes. And till ill doctrine, can he clarify that? I don't understand what he said. I didn't understand that. If he if he understand, if he can.
Ill Doctrine, hit
Hotep
that
panel.
link. Peace to you,
Hotep panel.
Tahuti.
Hotep A1.
You got the floor.
How y'all doing?
What's up,
How's
brother? How you
everybody
doing?
doing?
Good.
Hey,
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, brother.
Was there a debate on? There's an actual debate going on about this topic about women being
Not
Go
currently.
ahead.
They got one set up coming up.
So if I was to share some information, it would spoil it.
No,
Pretty much.
it never works like that. They still got to show up and present their information.
Okay, so I just want to share with you guys. The Keeper Nagas is pretty much centered around the end of um, female rulership, definitely in Ethiopia, or quote unquote Ethiopia, because it wasn't Ethiopia at the time, and then definitely the Kushite Kandaki. But pretty much the Keeper Nagas is the book or the story that highlights King Solomon or King Solomon and his pact with Queen Makeda of Sheba. So that's pretty much symbolizing the whole end of women being in equal rulership with men, or even a matriarchy, or a matriarchy per se. And then you have like all types of verses throughout the Bible that restrict women from having elaborate hairstyles. And based on religious instruction, women have no say so in anything. There's a popular verse about women not being able to make decisions and stuff like that. So you have that as well. And then historically speaking, Ptolemy the Fourth created laws and stuff like that took away legal and economic equality for women in Kemet. So I mean, it's just all over the place when it comes to Abrahamic religions in general, and not just the Christian Bible. So I just wanted to share that,
That's
because like
fact.
over here in the conversation, we just don't want to do, especially you know Christianity in itself is really popular amongst black people and especially black women. So we're doing any sister a disservice if we try to tell her that the Bible in any way has any type of empowerment for her.
It has all
Black
the
people.
empowerment. It has all the empowerment you need, my brother.
Say what?
It has all the empowerment she needs.
Okay, but I mean, if she was to like generalize it and believe in a man, then she would be empowered. But there's no in any religious text, there's no verse that empowers or motivates a woman.
I didn't
There's
know
no
they had.
story that's specifically about a woman in the Bible.
Right.
There's no book meant for a woman in the Bible.
Right. Well, I'm still trying to see where it tells the woman to put her trust in a man and not God.
Well, when you teach women that God is a man, you literally like, so what happens is you have two hierarchy systems, and the fictitious one, the theological one, is supposed to mirror the one that you're living out on this land, right? So when you put God, a man, Jesus, a man, your husband, a man, and then you're pretty much telling her where her role is on this reality on this earth. And what happens is that that's the reality of outside, and then inside the house you still have God the man, the husband, then you, and God forbid if you have a boy, he hits 18, he outranks you after a while, right? So like somebody who you birthed can outrank you given enough amount of years goes crazy for me.
Oh, I didn't know that was in the Bible. Okay. Okay. Wow. I'm gonna have to vet that before I say you learn something every day. But cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Because I feel like you're going to try to combat me with laws, and I'm going to combat you with practices, actual history that actually was done to these people. Right. So you can tell me all the live long day that, men have this reverence for women and this, that, and the third. But then at the same time, I could bring up a story like Lot, who literally gave up his daughters to be raped by a crowd so he could save two men in the inside, that kind of blows what you're talking about out the water. Because there's a difference between law and in practice.
No, I would agree. I totally agree.
And when these are the founding fathers, right? Where the main father, the main patriarch of this religion, Abraham, literally pimped his wife out twice, got rid of the second baby. But like, there's no way that men following what Abraham is doing is going to respect a woman in her entire glory. It just doesn't make sense to me, because y'all treat them so badly within the story, and this is supposed to be a holy text.
Right. Right. So I guess ill doctrine not gonna break that down, huh? He could do it in the chat. He don't have to come up. He could just put it in the chat. You know, but yeah, and as far as what the brother Tahuti was saying, again, the history is clear that the Bible, the Torah, it never restricts a woman from her true power. And all the like I've heard people say it's verses in the Bible that I've never seen, uh rules and laws that they are misapplying. So yeah, it'll be interesting when a rubber hit the road, so to speak.
I mean, in reality, like that's why we're supposed to read everything before we accept it. I mean, you're not
So
supposed to memorize it from like the back of your hand, but in general, you're supposed to know that what's his stance on black people, what's
right,
his stance on women, what's
right,
his stance on children, what's his stance on non-believers, how did it treat the Canaanites, how did it treat the ancient Egyptians, why is Punt and Cush on the nations of Ham that's cursed
Again,
One can say they understand why Egypt's on there and Canaan, but why is Punt and Cush on there?
again, these are verses I've never seen before. So, like I said, I'm gonna have to go look into these things before I start saying I'm learning stuff every day. I mean, which I am, but this in particular. But yeah, I've never seen that, man. So you telling me something I've never heard before. So congrats, man. Uh, so it's a queen. Do you think any matriarchal or matrilineal society, all of them are misogynistic?
Are you asking if I think patriarchal societies are
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
are
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
misogynistic? Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Um, well, I want to be easy on the word misogynistic because that means that y'all hate women. Do I think that people hate women? No,
Oh, let me
I
say
don't think.
for the debate.
Yeah.
Do you think all patriarchal or patrilineal societies diminish the power of women?
Hmm. Yes, in different variations of losing power. The one thing that every patrilineal society does that diminishes a woman's power is the idea of legacy, right? Once you have the idea of legacy being in the male line, you kind of start to overpower the woman's autonomy and treat her body like property because men can never, especially back then, there was no DNA test. There was no way for you to prove that these children was yours unless you knew exactly where your wife was, knew exactly who was inside of her, and know that you were the first man in it. That's the whole point of y'all going ham over virginity, right?
Right,
Because you're the first person in it, you're going to be the last person in it, and anybody coming out of that is going to be yours.
right. So my next question
So
is: do you think?
in that framework alone, it
Right,
treats the woman like a property that
right.
takes away her autonomy.
So do
Hey,
you think?
can I address your
Well, I just
question
want to
real
answer this
quick
one
before you?
question, and you can go ahead. So do you think matrilineal and matriarchal societies diminish the power of men?
So there are some, right? There are matrilineal societies, that matriarchal societies. There's one on I forget the name of the island on the outside of Africa where only women can be in governance, right? And the men basically, when they marry the woman, they move into the woman's house, and when they get divorced, he has to move back to his mama house. And basically for me, I wouldn't want to live in that type of society. That's not what I want. But that's basically just a matriarchal society that's not dealing with egalitarianism. So that's why I keep on stressing egalitarianism when it comes down to Native Americans, the Iroquois, when we're talking about Kemet, right? It's not that and no one person is blocking the other person from being able to obtain power. So yes,
Right,
you'll find that on both sides.
right, right. But it's just by default for patriarchal societies to diminish the power of women, yet matriarchal or matrilineal societies, they can diminish the power of men, but not all of them, not the ones that are built on an egalitarian basis. So speaking of this egalitarian society that you're speaking about with matrilineal societies, you will agree that matrilineal and patrilineal are two contrasting paradigms, right? You would agree with that, right?
Yo, let me address something to you before
Hold on,
you
I
go
just
too
once
far.
I just want to see what she has to say about this.
Somewhat.
Well, let me
I would somewhat
because I
agree
got
with
to
that,
ask
but
you a
I
question.
want the
So
brother to be
what I
able
was saying, I will pass it to the brother, so it's not like I'm grilling you. That's to me, that's problematic because when you mention egalitarian societies, by definition, they're neither matrilineal or patrilineal because they're equal. So just by the fact that you're saying matrilineal is a society that isn't diminishing the man's power by default, but patrilineal societies are, it shows that you're very biased in your worldview.
No, it means
But
that
go
I
ahead, Tahuda.
understand the words that I'm using. I'm sorry, brother. Real quick. It means that I understand the words. I keep on using matrilineal instead of matriarchy because matrilineal means a bloodline. Matriarchy means a system of government, right? So when you find matrilineal societies, you can still be a patriarchy like Kemet, because Kemet was mostly a patriarchy. It wasn't.
That's correct.
So give me
See,
one second.
now you're just colluding in the hopes of romanticism.
Nah, and see that's why I
Like
wanted to
you're
make it
saying it's
clear
hot
before
and
you
you're
try to
saying it's
go
cold
too
at the
far.
same time.
So
So
first and
that's
foremost,
problematic.
when it comes to Europeans ruling and Africans ruling, we have to know that there is no polarities when it comes to African concepts. And that's why you have euphemisms like woman king, which is just a queen regnant, right? And that means that she has equal power in his direct absence or when just equal power in general, but more so when he's absent and she's doing the same thing she has the same power that he has. But the problem is when it comes to Europeans, there has to be a distinct difference between a man and a woman's role and titles and their rights. So of course, when you think of matriarchy and patriarchy, you're going to think about, well, the two can't be the same, and then you're going to get confused when people in the African thought try to distinguish the difference between a matrilineal society under a patriarchy versus just a matriarchy and a patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to understand that before we get too far, because now that's the only time you would think she's being convoluted about it, when she's right on point. And she gave a perfect example, Kemet. Another perfect example in modern terms, they made a movie out of it. It's called The Woman King. If you pay attention and do your history at the same times, you know that the Dahomey society or kingdom had a woman, all female military element that was guarding the king. But at the same time in their history, they had the man and the woman with equal rulership. And through the Europeans trying to trade slavery or trade slaves and get turn the kingdoms against each other and stuff like that and split the kingdom, that's how all that stuff came in conflict within the movie where they were talking about. So you have to have a grasp between the African concepts and European concepts.
Right. So explain the science behind uh Egyptian queens such as Hatshepsut, taking on the regal symbolisms in her portraits and in her designations as a man. Why wouldn't she celebrate her womanhood as queen?
Because she wanted to be seen as a true pharaoh. So
And the
what
true pharaoh is
Hatshepsut
a
did,
man.
there's a guard used for pharaohship. You'll have the headdress, you'll have the beard thing, and she didn't want to have a different type of guard because she was a woman. You get what I'm saying? So she
Right.
put on the traditional wearings of the pharaoh to not differentiate her womanhood, to just be that leader, genderless leader that she
No,
was
it
trying
wasn't.
to be.
It wasn't genderless. She
No,
was.
I'm not saying that she's genderless. What I'm saying is that instead of thinking of her as the woman pharaoh, she wanted you to think of her as pharaoh.
Right,
Period.
but the argument that Tahuti just brought collapsed. It totally fell apart because that was not a matrilineal society. If she had to do any of that, that's all I'm saying.
No, but that's the difference
Well, hold
between
on. Let him get the floor
matriarchy
on
and
that. Let him get the
matrilineal. But
floor
go
on that.
ahead.
Explain to us how her legacy would shatter what I just explained to you.
Because you were speaking on how women are so revered, and you know the illustrious deeds of the women in Africa and Egypt specifically, when you have hundreds of Egyptian pharaohs, when it's less than four that were queens. So where's the matrilineal society or matriarchy in that? And even the ones we see, specifically Hatshepsut, she intendedly and purposely portrayed herself as a man. But it's like Issa said, she's projecting the true king, the true pharaoh, which is a man. So that's not matrilineal. So again, we got to stop romanticizing Egypt, because when we're doing that, our logic just falls apart, especially when you're trying to, compare it against something in the Bible. It's self-projection, actually.
Okay, so I gave you the chance to explain, but you kind of even like stumbled on your own self because she gave you the explanation that you didn't know about, but you just doubled down on it anyway and just recited something that you probably most likely rehearsed in front of a mirror or something. So what we got to do is we got to listen to things that we don't know about, and when somebody clarifies things, we have to understand that a certain response or a certain perception that we have no longer exists because of that explanation.
And real quick, gentlemen, I want to get a word in. Silverback Cartel, do you have any comments or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
Yeah, man. I just listen, man. I be getting a lot of knowledge just listening to you guys and stuff, man. I enjoy it. I was getting on here really about the biogenesis versus creationism, and
Okay.
yeah, I was on that. Yeah. So I just wait on y'all to get back to that.
Yes, sir. And jump in anytime. You don't got to wait on me to call you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Back to you, ladies and gentlemen. Tahuti.
I
But
just
it's I
wanna
like what you go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear this up, right? Because matrilineal and matriarchy are two different things. So yes, Kemet was on a patriarchy. Mostly the men had the rulership, but it was also matrilineal because you found the rulership in the woman's line. Right? They picked the pharaohs based off of the pharaoh's sister, not the pharaoh himself.
No,
So that's how it's matrilineal, because we're talking about the lineage of a people coming from a woman rather than coming from a man, which would be patrilineal. But when we're talking about archy, that archy word is a system of government. And matriarchy is not what Kemet was. It wasn't that.
So Tahuti, agree with that the pharaoh comes from the sister, or however she said that. Do you agree with that?
So in general, it comes from it does come from the woman, and what she's trying to explain was you have a whole bunch of sisters. You have your daughter, you have your sister, you would have your grandmother there as well, if she would still be living. You would have your wife, and then you would obviously have your mom. So you would have way more royal. You would have way more female royals, and then you would have the pharaoh himself, right? And obviously you would have his brother, but his brother wouldn't even be a part of that. He would just probably be maybe a noble or even a visor or something like that. But she was right when she said that. So I agree, but there's like details and stuff like that that goes into it. But yeah, go ahead.
And please feel free to correct me. I am not an
I
Egyptologist.
want to
I
step
do
out.
not study Egypt or Kemet like that. So feel free to correct me whenever it comes down to the system of Kemet, because I don't know that history as well.
Yeah, you're actually incorrect, my sister. And to Hootie Afar, I thought you would. Yeah, nah, it doesn't descend from the woman like that. Usually, what happens is the pharaoh, like they said, the what they call it, the Besaviti, that comes. He may marry his sister, and that union produces the pharaoh. But yeah, I'm good.
But the question would be, why did he marry his sister? Right? Why did this person choose to marry his sister than to have a wife from somewhere else? Because a lot of the time the sister's line is where the next pharaoh was coming from.
It's to keep the
And
line
to make
pure.
sure that your kid was a part of that line, you would marry your sister.
It's a queen.
They wasn't just marrying these sisters because they wanted to.
They thought they were
Another
God.
thing is too, when you reading definitions, whether you doing them online, or you just going to Egyptologists, you have to be careful because nobody was marrying their sister. What it was she would become a queen. And then when you have these Europeans listing everybody, they would just automatically list them as consorts and not regnant or regent rulers or even princes. Sometimes you'll have a refrain from princes and then they'll just say consort. And then but you dig deeper and you find princes. So like if you're gonna be correcting somebody, bro, you gotta like definitely know what you're talking about. And you got to even know the difference between matrilineal and matriarchy and patriarchy.
Right. Matriarchy, patriarchy, or rather matrilineal and matriarchal. Sometimes I do get them mixed up because it's these European, it's this science that a lot of people deal with where they get confronted with something, so they break it down even further. So when I'm saying matriarchy, I'm speaking of the women, whether it's in the blood or it's being ruled by them. So I'm sticking like very like layman, right? So with that being said, again, the pharaohs in Egypt slept with their sisters. It wasn't the sisters of their mother, but the sister of their father, or rather the daughter of their father. They shared the same father, but not necessarily the same mother. So that's where the sister to the pharaoh comes from. But it still comes from the family. It's crazy that
Okay.
it's crazy
Yeah,
somebody
anyway. So
say
another way you can verify that it comes from the woman is the throne. The throne symbolically is the lap of the mom or the mother. So even symbolically, even when we look at text, even the hieroglyphs and the symbology of the throne, it tells you that it comes through the woman. So no matter how you feel about it, it's just that's the way it is.
who was Moses' father, or rather Amun. Who was his father?
Go ahead and make your point.
No, I want you to just validate to me that you know what you're talking about. Who was his father? I guess you
Who
don't
was it
know.
again? You said
His
who?
father is Akhenaten. So how could Akhenaten's father have a son too?
Hey, does anybody is he breaking up or is it just me?
No, he's breaking up.
That,
Okay,
that's
I
crazy.
figured because I didn't want to do a disservice or anything, but you are breaking up, brother.
You might want to try to drop down and come back in. You got an echo and you kind of breaking up.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna drop that link for King Hurt real quick. And back to you, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the floor. Who was it on? Tahuti?
It was on Issa, I think.
Issa Queen?
Yeah, I just feel like it's a little disconnect on what matriarchy is versus matrilineal, and it kind of strayed away from the point that we were trying to make because now we're about to go through the lineage of every pharaoh, and I don't think it's necessary. I just think that when we're talking about matrilineal societies, it's a clear consensus. Even so, for a good example of a patriarchy that I feel still oppressed women, right, would be Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia, between the laws of the Code of Namu that predates the Code of Hammurabi. And that code, women still had their own autonomy. And then when you get to the Code of Hammurabi, you see that women are, a property of their husbands or their fathers. So right there, you can see, the timeline of when women had autonomy and then when they didn't. But at the same time, women were also let to keep temples and pray in the temples and pray to their goddesses. One of I believe the first written works that we have historically that has been found was by Enheduanna, who wrote the Symphony of Inanna, right? It's a whole story about Inanna and her finding womanhood and her goddessry. And you won't find that in the Bible or in any Abrahamic religion. You won't find a story that talks about this woman from immaturity to maturity and how she found that. You won't find that there. So that's more so what I'm talking about when I say that there's a difference between how these societies are working and how they're treating their women. And I'll just land there.
Hey, one real quick. Can you if you can share your screen, can you just bring up women in ancient Egypt and just bring up any general articles on that?
Yep. Go
All
ahead,
right,
get it.
hey, what's going on? Why you do that?
Or go ahead, Master.
So while y'all doing that, yo, so let me correct what you were saying, bro. Yes, there and Kimmy, first of all, use actually who Tutmosis terms were. You should clarify which Tutmosis you was talking about. Second, when they was marrying their sisters, this was not incest because they did this for political reasons. While they married, their sister became the queen. They had kids with other women. It wasn't with the sister itself. And then this is not just it happened in Kemet. This also happened in other traditional societies where women rule. They have the power over the land. This is just a black thing, an African thing, where they have the power over the land. And instead of losing the land to someone else, the brother would marry the sister, or you would see women marrying each other, sisters marrying each other. But this is not nothing to do, you know what I'm saying, with homosexuality or incest, because they would have kids with other people that's not their family member. And this was, and Check Out the Diop talked about that, and the cultural unity of Africa, and the sister Ifa Odo, I can't think of her name, but she talked about that in there's a book called Male, Females, and I think Female Husbands and Male Wives, something like that. But they showed that this relationship where they marrying.
You gotta echo her.
That's not me, it's somebody else. But I just wanted to clarify that because that wasn't what the whole case was. It wasn't incest when they did that.
Oh no, I totally agree with everything you just said, except the part where you know she they married. The Pharaoh married his sister because of land rights and things like that. Now, the reason why he married his sister and had children with his sister, and those children becoming the pharaohs, is because the pharaohs were thought to be gods, and that kept the bloodline pure. And I agree with you in the sense that that was practiced everywhere. I mean, a person I speak to online a lot, Rakufu, he likes to mention, he used to say it was Moses married his sister, but it's actually, I forgot how he had it, but it was actually Moses' father married his aunt. So we do see a lot of close consanguinity. Excuse me, I'm trying to say that word, like to the first and second degree in ancient times. But the point that I was making was that the pharaohs did not come from the woman, as opposed to not coming from the man, because it's totally the opposite. That was my point.
No. Again, I would push the incorrect part about that is that when they married their sisters, they this it's a matrilineal society. So the next pharaoh came was the nephew. It wasn't his sons. That's
Hey,
how
real quick.
societies
Sorry.
work.
Women in ancient Egypt. You got Egypt up there.
Okay. You still got an echo. That's you with the echo.
Is it all right? I tried to drop back in and come back out. Let me figure it out real quick, bro.
Women in ancient Egypt. What was you saying, Hurt?
I'm about to go get the book now. I have to. Now he gonna make me go get the book. Y'all have to pull it up.
Let's not forget the first king that unified Kemet was Narmer. It wasn't Narmerina. So let's not forget that.
All right.
Again,
Am I still
again,
echoing?
again, these fanciful tales of matrilineal society, having tea and all that, that's not how it worked. Narmer went and conquered those people. There wasn't no woman with him. It wasn't no egalitarian. No. So when you're talking about Egypt, remember where it started. That's all I'm saying. Like for real.
A1. Can you scroll down?
Let me
See if
just
you can.
read this really quickly, right? Legal equality in ancient Egypt. While patriarchal in structure, Egypt was unique because women were legally equal to men. They could own, buy, sell, and inherit land and property independently of male guardians, a level of autonomy rare in other ancient civilizations like Greece and Rome. When the word matriarchy was created by the Greeks, is because that's what they were looking at. They were looking at equal society where men and women were treated equally under the legal code, and they just could not fathom why they were doing that. Because in their where they're from, women had no rights.
Yeah, they were
So
based
like
more
I
on
get what you're trying to
caveman.
say, but like according to back then, especially back then, especially when it deals with Africa, like Black women, African women had way more rights than them Levantine, Mesopotamian, all of that stuff they had going on.
Right.
And that's why we fought so hard against it.
A1, real quick. Can you scroll down? Is it
Yes,
giving you any
sir.
options?
Gotcha. Hold on. Wait, what did you want? Well, tell me what you see that you want me to do. You watching?
You can just go to. I think the. See, wow.
Who are these people?
I know, right?
Oh, okay. Still, is that Cleopatra over there?
That's a phony.
Right.
Not that one, the other one. But just keep scrolling down because it's giving you. I don't even know what type of options it's giving you.
Am
You
I?
on AI, huh?
No, I just went to Google.
Oh, okay. Um,
You want to go to articles?
yeah.
This is still the AI overview.
Good
Click on
articles. There you go.
Okay.
Right there. Boom. Click on that. All right. You don't have to read the whole entire article, but let's just skim through it. That's giving you a general summary. Okay, the work. Let's see. Let's see if it has anything on rulership or anything like that.
I clicked on the table of contents. I see family and marriage, pregnancy and reproduction, childbirth, women playing an official role at the highest levels, women in ancient Egyptian literature, which women playing a role at the highest levels. Let's see what's that they're talking about there.
Yeah, it should be official role. Go to official role. Yeah, there you go.
There are few preserved examples of women as high officials. Some women are known to have become pharaohs. One example of a woman in a high state position is Nebet, who became vizier. The vizier was the highest official in ancient Egypt to serve the pharaoh during the Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. Vizier is the generally accepted rendering of ancient Egyptian. Yeah, I can't. Tajati among Egyptologists. Okay.
All right, scroll down just a little bit more. Go down. That talks about the society of keep going down. All right. You can start at ancient or Egyptian civilization.
This doesn't
also past power.
Is it your idea that Egypt was a matriarchy?
Well, it's both me and Issa trying to explain the matrilineal and how they seen rulership and how it passed down. So
Okay,
if you
well, let me read
says
this because we're about to skip over something where it actually covers that. It says typically in ancient societies, power was transferred from one male to the next. Women gave birth to the heirs, signaling importance towards marriage as well. The son inherited the power. And in cases where the king did not have a son, the throne was then inherited by the male members of the family further removed from the king, such as cousins or uncles. In this system, daughters did not automatically inherit power. But I'll keep going. I'm speed reading this, so that's how I caught that when you. Okay.
Right there, Egypt's preferred to be governed by a woman with royal blood. All right, being divine according to mythology, rather than by a man who did not have royal blood. So even though, and that's what I was saying, even though Kemet was a patriarchy, they ruled based on the woman's matrilineal bloodline. So I know it is confusing, but based on what Issa said, what I said in the beginning, and then what these articles are telling us, or this specific article is telling us, you see that it is passed through the woman, i.e. the matrilinealism or the matrilineal way of transferring ownership and power.
I don't think so. I don't agree with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Here to do that tonight. So, but you get. So
Wait, hold up. So
First of all, you yielded to my argument when you said, although it's patrilineal. Once you said that, you just was, but nonetheless, you got to understand that the pharaoh come from the Horus king, right? Not the Horus queen.
Well, we both hold on. We
Listen,
both admitted that Kemet was a patriarchy, so there is no way that I yielded to you just by admitting that Kemet was a patriarchy. But go ahead.
What I was explaining, and it's still Tahuti I'm speaking to, and to Mans. What I was explaining was that I still got the echo.
No, that was Tahuti. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, but that's basically what I was explaining. It wasn't a matrilineal society where the woman plays a key is because her bloodline is associated with the first Pharaoh king. So if she could have a son that's not even the oldest son, but just from her being closely related to the Pharaoh, linking her closer to the original Pharaoh, which is a representation of the Horus king, not the Horus queen. Therefore, it's still patrilineal, and any excuse that you try to make for the matrilineal is still rooted in patriarchy. So,
So again, what I was trying to say. So from checking the Diop's book, Cultural Unity in Black Africa, and what he talks about in his joint, page 60, and he talks about Kemet, and he says they are named after. You talk about the children. They are named after their maternal uncles and not after their fathers. It is not the sons who inherit from the fathers, but the nephews, the sons of the father's sister. I have never, and he's quoting somebody, said, I've never seen, I can look, but he says, I've never seen this custom anywhere. I've never met this custom. I've never met this last custom anywhere else, except among the infidels of Malabar in India. But he's, again, the system was a your kid, that show you again the matrilineal side. It's not your kids that's going to inherit the throne, it's your nephews that's going to inherit the throne. That's coming from
it's your sons that's going to inherit the throne.
Okay.
Seti had a son. That son was Ramses, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't his nephew. It was his son.
Okay, so and again,
so like certain periods, I will give you that. Certain periods, it may be possible.
There was no title.
Thing.
There was no title of king and queen. First of all, it was necessary. Everybody had that title.
Right. So we're just speaking for I'm a lady.
So we're talking about 4,000 years. Of course, not everybody's going to follow the thing. We talk about 4,000 years.
Right, but the consistent theme in Kemet was a matriarch, or rather patriarch. That was the consistent theme in Kemet, patriarchy.
That was not consistent. I just showed you.
You're talking about inheritance laws and certain aspects. That's based on the matrilineal side. I wouldn't argue that. But to say, that's patriarch. I mean, even like in Israel, a woman, she has her own property. She can retain that. She can have laborers. She can own businesses, whether she's married or not married. So are we going to make Israel a matriarchy because of that? Nah, we still going to say it's a patriarchy because it's ruled by a king. So y'all, like I say, y'all, this all started because the dude said that, the pharaohs come from women, and that's just patently false.
It's not false. Again,
if you're saying it comes from the woman as opposed from the man, if you're saying that it doesn't matter who the man is, that's patently false. Because a pharaoh could have no sisters and sleep with his first wife that he married or one of his concubines. That's not going to have the pharaoh switch to the sister son. Nah, it's going to stay with the man. So again, man, y'all surface level, it sounds good, but I just tend to look these things out and kind of look them through.
Real quick, your side to the panel. Any thoughts or comments on anything you've heard so far? You gotta unmute yourself.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Peace to everyone. Yeah, man, I just jump up here really quick to interact with the brothers. Shalom, Gideon, Shalom. I just jumped up here to interact with the people real quick because I'm just hearing the craziness, and the only one that's like even partially correct is Gideon, and the rest of them is just like making it up to try to cover up the dirt and filth in Egypt and try to make it seem like it's this perfect and they go through this mom. And so let's actually, as the brother was just pointing out, right? The multiple times we see that the Egyptians are passing it down through their sons. It's not all like he tried to bring up an instance or he tried to bring up a document. First, we need the document in which Saint Auntie Diop is getting this from. Two, we also need to see the circumstances in which this is talking about. Because like Gideon said, we can go through pharaohs and we can see that they're not going through the mother. As he just mentioned, Meron Ptah, he's a pharaoh, right? He's the son of who? Did he get the throne through his mother or did he get it through his father? Which one? That's the question you can answer.
Or you can just keep talking and answer your own questions, man.
Okay, exactly. So it came to who? So exactly. Then the pharaoh before him was who? Ramesses II. Did he get the throne through his mother or did he get the throne through his father? I'll wait, because we all know the answer. So then we're gonna go up to Seti number one. Seti number one, that's the one that before Ramesses II. Did he get the throne through his mother or did he get the throne through his father? And was his wife his sister? Was his wife royal? Can you prove that with ancient documents? These brothers, they making it up as they go. Two, I heard him say that the pharaoh marrying his sister wasn't incest. Did y'all really just hear that craziness? That's the definition of incest. He married his sister. On top of that, Ramesses II married his daughter. Y'all know that, right?
Damn.
So and then he said they doing this for political reasons. They not
Right.
okay. So was King Tut, was it not DNA tested that his mother and his father was brother and sister, and that's the person that got the throne? So when he say that they're marrying each other and they're not sleeping with each other and they're passing it through to their nephew, no. When they're marrying their sisters and they're marrying their daughters, they're sleeping with each other. They're producing children, and it's not going strictly through the mother. Because if you really want to get into all these different dynasties, some of these pharaohs aren't even related. So how is it being passed down through matrilineal when we got pharaohs that aren't even related to each other, that come and take over? It got real silent when all these facts start coming out. It got real silent.
Well, we just trying to practice the chords. That's all.
Hold up. Did you cover the Kemet was a 4,000 year last long civilization? Did you cover the whole 4,000 years? We're waiting for that.
Never said I was covering the whole 4,000 years.
Let me chime in real quick.
We never said it happened the whole time. Nobody 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 said it happened the whole time. You keep acting like this was something that happened the whole time. You pointing out short incidents, short time periods. 200, maybe 1 or 2 generations. We talk about 4,000 years. Covered the whole time period, not just little amount incidents where you have where you can show that you have some incest going on at this one time period. We talk about 4,000 years, man.
So thank you for finally opening your mouth when I asked you a question. You didn't have nothing to say. So as Gideon pointed out, he tried to make this the norm, talking about it go through the mother and through the auntie and stuff. That's why Gideon challenged him, and that's why I just jumped up here and challenged him. That's not the norm. That was the point of me and Gideon jumping up here and challenging. So you said we talking about one time period. Okay, Ramesses II, Meron Ptah, that's New Kingdom. Let's jump back a little bit. Let's go to Middle Kingdom. Amenemhat III. Where did he get the throne from? Did he get it from his mother or did he get it from his father? Do you even know who Amenemhat III's father is? I'll wait for the answer. Oh, okay.
Keep going.
Senuseret III. Did he get the throne from his mother or did he get it from his father? This is before the New Kingdom. So I'm talking about one period. Let's go to the next period. Did he get it from his mother or did he get it from his father? Is his mother royalty? Was his mother a queen before his father was a king? Or the next, whatever Egyptian words you want to use? All right, let's jump back to the dynasty. Let's jump back to the period before that. The first dynasties. right? Dynasties 1 through 5, 1 through 6, whatever you want to call it, right? Did they go through the mother? You the one that's trying to make the one instances or the outlier, the outside, the inheritance law that you never gave the circumstances for, make it the norm. We not listening to that. Pull it up with the facts and the documents and the pharaohs upon pharaohs that all did this. 2, you never answered my question, none about the incest. You never just touched on the incest about them really sleeping with each other. And 3rd, you lie about it being political. It's not about being political. It's a part of their culture. They believe that they were like the gods. They gods were brother and sister and they all slept with each other. So that's what they doing. They're imitating their deities. It's a part of their culture. It's not just because I got to marry the mother to become the king. Stop that. Or I got to marry my sister to become the pharaoh. Stop that. You're lying.
You finished?
Man,
Again, he only shows because he only picked out certain time periods, and he acted like this happened over the 30 dynasties that took place, or the 40 dynasties for those 4,000 years that took place. That does not happen, and it wasn't a normal thing that took place. That's the key point here. If you want to put it on the statistics, statistically, you're at fucking 10%, where we can say 90% of the dynasties of Kemet were not from incest. The kings, they were not from incest. You're only looking at small particular points in time. You have 4,000 years you have to cover. It don't matter if you did the first dynasty, you could go through the middle kingdom, the first kingdom, the old kingdom, the middle kingdom, the new kingdom. You still got 4,000 years, and you only picking out small little points in time that don't equal the whole or even equal half. It's not even half. So it's not a normal thing that took place. And I gave you my source from Check Out Your Geop that showed you that it came from that the majority of it, as it was stated and as should have been, comes from the nephew, the sister. It's a matrilineal thing, and that's just a black thing. It happens all over Africa. The only society that we know of that was purely patrilineal were the Zulus, were people in South Africa. So again, you're not showing this as being something normal to black people at all.
You done, brother?
A1, am I still
I
echoing?
put up some sources. I gave you my source. Where's your source?
Only when you're not talking.
You done, brother?
Yep. Wait for your source though.
Yeah. So what this is right here is what we call denial scholarship. Hey, denial is not just
anything.
Hey, can you stop interrupting now? I didn't interrupt you.
Small percentages.
I didn't interrupt you.
We need 50%.
I didn't interrupt you. Why you interrupting right now, brother? I know it hurt. I know it hurt. You ain't got to interrupt.
How is it hurt? You talking about? You know what?
I know it hurt. You ain't got to interrupt though.
You think your math is superior because you showing 10%. Nigga, you gonna lose at a bite. They gonna take you for money. You dumb as shit.
Done?
Go ahead, yo. Say what you got to say.
One, bro. You notice every time I get up here and hurt these guys' feelings, bro. They can't hold it. They can't hold it. When I ask them questions, it's silent. When I'm talking, they want to talk. That's crazy. So the brother gave you denial scholarship. Denial is not just a dirty river in Egypt. He's saying you're sure you're not giving me you're not giving me enough. Bro, I literally just gave you pharaohs from multiple different time periods, and you didn't answer one question about none of them and where their power is coming from. You know that, right? We started off with asking you about Menfertah, Ramesses II, and Seti. Those are New Kingdom. Then we went. That's what's documented as 1200. Then we jumped back even further back to Amenemhat III. When is Amenemhat III reigning? That's called Middle King. That's a whole. They're like hundreds of years apart. Amenemhat III. Ramesses II, right? That's 1200. Amenemhat III is 1800 BCE. That's not a long enough time frame for you. 600 years ain't a long enough time frame for you. Then we jump back into the first dynastic periods. When the Egypt is being started, as Brother Gideon said, they weren't started by what's the female version? You said Mandela. What you say, bro?
Yeah.
It was started by Mendes, my guy.
Yeah, Pharaoh.
Or who you want to call what's the Narmer, or you want to say it was started by Narmer. It wasn't started by Narmerina. And then I ask you, where does the power come from? Did he pass it down? Did the pharaohs get their power from his sisters, from his daughters? Or was it going through their children from son to son to son? You didn't answer any of that. That's what's denial scholarship. Then you try to talk about, oh, the incest is other. So one time frame. So pharaohs upon pharaohs from different dynasties. 19th dynasty, 18th dynasty. They sleeping with they sisters. That's small, right? When that's Egypt's greatest time period. That's when they're at their powerful. And you didn't address how they're not doing it just for political reasons. It's a part of their culture. This is what I mean by denial scholarship. So deal with what I just gave you. Is these pharaohs getting it from their mothers or not? Is they getting it from their sisters? Is they getting it from the women's side? I just gave you how many pharaohs? How many pharaohs you want to go through? How many? I got Amenemhat the third. Who comes after him? I mean, who come before him? Right? Senuseret the third. Right? Did he get it from his mama? Or did he get it from his father? Right? All right, let's go after Senuseret the third. Right? Predecessor, Senuseret the second. Did he get it from his father? Or did he get it from his mama? All right, you want to keep going? Let's keep going. Amenemhat the second. Did he get it from his mother? Or did he get it from? Dude, like, come stop playing with me, bro. Address what we actually asking you. Address the actual sources.
Go in the damn town.
Yeah, I just looked it up on AI, and my AI cites the sources along the way. There is no exact single percentage for all Egyptian rulers, but historians and genetic studies show that incest was fairly common among pharaohs, though not universal.
Right.
Rough scholarly estimate.
Right.
Many
Exactly.
Egyptologists estimate that around 20 to 40% of pharaohs came
Did
from
he
close
just
relative
agree with you,
communities.
A1, and try
No,
to act
wait.
like he was
Let
like
him
it was
finish
against
Let's
reading
him?
it.
just get
Let
let's
him
get to the
finish
bottom
reading
of the
it.
source. Let's get to the bottom of the source because I'm learning it as I'm
Finish
reading
reading it.
too. And if you want me to click the sources for these, I can. It says many Egypts. I already read that. In certain dynasties, especially the 18th dynasty and the Ptolemaic dynasty, the percentage was even higher because sibling marriage was deliberately practiced to keep the royal bloodline pure. So I guess that's the only time that it was deliberately practiced, or is that still an assumption? But let's keep moving. Examples of rulers born from incest. Okay, he gave those three. He went over way more than that. The practice was mostly limited to the royal family, not the general population. That's from Egypt Today. I don't know how credible of a source that is. Pharaohs did it for three main reasons: preserve royal bloodlines, prevent rival families from gaining power, religious symbolism, imitating gods like Osiris, Isis, who were siblings. And that's from Psalmist. Why did ancient Egyptians often practice consanguineous?
That's that word I apologize for trying to pronounce consanguinely, meaning they blood.
Consanguine. Key takeaway: not all Egyptian rulers came from incest, but it was a recurring strategy in royal dynasties. A reasonable academic range is roughly one quarter to a third of pharaohs having parents who were close relatives. So one third, okay, 1 out of 83. Short answer: 20 to 40% of Egyptian rulers likely came from incestuous unions, depending on the dynasty. If anybody want me to ask anything else off of that?
Wait, before you do, so basically he was right. The brother they were right. They were right what they were saying, the incest, and they showed it, and AI just agreed with them that they were right. And I would say also that I was right as well, because the AI showed that there was incest amongst the royal family. You know what I'm saying? You get that descendants amongst some of them, but it wasn't all of them. Is what my point was. It wasn't all throughout, it wasn't all throughout the reign. So I basically, we both right. We know that there was incest. They were sleeping with around, what I'm saying, the pass down that royal blood. And I'm not denying that. I said that it was, but I just don't think it was the norm, what it said. It wasn't the norm, and it wasn't for the 4,000 years for everybody doing. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it wasn't the norm, and it wasn't for the whole time period. So that was my point. So you was right. So yeah, y'all was right on that.
It said it wasn't the norm for the general population.
Hey, real quick, am I still
40% seems like normal for royal.
But they talk about but they said amongst the royal family though.
Amongst the royal family, 40% seems.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making the distinguishing what you were saying. It wasn't normal for. It wasn't normal for the general population to do it. It does seem like it was normal for the rulers to do it.
But there's still not majority of it. 40% is a lot, but it's not majority.
40%. It's still the
And this
minority.
goes to the
It's still,
conversation of whether it's a matriarchy or patriarchy. We
but
ain't, like you say, we ain't talking about the general populace. We talking about the rulers. Matriarchy, patriarchy. So
That's right. Yeah, but then we fell into the incest stuff and we went off on a tangent on that. And so, I mean, yeah. Like I said, y'all was right. You know what I'm saying? There was a big thing going on. You know what I'm saying? I ain't denying that.
Hey, real quick, am I still echoing?
nope, you good.
All right.
you straight.
So, well, first I want to say, the beginning of the conversation started with Gideon not knowing things about the Bible and the history of the end of women having equity and stuff like that, as far as economics and rulership. And then another thing is we brought
Elaborate.
sources.
Go on. Which part specifically?
So we brought hold
If we
on, we brought
started it by the
sources.
Bible, how we ended up in Kemet,
So
and
right.
your lack of knowledge of
So
Kemet.
we brought sources. So Hercules brought his book, Check Antijoke, and then I brought an article, any random article, which was with Wikipedia, on how it is matrilineal, right? So those agreed, and then when it came to the incest, I don't know. Even if you want to bring in incest, that doesn't debunk matrilinealism under a patriarchy, right? We first agreed that while Kemet was a patriarchy, it still had a matrilineal rulership, or as far as like extending power and stuff like that, right? And then when you brought up the incest, right, again, that doesn't even debunk matrilinealism, because one, with the incest, the AI, he just brought it up. First, it wasn't a sure percentage of it, and then it was an estimation, right? And then it was only for sure during the Ptolemy regime. So those three factors in itself makes that controversial, and we have no choice but to fall back on Check Antijoke and what we generally see when we read articles, whether it be Wikipedia, any articles on the World Wide Web. We still have to fall on Check Antijoke. So none of what you said debunks the whole entire beginning of the conversation, because Gideon yielded because he didn't know a lot of things, and he was off on the matrilinealism of even understanding how that operates.
Right. So
So
Hootie, but
hold
I'm
on,
gonna say this.
go ahead, Gideon, and I'm gonna go after you. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. I ain't gonna be long at all. Come on, say, bro. I got a lot of love for you, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Coming on stage, bro, because that take a lot of, gumption to come and spit what you think, bro. But you basically, what you just said was you repeating what you said before it was taken behind the what you and Massa said before it was taken behind the shade and beaten brutally. Massa admitted to saying, okay, the point that that you brothers making, I would agree. But I also would like to say this, and he brought out the general population. But what you chose to do was basically repeat yourself and start by saying, I didn't know the Bible, didn't bring up what I didn't know about the Bible, but then brought up the point that was just beaten brutally. So I just pass it to Kasai.
Khan, thank you. As he just said, your point was just beaten brutally, and all you're doing is repeating yourself. So let me actually repeat to you what the AI was reading. It said 40% of the pharaohs. That's talking about the pharaohs. 40% of them, they are a product of some type of incestuous relationship. When it got down to the Ptolemaic, it said the Ptolemaic in the 18th dynasty. The 18th dynasty is a native Egyptian dynasty. Stop lying. It said in those time periods, 1 out of 3 had a extremely close, like a brother-sister producing relationship. These dudes don't really know how to read and actually listen. A1 never went against what me and Gideon was saying. And then you brought up the generous populace. Every time we got up here and talked, we talked about the pharaohs. Did not me and Gideon always say the pharaohs is doing this? This is the way the pharaohs are thinking?
Obi-Wan.
So
Yes,
all he did was just repeat himself. So now I'm finna put the
Right. So
spotlight.
I had to repeat myself to
No, you're not. It's not
reinforce
your
the
turn.
point at
It's not your
hand.
turn to interrupt. It's not your turn to interrupt. And I'm finna show you how your source on Sheikh Anti-Diop, you don't know what you're talking about because you didn't read it fully. So I'm finna put the spotlight on you. What time period you want to get into that's talking about is going matriarchally? Which time period you want to get into? I'm gonna let you pick. You want the new kingdom, middle kingdom, or you want the old kingdom? Which one?
That is the argument.
So matrilineal, not
Which kingdom do
matriarch,
you want?
not matriarchal. I said matrilineal, bro.
Matrilineal. Which kingdom do you want? You want the new kingdom, the old kingdom, or the middle kingdom? Which one? Because I'm gonna run you down these pharaohs, and you're gonna have to prove that these pharaohs is getting it through their mothers and through the woman's side. Let's go. Which pharaoh are my bad. I'm finna cook you. Which dynasty, a grouping of pharaohs, do you want? You want old kingdom, middle kingdom, or new kingdom? I'll let you pick.
Old kingdom, man. Pick. Go ahead.
All right, let's go old kingdom.
What you gonna read? What are you gonna read to me after we just got through reading something that told you that it was matrilineal?
Let's get it. Old kingdom.
Are you doing confirmation bias? Are you gonna show us what you're reading? Are you gonna tell us what you're reading, or are you just gonna read it?
Narmer. Who came after Narmer? Right? Horror Eye, right?
Okay, so you bypassing the whole point. They have a mother though. They have a mom, right?
Answer my question. Who came after Narmer? Horror Eye, right? Okay, after him, who had the throne? Dejer, right? Who is these people's mother? Is it being passed down through their mother and through their sister, or is it being passed down through their father's lineage?
What was their mother's status?
Answer my question.
I don't know. Now,
okay.
What was their mother's status?
So now let's get to the jet, right?
Okay, but what was the mother?
I'm Salakia, Dejer. Who was he married?
Hold on,
to?
clarify your question, Hercules, because I know it's good. It's a good one. Go ahead, clarify.
What was the mother's status? I'm asking.
You didn't answer my question. Answer my question. Is it going through his mother, or is it going through the father? How's he getting the throne?
What was the mother's status, though?
Answer my question.
I don't know.
Okay, so why are you talking right now?
Because you haven't said what was the status.
Why are you talking right now? I'm questioning him.
Okay.
If you can't answer the question, then be quiet.
No, because you're not explaining it fully.
Yes, it is.
You're not explaining anything fully. All you're doing is going by the kingship list.
Nah, Massa actually asked a non-sequitur. Because if the mother was so important,
a good example would be
so he's trying to.
No, I'm gonna give you a good example.
I appreciate him stepping in for Tahuti because Tahuti is saying absolutely nothing.
Tut Moses the first mother was not the royal wife; she was a secondary wife. So I'm asking, what was the mother's status?
Bruh, once again, you just said you don't know, so therefore you should not be talking. The question is on this guy that keep trying to talk about his sources authoritative. If you don't know, and you don't know how the kingship is being passed down, why are you talking? If the kingship is being passed down from the father to the father, and you keep trying to say it's going through the mother, you supposed to know how it's being passed down. So stop interrupting. You don't even know who these people mothers are. If I ask you right now, who does your mother name is, you're gonna have to look it up. So what's this your mother name?
I don't know. Go ahead and finish, man.
Exactly. So be quiet, bro. Thank you.
But the point is that's not how it works.
When we actually stop interrupting.
It doesn't. That's not how it works.
Especially when we get to these older dynasties? If the mother is so important, why they don't know who the mother is? Because they don't even know who some of these people moms is. What are you talking about? Deserve. Who is his mother? Somebody tell me who is his mother.
Let us know when you finish.
That's that
Answer
Egyptian
my question.
romanticism.
Who is Deserve mother? Someone answer my question. Thank you. Okay, so after Deserve, we have Dejet. Who is Dejet mother? I'll wait.
Crickets.
If you're going to wait, then I'm gonna say
exactly. This is
we
exactly
waiting for you to get
exactly
through
what
to what
happened.
you
This is
saying
exactly
because we're
what
not
happens
asking you
when
no
these
questions
dudes
when we
are
make our
pushing a
point.
propaganda. These guys are pushing a propaganda to try to make it seem like this is a matrilineal or a matriarchal society, and it's all cookies and creams. And it's no. Let's stop playing. These
Which one?
especially these
Hold on. What
early,
is your argument? Because your argument don't match what we saying.
especially these
That's
older
why I gotta
dynasties.
repeat
If the
myself.
mother is so important, they don't even know who some of these people moms is. They know their father is. Yeah, we're going through the father.
Right. Exactly.
Stop playing, man. They can have the mic. They next. They
All
can
right,
have the mic.
all right, thank you. So your point has been made, and as A1 have already read it, and I've already said we basically both agree. And he showed you from the AI overview that it's only 40%. I don't know if you understand how percentages work, but 4 is less than 6, so 40 is less than 60. So therefore, your point is not the majority of the society, the majority of the royal people. It was only practiced amongst the royal people, and it was only 40%. That's less. That is not the majority. Second of all, I asked you the mother status because most of the kings, most of the sons, those are the people who became kings, they became kings through secondary wives. It wasn't from when they married their sisters. But as AI already proved it, that was the rest of the 60%. So the majority of them did not practice this. All right, it came from secondary wives. So yes, there was a lot of incest going on. I agree to that, but that was not the majority that was going on within the royal family. That's all I've been trying to say. That is not the majority of the practices. That was my point.
John, you actually fighting Tahuti battle. That's what it is. But I
And
see
another thing too
Cosmine.
to
I
add
see
on that,
Cosmine in
no
the chat.
matter how we
Let's
look
see
at
how
it,
on Cosmine.
it's still matrilineal.
Right. Says everything.
No matter how you look at incest, whether you want to think they did it 40% of the time, some of the time, the scholars have no clear estimation on it. It was possible, whatever, however you want to put on it. The point was we showed you 2 references. One was a book from Hercules, and then the second one was an article, right? So those 2 things show that it was matrilineal. Y'all just talking about pop quizzes and all this stuff about incest, and y'all getting the bomb like y'all did some. We talking about veracity, right? And y'all doing is being cyber bullies, pretty much. We coming with sources. Y'all mad, so y'all want to meet us outside in the park after class, and y'all want to fight. That's all it is. Y'all mad.
Nah, bro, we just beating up your doctrine, bro. There's nothing. We not
How are you beating up the doctrine when you don't even understand what you're saying? That's why he just had to skedaddle up out of here.
Yeah, nah, man. We don't take it personal, man. We ain't gonna do you like that, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man, you good. But like I say, man, the romanticism with Egypt has to stop, bro. You know what I'm saying?
There is no the romanticism with Greco-Roman fairy tales like the Hebrews hasn't stopped.
Yeah.
The Hebrews didn't exist, right? You like a fairy tale, and you Greco-Roman more than you are African.
So
you Hellenistic more than you are black.
The destruction of the Jerusalem temple, that didn't happen. That what you're saying?
What I'm saying is the Hebrews never existed And the destruction of Jerusalem doesn't prove that. That's just a name of a city.
So I mean, let's just
Was
start
there
there.
a Hebrew inscription?
No, let's just start there. Do you believe the city of Jerusalem was destroyed by the Romans?
Nah, just educate me on what you want to, what point you want to make. What point do you
No,
want to make?
you made an educated statement that the Israelites ain't much real. So I'm trying to see how you came to that. Like I said, but I appreciate
So,
you.
all right, so I'm gonna show you how. I'm gonna tell you how I came to the Israelites or the Hebrews or whatever didn't exist.
And I'm quite
Right.
sure the answer agrees with it. So please,
So
chime in.
we're gonna do this all over again, right? So first, the oldest
No,
surviving text of the
let's not
Hebrew
do that.
Bible or the
Let's not
Old
do that.
Testament.
Man,
Which one? So what? How do you want me to tell you that I came to this conclusion?
right, because I'm asking, are you saying the destruction of Jerusalem that wasn't real? That's something we could go to outside of the Bible, because I'm quite sure you don't believe in the Bible. So let's start there. From a historical standpoint, do you believe the destruction of Jerusalem was real?
So anything in history you can acknowledge as being real. So the destruction of a city, whether it be a holy city, a Roman city, whatever the case may be, that does not prove the existence of a certain people.
Okay, so why are you scared to say yes or no? Because we don't get to that.
Go
Based on
ahead, tell me. Was it? Do you think so? You thought it? You think it's real?
so now you asking me the question.
Yeah, I just want to know where you stand at with it.
Oh, you want clarification? Massa, bro, where you at, Massa?
Well, this between y'all. You know what we're talking about.
Well, I
It
mean,
was so yeah, it's real. It's real, but that doesn't the destruction of a city
okay, there we go. All right.
does yes, but that does not prove that a certain type of people existed.
So you believe
Because if this happened in the common era and the Hebrews were supposed to exist before that, then why are we having the why are we using that to prove that the Hebrews existed?
Because it doesn't
This was
matter.
a whole different time period.
It doesn't matter what happened before that.
So now it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. So like what? So when does it matter?
We're speaking.
And the fact that it doesn't matter, it like is further indication that the Hebrews didn't exist, because now when we talking about it, it doesn't matter now.
No, it doesn't matter because for the sake of time, we don't have to go through every single artifact proclaiming Israel is real. We're not going to do that. So we can go to some critical time points in verified history that establishes Israelite. So that's there.
Gideon.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you choppy. But go ahead.
Now, so that's basically what I was saying. Let's go to a verified time in history where history speaks of Israelite. That would be the destruction of Jerusalem. So do you believe it happened?
In the year 70 of the Common Era, or what are you talking about?
Right, that said it happened, right? Am I still breaking up?
Yeah, you are.
I'm back.
Cosmon says facts. Gideon on point.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Of course.
Thank you. So I my bad, man. I got a phone call, so you know when you're on your phone, it disconnects you from the YouTube for a minute. So I didn't get to hear much of what the brother said, but I heard him start bringing up the incest thing. When I was just talking the last time, we weren't even really focused on the incest thing. I was on focusing on proving that it's getting past matriarchally or matrilineal. That's the point of what I was bringing on and bringing up these pharaohs. But since you wanted to bring up I'm gonna get on something, but really quick. So let's get into something really quick. Anajib, right? He's supposed to be the pharaoh after Dan and whatever. You keep on trying to push that it's matrilineal. Who is this person's parents? Because when you actually look at the scholarship behind it, they don't know who his parents are. If it's being so quote unquote passed through matrilineal, why is it not being consistently passed on through their mothers and through their sisters and whatever? Sometimes these pharaohs and stuff aren't even related. This is what we've seen. They making this stuff up. They're trying to romanticize it.
Sometimes. Okay, let me address
So
that real
you're
quick.
not, it's not your turn
Let
to
me
cut
address
in.
that real quick.
No, it's not your
No,
turn to
so
cut
all
in.
right, so land
No,
your plane
you're not
because
finna cut
your
in. You
engine on
finna be
fire.
quiet. Thank
Hold on,
you.
Tahuti.
Thank you. You
We
finna be
definitely
quiet.
gonna let you cook. We definitely gonna let you cook. Go ahead.
Because you keep on trying to go. All right, and this is and now y'all niggas y'all really want to talk. Y'all really finna get embarrassed because they keep on talking about that's only one part of this. There's only one part of here. So let's jump all the way back to the first, the first dynasty, back into the first dynasty, right? Talking about this is only in one period. Remember the pharaoh I mentioned up, the Jet, right? The Jet, right? His name is spelled Djet. This is the first dynasty. He's like the fourth or fifth pharaoh to rule over Egypt. Guess who he married? His sister. And y'all talking about this ain't the norm. The first dynasty of Egypt, and they're already marrying their sisters. I'm gonna say Gideon. That was a bad echo. But yeah, first dynasty, and they already married their sisters, and y'all keep on telling us the same. I try to move on from the incest thing, and y'all keep on pushing me. Y'all lost already. Leave the incest thing alone. Y'all lost already. We moved on to the thing. We're on to the matrilineal thing. Let's get to that part. I gave you. I let him pick. He picked the old kingdom. So I went through the old kingdom pharaohs and told him to show how it's being passed through the mother. Most of these pharaohs, they don't even know who the moms are. But we see is they keeping track of the fathers. They know who the father is. They know it's going through the father. On top of that, these pharaohs still have multiple women. You're not proving that it's going through his sister or through a woman. But we keep constantly seeing this through the father. And you already knew you want to go to the middle kingdom. We can go through the middle kingdom. It's a little bit more better records because it's not as old. We have list of wives and stuff. It's still been passed through the father. You know that, right?
Well, with all due respect, I only picked the old kingdom, so you should be landing your plane pretty soon.
I don't care which one you pick. I'm showing the fact that you lying. You're a liar.
But we don't.
You're a liar. So
We want to address one point at a time.
Address what we just
We
brought
don't need
out.
you to be long winded.
Address
I
what we
want to
just
address
brought
one
out.
point at a time.
No, address both of them. Thank you.
You done? All right. So first, you came on right off the bat. You didn't know whether you wanted to talk about matriarchy or matrilineal transference because you keep naming kings and their sons. These people not born just out of thin air. They have moms. We don't have to name all of their moms. You can look them up. It names that. The successor to Narmer is the son of the queen. If you bring those pharaohs up and you click on the actual names of the consorts or whatever they name, they're going to give you a list of consorts. So whenever you click on them, they give you in detail mother, sister. So how can it not be matrilineal?
I'm glad you said that.
Just
Hold
naming
on.
the kings
What's his mother
and
name?
pop quizzing us is not going to defeat any scholarship that tells you that it's matrilineal.
What's his mother name?
We
What's
brought up
Hola's mother name?
articles. We brought up check and to joke. How hard is that to understand?
What's his
Your
mother's
voice
name?
inflections, and your emotion does not defeat scholarship, brother.
What's his mother's
A1,
name?
can I get the bomb for that one?
No, because that shit was
Emotions does
trash.
not
What's his
Hold on,
mother's name?
defeat
Let's let
scholarship, brother.
Tahuti cook, y'all. It's Tahuti chance to cook. Go ahead, Tahuti.
Right. So, and another thing, I don't know why you keep bringing that up like you made a point. You don't make a point just by naming the kings and acting like as if just because we don't know the names of the mothers by heart that they didn't exist. You can look at the list and see that the mom of the next pharaoh, of the next succeeding pharaoh, was the wife of the reigning king, the previous king. So what are you talking about? You just made that up and you use your voice inflections to get bombs and blank shots. You did all that for nothing, brother. Now I land my plane.
Thank you. What's Narmer's wife name? That the son was passed through. Thank you. It's always
So
quoting my
hold on, because they don't list the name of the mom. That means they probably didn't know, right? But they have his daughter, they have all his female kins, and they have sons who are heirs to the throne. So again, you're not
So you just
disproving
made that up.
anything by asking me. I just said that, and you just repeated yourself. All you did was repeat your question that I just told you. We just verified that it didn't matter. Because you don't know who the name of the mother is, doesn't mean that the daughter didn't exist. The sister didn't exist. They show you a lineage, and they include more women as time goes by because they're starting to learn more things. And if you look up what Kemet was, you get a patriarchal matrilineal society. It's not hard to understand after all the information that we just gave to you.
Thank you for being very long-winded on my time and saying nothing at all. So he keeps saying that it's being passed down matrilineal through the mother. I keep asking him, who is these people moms, and he don't know. How is it being passed through their mom and you don't know their mom? Their mom is supposed to be this royalty, right? Their sister or something is supposed to be this royalty. So it's supposed to be passed down through them, right? But you don't know who they are. But you know who the father is. You know who the king is. And then you keep saying this dumb sentence that I want y'all to pay attention. Oh, it's not the king's son, it's the queen's son. First of all, she's only the queen because she's married to the king. It's still his child. Like, stop being stupid. He got the throne because he's the son of the king.
Hey, no name calling.
So once again, brother, I'm gonna give you whatever pharaoh you want, and we're gonna try to establish that they're going through the matrilineal, the woman that you keep opposing, because you're not answering my question. So who is this sister or who is this woman that he's getting the throne from? Take your time and look it up, because you're just talking, you're not giving me an answer to prove that it's matrilineal. So from Narmer goes Horah. Who's his mother? Who's his sister? And who's giving him the throne? I'll wait. Then from there it goes to Dejet. Who is Dejet's mother? I'll wait, because the scholars don't know. Who is Dejet's sisters? And how did he get the throne from them? I'll wait. And two, is his sisters and stuff, is his wives his sisters? I'll wait. Show me that his wives and everything are all related through his mother, and that they're passing it down through the mother. I'll wait. The first time we see a brother and sister marriage is like is in the first dynasty with the Zer, right? And he married what's the chick name? No, I'm sorry, Dejet. We see it with Dejet, and he marries his sister Marinith. Before that, you don't even see nothing with a woman and being incorporated in any kind of passing down of anything. So why are you lying? We keep saying it's patrilineal, 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 patrilineal. He marries his sister because he's a weird freak, and then it still goes down to the son. And then the pharaoh after that, he's not related to them at all. So how is it going matrilineal? Please explain. We just list off how many pharaohs? Narmer, Horah, Dejet, Dejer, Den, and then after Den it goes what? A Nineveh. We just gave you how many pharaohs? Show that it's going through the mother's lineage. In all of these pharaohs, I'll wait.
So as they already showed, man, it was when you talking about the wives, them getting married, it was many of the kings, many of the people, if you, because you, first of all, like he said, you haven't
he's trying.
what you haven't provided any evidence whatsoever. You just talking. All right. So second of all, as I've already said, the king will marry the sister, but if they don't, the ones who were doing incest, if they didn't have no sons, they would have kids with the secondary wives. And I've already gave you proof of this. Tutmosis the first is an example of that. And you have other kings that did the same thing. So that's why I asked you, what was the status of the wife that they married? What was their status that they had? Were they a royal wife? Was they a secondary wife? That's how you know. And so it's still being passed down through the mom. And that's just how it was. That's how it was. And you do the same thing with Tutmosis II, was a secondary wife. Tutmosis III also had a secondary wife, but you have people like Tutmosis IV, who was a royal wife. So you have to show what was the status of the wife. You keep saying who was King Djet's mother or wife. We asked you what was her status. I don't know her name. I'm not going to be looking up all these damn people, but we already showed you that this still was only a small percentage of incest, and this still is going through, pass it down through a mother who had royalty, or who didn't have royalty, but it had the secondary wife. Wait, the secondary wife. The reason they had a kid with a secondary wife is because they wanted to have a son. If they're not producing a son, then it goes to the next woman. So he could have a son.
The point he's making is, and we're making, is matrilineal. I mean, it's patriarchal or patrilineal. It's not matriarchal in no way. Just for the simple fact, you have to ask who is the wife, like what is her status. Just for the simple fact that you got to ask that after we have the information, meaning the general information provides the pharaoh. That just shows I don't know. It seems like you're not getting it. Like, we're not talking about we talking about patriarchal or matrilineal. So yeah.
Yeah,
right. But even then, real quick, your skepticism is unwarranted because we just gave you one check antidote saying that it was matrilineal, and then we gave you an article on, you know what I'm saying, on the internet.
So he's presenting the primary evidence. He's presenting the primaries. So if
no,
you're
hold on.
making,
Nobody's
if you're
presenting.
saying that
Hold on.
Sheikh
Who's presenting the
Antijob,
primaries?
no,
What are you talking about?
Kasai said he read Sheikh Antijob as well, and it's not saying that. So since you're
But that's
saying
what he's saying. But we're
exactly. So
going by
follow,
what you can bring up and verify. And
right.
that's the
So follow
problem.
me.
Y'all
Follow
haven't
me.
brought up anything that
No,
we can verify
Hootie,
that
follow me. Follow me.
debunks matrilineal
Right. Follow me.
transfers.
Right. Follow me. So you're saying Sheikh Antijob is saying it's matrilineal. Kassad is saying Sheikh Antijob ain't saying that. So he's presenting primary pharaohs to you. And since both of y'all are saying different things, that is your time to show in the primary sources where is it matrilineal at. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I did show. I did review one primary source, which was the throne. Like the pharaoh's throne is the mother's lap. That's symbolic of matrilineal transference. I brought that up earlier, right? And obviously through all the other side points and stuff like that, we got sidetracked. But we brought up primaries on our end, and just pop quizzing us on who the mother's names are is not a primary source. That's just a argument tactic. Because now you're saying because nobody didn't know who Medea's grandma was, that there's no way Medea is the boss. You know what I mean? That's pretty much the same argument that you're making. That makes no sense.
And I just hold on. I just looked it up. I just looked up Nesabidi Namar. He married what's her name? It says Nith Hotep, and she was a princess from Lower Egypt. So he married her so he could have divine rulership, and his kids through her only had rulership because of her. So I don't understand how that's not showing matrilineal.
Hey, now you see how he talking right now. Now I'm on him, right? Okay. Who was Norma's wife? I'll wait.
I just said it says Neath Hope. I just look. It says Neath Hotel.
That's his only one.
Oh my gosh! Now I have to look up how many. I just looked up who was he married to.
No,
That's
the
all I
point.
looked up.
See, now he trying to build on a sub point to try to
why is you
cope with
talking?
the
You
fact
just
that
got cooked.
we
Be
don't have
quiet.
we don't have all that stuff, bro.
Please.
Trust me,
Me
you
and
don't
bro
know
is
what you
talking.
talking about.
You don't know what you talking about. Let him get cooked. So I'm finna cook him.
You're not cooking anything, bro.
He said it says his wife is Nihotep. All he had to do was go and fact check what he just said. It says possibly Nihotep. It is uncertain whose normal wife is. They do not know. It's not documented fully in any source. This is Norma's wife, Nihotep. That's not documented. So when he says, "Oh, we do not," no, you don't. You're
Who is she
lying.
the mother of, though?
Why
Who
is
is she
you
the mother
talking?
of?
Why is you
Who is
talking?
she the mother of?
Why is you talking?
Who
Why
is
is you
she the
talking?
mother of?
Why is you talking? And you see now you finna get the smoke, right?
But again,
Norma, who his wife?
yeah, you moved the
Who's his
goalposts
wife?
again. No,
Who's his
he's
wife?
right. You moved the goalposts.
Who's his wife?
You
Who's
asked me
Norma's
to look
wife?
them up, and then we looked them up, and now it's like, well, it's not certain that she was the wife. I mean, come on, man. Which one you want to do? Come on.
Because you're lying. You just try to make it seem like he had authority because he married this princess. Prove that that's
That's
his
what it
wife.
said.
Who
Now
was she the
prove that
mother
that's his
of?
wife.
She was a princess from Lower Egypt.
Prove that was his wife.
What do you mean prove it? It just said that she was. You just said nobody could prove it, but now you want to fucking prove it. Come on, man.
Because you making it up. You trying to make it seem.
You just. How am I making it up? I just told you I
Now,
looked it up.
now drop the
So how am
mic,
I
please.
making it up?
Drop the mic, please. Please, now
If I
nobody else
looked it up,
interrupt on my time. I let y'all talk. Nobody else interrupt on my
you ain't
time.
making no sense,
He
man. Come
keep
on.
trying to say he just tried to deposit. Listen to this very clearly. He just tried to posit to y'all. Narmer married this princess of Lower Egypt, which is why he got the authority, and that his son's authority came from marrying this princess of Lower Egypt. That is unfounded. That is not a fact. He made that up. When we pull up Narmer's wife, they do not know who his wife is. So this whole he married a prince of Egypt stuff, you just made it up. The facts say that we do not know who his wife is. We don't know.
Who says it? Who
It's
says
right.
it?
Hey, why is you interrupting? Why is you
Give us a
interrupting?
source, man.
Why is you interrupting?
Give
I'm
us a
right here. Hey,
source.
Because
I'm
you
right here.
long-winded, bro, on the
It
same
don't
point
matter because
over
I
and
let
over
y'all
again.
talk, and then when I ask y'all
Who is
questions, y'all
Narmer's
quiet.
successor?
Shut up. Shut up. Narmer's successor is Horror Ah. Who is Horror Ah's mother?
You just named her. We talking about her
It says
now.
Neath Hotel.
And that's
Case
incorrect.
closed.
That is
Case
incorrect.
closed.
Okay, then
They do
who was
not
he
know
then?
who Horus Ara's mother is. It is
Who
not
says that?
documented nowhere that they have Horus Ah's mother.
Who says that? Who
I'm
said
right
it?
here I'm looking it up right here on Wikipedia. Pull it up.
Who said it? They had
Pull it up. It's right
Wikipedia
here on
has source.
Wikipedia. Pull it up.
Wikipedia has sources. So who's the source that said that?
There is no documentation of his mother. Pull it up.
So what he's trying to do is because she was possibly not Normer's wife, he's saying that now she can't be his mother. But if we know that
pull it up.
we know who his mom is,
This
so that's case closed.
You say, okay, prove it's his mom.
Bro,
I'll wait. Pull it with the Egyptian document that's his mom. I'll wait.
Horha became the next in line. Neath Hotep was his mom. So I don't understand.
Show the documentation that's his mom. I'll wait.
Bro, this is classic gaslighting right
No,
here,
that's
bro.
what you.
All right,
You have to
so
prove that.
I'm finna show
You
how
gaslighting us right now, bro.
Is really
Come on, man.
All because you mad
So-
because we started up.
Nah, he just
telling
asking
you.
for the sources where y'all getting it from. There's only so many kings.
He asked us a question. We answered it.
So when we say who these people are and where do they line come from, we have lists such as the Turin Canon list. We have the Abydos Kings list. We actually have these lists in which they're listing off these people. We have these actually in
They
their
all
tombs.
had moms though.
Why is you interrupting? Stop
because
interrupting.
you're being redundant now.
Interrupting.
You're
No,
being
you being
redundant.
stupid. That's the problem.
That's a fallacy.
That's because you being stupid. That's the
You're
problem.
you're being fallacious right now.
That's his mom.
You're repeating the same thing over and over again.
To who do you gotta
We
let him
just
finish?
told you.
To who do you gotta let him finish?
Thank you. Thank you. So, and we also have, like he said, from Greek times, we have Manitos in their king list. We have documents that shows that who these people are related to. Guess what? It never mentions that it's just his mom. So you keep trying to posit that they're getting this transfer of power from this woman with no source. You said it's his mom. The simple Wikipedia that y'all pulled up says that is not his mom. If you pull up Hor right now on with Narmer, I'm gonna pull up Narmer first. Go to his successor, Hor Aha. No mention of a mom. They don't even really know if Narmer is his father. What is we talking about?
All right, are you finished?
Oh yeah, because
Because
if
I'm on
now you're
Wikipedia.
saying they don't know
I'm
if
on
he's his father
Wikipedia.
now. Come on,
Well, hold
bro.
up. I'm on
Go ahead,
Wikipedia right
Hercules.
now, and I typed in Neith Hotep. It says she was subsequently considered to be the wife of the unified Egyptian first pharaoh Namar and the mother of Horha. All right, so it doesn't say it hasn't been proven, is in doubt. It just says she is considered to be his mom. And hold up, and they have hold up. It was, and that's by Toby H. Wickerson, the early dynastics, Egypt strategy, securities, and societies, from his book. That's who they're getting it from. So again, you keep moving the goalposts, man, and so this conversation is going in circles. I'm done, man. It's done.
You done? So I want him to understand what he also read. He said he says it's considered subsequently considered. This is their consideration after the fact, after the time. It's not happening during the present event. There is no present documentation that says anything of what he posited. When we ask for king lists and transfers of power, these are actually documentations. We see in several kings lists, it goes from Mendes or Narmer to Horah. We literally see it. Whether or not you want to say it's his son, we see the transfer of power from him to him. We get the same thing when we go into the Bible. We see a transfer of power from Saul to David, to David's descendant Solomon, to Solomon descendant Rehoboam. Document. Egypt, document. I asked you for the document. You did not pull up any document. You don't even understand what you're reading. Actually, Google. How about you take a second and Google what the point is reading? It's literally telling you
Oh my
this is
goodness.
considered after the fact. After what fact? After what happened? Meaning the modern Egypt topics come on, we can say, oh, this might be his father. We don't really know. This might be his mother. We don't really know, though, because it's not documented. If the woman is so important, documenting transfer of power, why is she not listed? Why is none of the daughters and none of that listed in being the transfer of power? I'll wait. If it's such a matriarchal society, it's matrilineal. But we see constantly a male transfer of power throughout multiple years in history, throughout different dynasties, throughout different time periods in Egypt. Stop making stuff up.
You good? You done? All right. So once again, you keep asking for the dumbest things ever. Like, why are you asking us to name by heart everybody's mom to prove that Kemet was matrilineal?
Bro, I'm not
That
asking you
makes
by heart.
no
I'm asking you
sense.
to go and pull up an ancient Egyptian
Then when
document.
we go into
Thank
it,
you.
then when we go into it and we get these names for you because we're appeasing you so that you can understand. Then when we get them, now you saying no, it's not his mother. And then when we tell you that it is, then you say, well, possibly doesn't matter. Do you realize if we ask you to show something to show us that the Hebrews exist, you'll be doing way worse than what we're doing now?
Hey, okay.
You'll be trying to get some artifacts that don't belong to you and say they the Hebrews.
Okay, hey,
We're not
Gideon,
doing
are
that
you
on
able to share
the flip
screen?
side. We're not doing that. We giving you source after source. We going by your standard to get you the information that you need, and then when we get you the information, you don't like it. You don't appreciate it. You
A1.
habitually naysaying everything that we say out of spite.
You
It's
done?
like you throwing a temper tantrum right now, bro. For no reason. We gave you all the references. and details that you needed and asked for, and it's still not enough.
Nah, but
You like a
that
little
ain't
kid
it.
that asks for one piece of cookie, and then now all of a sudden when you get one piece, you want two.
Tahuti, that's
Then when
not
we
it,
give you
man.
two, now you want three.
This what it
And then
is. Nah,
because now you all decide because we gave you three like you wanted. Now you saying,
no,
well, they was chocolate chip. They need to be white macadamia.
no, Tahuti,
That's what
brother.
you pretty much doing right now.
The issue is, bro, and I hate to throw Mance under the bus. He conceded to the point, but you kept going with it. So it's like, like, man, how much can you take, bro? So that's what it is, bro.
So he conceded to incest, which again, incest does
Hey,
not disprove matrilineal transference. It does not disprove that whether you want to accept that they had incest or disbelieve that they had incest. Whatever you want to do, but that has no effect on the dynamics of what a matrilineal society is. So incest is out of the equation because that has nothing to do with anything. Now, after we went through the sources and references to tell you that it was matrilineal, now you move the goalpost just like Hercules said, and now you want us to name everybody's mom just so you can make this fantasy burden of proof that it was matrilineal. That's not how you prove matrilineal.
hey, thank you for talking about and not actually proving anything. And Gideon was absolutely correct. A1, I just need you to share can you just share? Can you Google up? Can you pull up Google real quick and just share something for me, please? So he said. So he said if I wanted to prove the Hebrews and the Israelites, I have a hard time. So let me bust his head real quick. First thing, can you pull up? Can
See,
you
this is
pull
what
up?
I'm saying,
Shut
bro. I
up!
just
Shut
use that
up!
as an example, bro.
No, because this is how
No, bro, you
I'm
gotta
finna show the
stand on
difference.
that, bro.
I'm finna show the difference between me and you. I asked you for something, I can pull it up. You asked me to pull something up, I'm gonna pull. You can't pull it up. You can't prove what you're saying with facts. I can prove what I say with facts. So, A1, first thing I need you to look up. Can you look up the Moabite stele? It's spelled Moabite and then Stele. Or a Moabite stone, same thing. Yep, right there. So if he asks me, bro, prove the Israelites real. Prove King Omri is real. Prove the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah is real. Well, this is an archaeological artifact right here. That not only shows the transfer of power from King Omri on to his sons and the kings of Judah, but it also proves the history of Israel coming into the promised land, conquering the Exodus, all that. So when I say pull up the document, pull it up. Now, next thing, can you look up for me? Can you look up the Hezekiah seal? Hezekiah, Hezekiah. I might spell that wrong, but I think I spelled it right.
That
Hezekiah,
was
and
right.
then Hezekiah, then seal, Seal. Right. So when we actually pull up these artifacts, right, this is an actual artifact that was found in the dirt, and it actually proves the transfer of power from Hezekiah, the king of Judah, from his father Ahaz. Right? Y'all keep talking about patrilineal and matrilineal. Prove it with documentation. Y'all try to say the Bible is patrilineal because we see father to father to father to father. We say, hey, we can prove that with documents. You trying to say Egypt is matrilineal, we saying prove with documents and you can't. You're going to first you can't pull it up with a primary. You're going every time we challenge you on a primary, oh, we ain't got it. You asking for too much. But if I challenge you, you couldn't do it. Bro, can you read what's on that actual seal? It literally says 2 or 4. Hezekiah, son of Ahaz, king of Judah. That's literally what it says on the seal right there in the impression. Right? So when you don't I'm the wrong nigga to challenge. I'm the wrong Hebrew to be challenging, bro. You better off playing with one of them low level little niggas, man. For real.
All right.
So when we get hold
Can you
on,
go
I got
back?
it. I got it.
Can you go back to that
I got it.
source?
Nope, I
Can
got
you
I
go
got
back to his first source real
I got
quick so
another
I
thing
can
I'm
go
finna
over?
pull up. I got another thing I'm finna pull up. Stop interrupting. Next, can you pull up the Isaiah seal? Just keep the same seal part and then put Isaiah name in the front. A1, did you hear me?
My bad. What you want me to pull up?
Yeah, can you just delete the Hezekiah part and put Isaiah in the front? The name Isaiah in the front. Right. So there's another archaeological find that actually documents what's actually in the Bible and what actually me and Gideon says. Right. It actually literally says Isaiah the prophet. Right. And literally what it says on the inscription right there, on the seal right there. So when I told him pull up a document that's his mother, pull up something that said that this is mother and the transfer of power came from that woman, pull it up in the Egyptian document. Don't try to pull up something that someone else is in trying to interpret or infer with no primary. What is the actual document in which this is coming from? Two, you mentioned to take anti-Diop. In what circumstances is he talking about? Because that's not the norm. Please actually come with some sources, bro. Like that's not a source. What you mentioned is not sources, bro. Actually come with an Egyptian document. One of them, turn canon, the Abylos list, something. Dang, bro. Like step your scholarship up.
All right. So none of those relics or artifacts that you brought up had any Hebrew inscription on it. It was Canaanite or either somebody else's inscription on it. Also, a lot of those things that you brought up doesn't even translate to what you say it translates to, because those are biblical scholars saying that. I'm serious, bro. Are you laughing? But I'm serious. But like I said, we brought you all those references that told you it was matrilineal. So there's no argument after that. You can ask as many questions as you want. You can be as cunning as you want to. You can pop quizzes all you want to try to know trivial things by heart. You can do all that, but that's not going to disprove a matrilineal transference in Kemet or in African society in general.
This is sad. Hey man, it's documented in Egypt is going man, but it's matrilineal. You right, bro. Whatever. Hey, this is funny and this is sad. He said that those are
Oh wait,
Hebrew,
he
those
thinking.
are other.
Wait, yo,
This is
you thinking
sad,
just
man.
because
This is
it's
sad.
a son, it's a
This
son.
is sad.
The son is a king. That means patriarchal.
This
That
is
doesn't mean
sad.
patriarchal, man.
This is
Right,
sad.
and that proves that he's getting matriarchy and matrilineal
This is sad.
confused
You're
with
getting
patriarchy.
the
He's
concepts
getting it
confused,
all
man.
confused.
Just because he had a son, his son have a son, and he has a son. That's not patriarchal, man.
Man, now y'all changing definitions, man.
No, we're not.
Nah, don't try to project when we brought up a key point. Don't try to project now.
We showed you that the transfer. First of all, we showed you that the transfer is made when from the woman's side. It depends. I'm saying the woman's status. We showed you that, and so I thought actually I made a mistake, and I thought you was going to catch me on it, but y'all didn't even catch my mistake, so I ain't even going to say it yet right now.
No,
but
I caught you. I caught you. I'm just waiting for the
Nah,
right
he gonna
time.
pretend like he caught it. Look at him. He pretending like he caught it now.
Hey, one. I need you to pull up one more thing for me on Google. Can you pull up patrilineal definition, please? Because he just literally just said because it's going father to son, the father to son, the father to son. And you think that's patriarchal, right? That's what he said. He's trying to say he meant to say you think that's patrilineal. That's literally the definition of patrilineal, going from father to son, the father to son, the father to son, the father to son. A1, pull up Google real quick
We
and pull
just
up.
but hold
Pull
on.
up.
See,
No,
you
shut up.
confusing it
No,
again. That's what
no,
I'm
shut up.
saying.
No,
Go ahead
shut
and
up.
pull it up.
No,
We
shut
know
up.
that
No, shut
Kemet was
up.
patriarchal, but we
A1,
telling you the
pull up
transfer of
patrilineal
power was
definition.
matrilineal.
So the patrilineal definition, it literally says relating to based on the relationship to the father or the descent through the male line. Power, as we showed multiple times in Egypt, they're passing it down malely. From one male to the next male to the next male to the next male, and it's through the
Oh
male.
my gosh!
I
But you
brought
know,
up
oh my
multiple
God.
pharaohs and I asked you who is their mother and show that their mother is the one that's being given the transfer of power. None of y'all ever did it. He just cooked himself and said because it's going from father to son to father to son to father to son that is not patrilineal. We done. I'm done talking to these niggas, bro. I'm done.
Oh my
I
God!
think they glad.
You
They
got
glad.
patrilineal up there. Nobody said anything about patrilineal this whole time, and you put it up there to try to inject what you wanted to talk about this whole time, bro.
That's schematics, man. That's bad, bro. For some reason I'm chopped
No,
up. I don't know.
no, man. You, as Tootie just said, yes, that's a patrilineal line, but it's still dependent on the mother's power. Is it? Yeah, you. It was Man, you got to remember these people came from the South, man. They had the same exact culture rules that they did in the South, in
You
Southern
trying to
Africa
buy?
and in Central Africa.
You trying to buy the him in it, bro? Don't do it, bro.
Because you're not understanding it. It's like y'all, you're proving your point that it's passed through the son, but it also depended on the mother's power, her position, man. That's the part that you're not. That's the part that you're not getting. It wasn't just because it was the son. That's what we're saying. It wasn't just because this is his son. So basically, I mean, truthfully, if you're looking at it, you're both right. It was patrilineal going through the father, but it depends on the status of the mother, whether or not this son becomes the king or his nephew becomes the king.
No, man, bro. Man, that's bad, bro. Like y'all gotta stop with the cognitive dissonance, bro, and the confirmation bias, bro, and all this romanticism of Egypt, bro. It's crazy.
You
Because if
don't
y'all was
understand royal.
really, if y'all was
Yo,
really
that's
in the
why I
book,
said you rehearsed that because you
break
keep saying
break
that.
down royal lineage. Then break down the royal lineage and how it works.
we broke it down several times, but
Not
then
just
we
No, you
again.
didn't.
then we
You was
went to
asking a whole bunch of
AI
questions.
broke
You was
it down.
asking a whole bunch of redundant questions. You didn't break anything down. We did the breakdowns for you. You just didn't
No,
like it.
all y'all did was just say no, that ain't true, without bringing one lick of source or evidence or anything.
We brought you the source. It
Hey,
depends on the
A1.
status of the
Yeah,
mother.
that's crazy. That's
A1.
delusional right there. That's what religion doing to you, bro. You hate
A1.
No,
Egypt so much, just like the Old Testament tell you to, that you don't even want any type of resources from us any way or anyhow.
right.
So wait, hold up.
A1.
All right, so hold up. Here it is.
Excuse.
I typed it in here. I typed it in. The role
No,
of the
no, worry,
mother.
bro.
Nope,
I'm
nope.
finna get
The
up out of
role.
here. That's why
Nope.
I'm
You
trying to
asked me to
close
bring
out.
your
I'm not
source.
finna keep listening
Here-
to these dumb
Nope.
stuff y'all
Nope.
talking about.
The role
Y'all,
of the
y'all
mother.
ain't talking about nothing.
The role of the status of the mother in Kemet in ancient
Oh
Egypt.
my
The source
god.
of legitimacy. The royal wife, the principal queen, was seen as the guardian of the royal lineage. Ideally, the successor was the son of the king by his chief wife, or his chief wife, her high status as chosen as a close blood relative, often the king's sister, provided double legitimacy to their heir. So again, it depended on the status of the mother.
Hey, A1, real quick, can you go back to women in ancient Egypt and then go back to that article real quick?
Yeah, I'm finna close out, bro, because I guess Gideon, they already got cooked, fried,
You
Yeah,
can
clearly
nah,
close
man.
out.
deep
Go ahead.
fried.
We
I'm
get
done with. I'm
these
done.
guys,
And
man.
wait,
We
hold on,
show
and
how it's supposed to be
so
done,
let me
So,
bro.
continue. And it says patrilineal
so,
reality, the
so.
father to son succession. Despite the importance of the mother, the status
Oh
for the
my
successor
god.
was generally the oldest son of the pharaoh. If the great royal wife had no son, the throne could pass to the son of the secondary wife.
Mother reevaluation. Many modern Egyptians have moved away from the heresy theory as the rigid law, noting that while marriage to a royal woman was a powerful tool for legitimacy, it was not always mandatory requirement for taking the throne. So again, you was right. Y'all was right. It wasn't mandatory requirement. But we see it says the transfer of power was a dual system. While the throne was typically moved from father to son, the mother status acted as the authentication key. A king born to a high status royal mother had an undisputed claim, while those born to a lesser wife often had to reactivate their legitimacy by marrying a royal heiress. So again, we're both right. It passed through the son by way of the royal mother, and it was based on her authentication. That, as I say, authentication key based on her status. So again, I don't know why we argue. We both right. We just seeing it through different lenses. Yes, it was a patrilineal society, but the women still had the authority to say, no, or what I'm saying, the women still had the authority when it came to that.
You done now, bro?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Yeah, I was just gonna close out. A1, I appreciate you letting me on. Appreciate Gideon, man. Hey, Gideon, keep busting them over the head, bro. I'm just done with the conversation. They keep admitting we right, and then they read stuff saying we right, and then they keep trying to go against. Like, I'm not. These guys got deep fried, baked, flipped, cooked again, deep fried twice. Like, I'm done listening to this. They did. They didn't. He didn't.
Like I
Ran
said,
it.
we both
He
right. It
literally
says
went.
that we both right. You
Bro,
can't. How come you
why
can't
is he still
understand that?
interrupting, bro? I
You can't.
let you talk.
Two things can
Still
be right
interrupting
at the
my
same
speech.
time. You guys
Why?
thinking like the Europeans, man.
Man, I don't want to hear that fake Egypt stuff no more, bro. I don't want to hear it. I don't nobody listen
Everything's
to that
fake.
fake Egypt stuff. Right? We know what the real. We
Yeah.
know the
All right.
real
We're gonna get
truth
some
about
white boy
Egypt.
stuff. Let's talk about Isaac Newton for you.
Can
Then.
you finish? Stop
Let's talk about
interrupting, bro.
Plato.
Why is we letting
Make
you
you feel
interrupt,
better.
man? I just let you finish
We ain't
talking.
gonna talk about no more black shit. Let's talk about the Hebrews then.
I
Let's talk
just
about that
let you
cracker
finish
shit that you
talking.
like.
I just
Let's
let
talk
you
about some
finish
white
talking, and
boys.
you just can't shut up.
Get out of here.
And you just can't shut up.
If you
Yeah,
don't, if you hate black people, you shouldn't be on
ain't
this channel.
nobody listening to none of that fake Egypt stuff, man. We
Yo,
know
if you
Egypt
hate black
for
people,
the
yo, you should
truth
be on this channel,
that
bro.
Egypt is. Egypt in the Nile is not just a dirty river. Those are some filthy, disgusting, dirty people, and we know the truth about them. And we pull up their real documents and we pull up the real facts behind them.
Man,
Anyway, hindsight
Let
2020,
me
man.
finish. Let me
Hold on,
finish.
man.
Let
Let's
me
better
finish
close.
talking, man. Cause when I was questioning brothers, it was pipsky quiet. The moment you want to question me on something, bro, I'll take your head off. It's
I ain't
that
never
simple.
questioned. I
So
ain't never
so
asked you a question
so
because I
so
proved what I
so
gotta
so
say.
so
This is not a classroom, man.
anytime
We
you
ain't
want to
children.
get a show 101 and you want to get beat up the whole show, just hit up A1, man, and then we can set something up. And last but not least, I see the OASP guy, Cosmo and Kyle, keep mentioning and commenting in the chat. You could have got up here and clicked the link because you know Gideon smoked you in that debate. I smoked you pre-debate, had you running, couldn't answer no question. So whenever you want to put that OASP on the table, all you gotta do is to ask A1 to set the show, and I'm gonna cook you worse than what Gideon did. Appreciate you, A1, for letting me on, brother.
No
Yeah,
doubt, my
man.
brother.
Shout out to my brother Kassad, man.
Have a good night. Appreciate you pulling up. We about to set something up. I know one of them gentlemen are gonna hit me up and accept that challenge.
Yeah, he
All
came
right,
and put
brother.
in that work, man.
I got you. I got you. Peace to everyone. Shalom.
Now I think that's being disingenuous.
Wrong.
And recognize when two things can be correct at the same time. That's what That's just I don't understand. I don't understand that. And
Nah,
I
bro.
showed you.
You was trying
I said
to.
that I
Nah,
said that you
A1,
was
go back
right.
to that.
We
Bring that
read the
back
source.
up, cause
Hold on. We read the source where it said that you was right, and it said we was right. It's proven both points. It wasn't
No.
just one thing.
Look what GD Capone said. She was a deposit. She was just she brought it through. Like however you want to slice it, you know. If like basically what the woman did was of all the Pharaoh's children, the one who had a royal bloodline had the strongest claim to be the pharaoh. So if one of the pharaoh's sons was the son of his sister, he gonna beat out all the other ones. Now, if that other one, if he didn't sleep with his sister and had a child, then it's up for grabs. So she matters in the sense of which one of the sons is gonna get it. But in the end, one of the sons is gonna get it. So
Right.
But even then, you still get what we saying with matrilinealism. You see what I'm saying, or not matrilinealism, but a matrilineal
no,
transference versus a matriarchy,
no,
right? See,
no.
and that's what I'm saying. You trying to pretend like you confused, but you know exactly what we saying. The strategy is just so you confuse it,
No,
so you
trying
inject what
to
you want to inject into it.
y'all trying
That's
to
what you're doing.
mold. Y'all trying to
We're not trying to
mold
mold anything because right here
matrilineal
it
or
says
matriarchy into
this is
Egypt.
another reference right here. This is the first reference that I brought up when proving my point or trying to verify my point. So
Like
you
y'all
have
can't
women
you
playing
can't
the
crowbar it in
official
there.
role at the highest levels. That's the title of this sub article right here. All right, and then it goes down and says Egyptian society of antiquity, like many other civilizations of the time, used religion as a foundation for society. Pharaohs were considered to have been anointed by the gods, and the holder of the throne had a divine right. Typically, in ancient societies, power was transferred from one male to the next. Women gave birth to the son, to the heirs, right? So it's telling you that it's matrilineal. And then if you keep going down, it also says the throne, it tells you that even though in the absence of the son, you still had to inherit that power through the woman. So even in the absence of a female, you still have to have a woman through the bloodline. Now, if you go down, it'll tell you that Egyptians preferred the rulership through the woman. So scroll down.
Oh, brother, nah, bro. Let me see that.
A1, scroll down. He trying to pretend like he don't hear it. But anyway, this article is available. So if you see it, you can read it yourself right there. Egyptians preferred to be governed by a woman with the royal blood, being divine according to mythology, rather than by a man who did not have royal blood.
Nah,
So
what
that's
source?
telling you.
Where did they get that from? You see, ain't no source associated with that.
Well,
So
it's
where
a
did they
whole
get that from?
entire, yeah, it is a source associated with that.
No, it's not. Where is it? Where is that?
You got to keep scrolling down. You just don't end your analysis right there.
No, that ain't how it works. If a person states a fact.
So hold on. What does it say?
Where you see that? What?
It's talking about Hatshepsut and kingship. So it's telling you that's where it gets this information from.
So one.
And then even if you scroll up at the top, right? If you scroll up at the top, it's telling you again, it's gathering information from different sources. It's not making anything up.
Yeah, but you would have to before you stand on that, but you would need a source, man. Like there's nothing.
That's what I'm saying. If we show you a source, you got to get out of this. Show me a source after we show you a source.
But see, that's the thing.
Like at this point, you just throwing a temper tantrum.
No, that's why.
Now you can say, "Oh, I need a better source." That would make sense. If you said I need a better source, that would make sense. But when you say, "Oh, y'all ain't showed no sources, y'all ain't did that," now that's cognitive dissonance right there.
So what we trying to do, and what you're doing, or what you're learning to do, as we learn every day, we're taking the information from our oppressors, and we are coming to our conclusions based on our worldview and our paradigm. So in this case, we're going to the primaries, right? We're not going to the Wikipedia sources. The primaries would be the kings themselves and what sources we get it
All
from.
right,
The
real
king's
quick.
list.
Let me
So when he
give
went to
one.
you with the king,
Hold on.
that's
I'm
coming
giving
from
you a
the
primary
king's
source
list.
right now. You asking for it? Let me give you one. Type in Pepe the second. All right. When you go to Pepe the second, even though if you don't do it now, if you go to Pepe the second, her mom or his mom is the throne. Once you look through the artifacts of Pepe the second, there is an alabaster figurine that shows Pepe sitting in his mom's lap to signify the throne. And I brought that up before.
Thereby meaning it's a matriarchy. Bro, that's bad
No,
methodology, bro.
matrilineal.
Horrible
See what I'm saying?
methodology,
You
bro.
keep switching. I said matrilineal. That's a
Matrilineal,
matrilineal
matriarchy,
symbology.
woman
See, you
is
don't even
word.
know the difference. That's what I'm saying. It's
It
the
doesn't,
conversation with you is pointless because you don't even know the difference.
right. It's the same thing, bro. It's
It's
basically
not
the
the
same
same
thing.
thing, man. And we
Right.
we read it to you. It said when we read it to you.
No, I know it's matrilineal is descent. Matriarchy is a system, a governance. But it's all women, bro. You falling for that, bro. Just like
No,
patriarchy and patrilineal, all that's the same, bro. It's the same, bro. Y'all just trying to romanticize it into some type of congealed form to where y'all can kind of espouse it. You know,
romanticize
Egypt
what?
really
Romanticize what exactly?
is patrilineal, but let's try to make it matrilineal in some way and change the definition of these things. Like it's crazy, man.
That is not what we
That's
did
wild, bro.
because we showed you from there are many Egyptologists, many people who've done this research, all right, that show you the matrilineal succession of kingship and throughout Egypt, some 25th dynasty. But the main thing was that,
Okay. So that's what they say. So why when Kassad had the true kings themselves, you could not show it where the women were the ones who were the cornerstone of the succession. Why you couldn't show it when those primary kings were shown? But you keep going, you referring to what people are saying.
You keep
That's
looking
exactly how it works.
for the queens. You keep looking for it. Say, hey, man, we just showed you that in Kemet, the transfer. I remember it says the transfer of power was heavily influenced by the mother's status.
I agree with that.
So what was not the sole factor, while the public face of the monarchy was usually the male king, his legitimacy and the divine right to rule often resided in the female line. So they don't need to put the woman up there and say, "Oh, it's because his mom now he's the king." That's not what they did, and they didn't need to do that.
Man, so bro, you got knocked out, woke up, and you're having this conversation again, bro.
I don't understand how you got proved anything. You didn't prove anything just because you said the king's name and not the females. The queen's name don't mean anything. That doesn't show you. Yeah, all right, man, whatever. Yeah, I got knocked out. Yeah, I'm the one with the reading comprehension problem. All right.
Yeah, right. As it sits right there on the front of the screen.
I mean, damn. I don't know how many times you gotta say it. That's fine. I'm the one with the reading comprehension problem. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and drop. I'm gonna drop my sources right in. I'm gonna drop them in the chat, and y'all still haven't shown no source.
I'm gonna drop some books in the chat as well too. Or actually, I'm gonna just mention them right now.
Show the king list that's saying what you're saying.
Hey, we already proved
again. Your methodology is flawed, then, bro.
Hey, Gideon, what books have you read?
Where the pharaohs come from. All the kings list, bro.
What books have you read that tells us that Kemet was not matrilineal?
What books? I actually have the history of Egypt. I forgot who's the author. But it's not hard to figure it out, bro.
Does that specifically go over matrilineal transfer? Does it go over that, or is it that just a general history of Egypt?
See, unfortunately for you, for the Cometians, there's no corpus of text like the Bible where it gives the history pretty much of your of your nation. So it's nothing that a person can read from Egypt, from the Egyptians themselves, breaking all this down like the Bible does, you know. But with that being said, y'all can freestyle a lot of stuff, but y'all
So
hold us to the text.
man didn't write the Bible.
I mean, that's how it got written, yeah.
Okay, then. So man wrote down how Kemet was operating based on archaeology, based on translating um,
It's a scattered history, though.
hieroglyphics,
It's a
based
very
on
scattered
looking
history.
at art, based on looking at how they portrayed themselves in art as well.
Y'all gotta look at spoons and
Um,
pots to put stories together. The Bible has
but at least we
that
got
history.
something to work off of. Y'all don't have anything but an actual,
No, we have a
but
whole
Greek
history.
storytellers. Y'all have Greek storytellers. That's what y'all will have.
I mean,
We have actual narratives that's built off of archaeology. We have cases that you
look,
can build off of archaeology.
look. To say
Y'all
that
don't
just
have
doesn't
any.
mean
You can't build a case off the Bible. We can build a case off of our whole entire epoch that we study through archaeology, record keeping, chronology, all that good stuff. So we have that. Y'all don't. But
A1.
who's
What's the
debating?
time?
Who's
What's the
debating
time
about the
format?
Bible? Hold on.
If you
Who's
listen to
debating about
A1,
the?
what's the
Are you
time
debating
format
about the
for the
Bible?
debate?
Are you debating about the Bible?
Pretty
Being
much,
about women and stuff like that.
yeah.
Okay, so I hope you well prepared. Do you have a book that you read that tells you that the outside of the Bible that tells you that because of this woman became this?
What you mean?
Like
As far as what?
what did Eve do? Did Eve do anything? Did all the women that came after that? What did they do? Do you have any like resources, any scholarship that shows,
Well,
or are
I
you
mean,
just going straight out of the Bible?
as far as Eve, there's no other story about her that we can find except for in the Bible. They have other like the apocalypse of Adam, things like that, but for the most part,
Who
yeah,
are
it's the
some other
Bible.
women? Who are some other women in the Bible
There's a
that
lot of
have
the
good
women.
stories? Like what's their names? And I'm talking about epic stories like that can motivate women and they can look to this biblical female character for inspiration. Is that in the Bible?
I mean, you have Esther. She saved the whole nation from being destroyed.
But was that based on like her free will, or was that based on a man showing improving for a man?
What you mean showing improvement for a man?
She did it on behalf of God, or what happened?
She did it on behalf of her people in the name of God.
And that's what I'm saying.
What you saying?
How does she inspire? How does she inspire women with that story? Like you gotta have like what is
I
that
mean,
it? Because all the other women didn't.
she literally saved her whole nation. That's not inspirational. That's inspirational for a woman or a
But that's
man.
science fiction fantasy though. Like what is she? What else is going on? Is that the only thing
But
she did?
but according to you, the whole book is science fiction fantasy. So how can I
Yeah.
show you something in the book that you like? That's crazy.
But how come you ain't give me another example though?
What
Because
you
my
mean?
whole because
Every example is going to
I'm
be
trying
from
to
the Bible.
sift and search for another example. While I may be asking you questions just about her, I'm still trying to pry for other examples.
Listen, okay, listen. Because to me, this don't like. To me, the question doesn't make sense. Let me tell you why. You asked me to show you women in the Bible that can be inspirational. I
Yeah,
go
women plural.
right. So I go to one woman in the Bible that's inspirational, man. Then you say, after I show you, it doesn't matter because it's fake. That makes no sense, my brother. But again, I appreciate your gumption, but that makes no sense at all. I ain't gonna do you like a side because you know, it can be frustrating sometimes when people just like don't get it. But you being stubborn right now. But you know, be praying for you. So yeah, bro. That question didn't make sense, bro. So go ahead.
Well, do you agree with that? They have no say so based on religious instruction, and
I would.
when I say they, I'm talking about women.
Yeah, nah, that would be incorrect as well. They actually
So
got
they do
plenty of
have say
stuff.
so.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. What about
Yeah.
their hair? Are they allowed to? Is there not a text in the Bible that prohibits women from having elaborate hairstyles
Nah, you would have
on
to
the
show me
women?
that.
I have to show. It's in Titus. It's in the book of Titus.
Yeah, that's New Testament, and
But
that's
still,
you got to
you don't
understand the
believe in the.
genre.
So you a Hebrew Israelite that don't believe in the New Testament?
Nah, it's just that you're jumping from saying that because I was speaking in the sense of you know what
Characters.
yeah. So now you're
Okay. All
saying
right. So
like
let's stick to characters then.
well, nah,
Um.
we can go to what you just said. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But that was like you know. But as far as what Titus said about elaborate hairstyles, that's what you're talking about. I mean, that's you got to understand the genre he's speaking to. You know, he's speaking in the sense of he's trying to make these people modest because in those areas, and not even in those areas, but just pagan practices, period, you know, is very open, you know, sexually, you know, as far as, you know, you see in some texts where people were sleeping with their father's wives. And so, you know, it's almost like you had to deconstruct the whole person, you know, not only spiritually, but like physically. You know, they had to, you know, abandon their pagan ways or their heathen ways or those practices that wasn't pleasing to the Most High. So that's the process that Titus, you know, was instructed to get to these people at that point, at that journey, in that walk, you know. So that's what we're reading. Now, can we apply that to us today? Definitely, you know, but to say that that's a law, that would be incorrect. You're not understanding the text, but it doesn't
Well,
matter.
the way you broke it down, still like it still how do I want to say diminishes beauty and the elaborate hairstyles that were common in Africa, specifically, you know, in advanced nations, to where you have evidence that they was taking care of their hair,
Right.
stuff like that. So no matter how you break it down, whether you say, oh well, it was against the Most High, it was pagan, it's still a problem because now you're telling people that they can't have elaborate hairstyles. Like your
Nah,
hair is like one of the most sacred things on your body. That's why you wash it, you oil it, you take care of it.
right.
So even in that context, that makes no sense.
Right. Now
So
he
it's
was
just it's
just
just layered with nonsense, to be honest with you. And
right.
that's why I stepped away. That's why a lot of people stepped away from the Bible because they want for one, they had the thirst for knowledge. They were willing to seek outside of the Bible and they had that thirst for knowledge. What books validate the Bible? If not, what books tell us how the Bible actually came about? Is there a history book that teaches us how religion actually came about? If
Well,
there's not a
Bible,
history book, is there a series of related primary sources that show us that there was a council that took place to invent all these things? Is there
right.
a parallel between Zeus and Jesus? Zeus and Yahweh, are there parallels between Eve and Pandora coming from Greece?
No, sir.
Is there a pair? You know what I'm saying? You have to think about those things, and that's
No,
why I
I don't
say
have
the Hebrews do
no,
not
no,
exist.
no. There is no parallel. I don't have to think about it. Yeah. So, you know, a lot of the things, you know, that you're saying, man, it's like I understand how you can say that, but yeah, nah, but you totally off on the majority of what you said by far, by far.
So Gideon, are you saying that wisdom or Sophia and Asherah are not two representatives of the same being from Canaan?
I would say Sophia, which is more of a Greco-Roman invention, plays off the understanding of Asherah, which is a corrupted consort to Yahweh or El, and it's corrupted because Yahweh, or rather El, I keep saying Yahweh, I'm gonna keep it strictly as according to the historical record. The corruption came when El was given a wife, when El is the wife, if that makes sense. As we are told in the scriptures, hear yo Israel, Yahweh Elohim is one. So once you start giving God a wife, you corrupted her. You corrupted it. So we let them have El, and we were given Yahweh because it was Moses who knew him by Yahweh. I am that I
And
am.
that's probably why it was so hard for y'all to accept the fact that Kemet was matrilineal.
Bro, you
That's
still
probably
saying
why.
that, bro? Are you still saying that, bro?
I
Come on,
mean,
Toledo, bro.
hey, all right,
It
my
just comes to
apologies,
a
but it
point,
just
bro.
comes out.
Right, and
It
you
just
gotta
comes out.
right that erratic romanticism, bro. You gotta stop that, bro. Yeah, you got to.
But you know, the Hebrews validate themselves mostly because of what they think happened in Kemet. You know that, right?
Wait, say that again.
The Hebrews validate themselves the most based on what happened in Kemet. You know that, right?
Nah, they don't validate themselves off nothing in Kemet, bro.
Yeah, they always using steles from Kemet, the Armana letters. They're always using the Hyksos mural. You
You
know,
have a weird. You have a weird. You
it's
have a
always Kemet. You always now you have, 5 years ago now it's the Hyksos proved that the Hebrews exist. So that must mean the Hebrews and the ancient Egyptians was living in Kemet at the same time.
you have a peculiar
You
way of
have that.
looking
That's
at
popular amongst the Hebrew Israelite camps.
the way you look at the process information. Like I said, it's interesting, man, and it's we respect everybody's opinion because they respect my opinion. So I ain't gonna never. But yeah, bro, you tripping.
So you don't. So hold on. You don't think that it's Israelites running around right now trying to prove that the Hebrews existed based on Kemetic sources?
I wouldn't deny that. Nah.
Okay, then.
It's a
So
lot.
that was
It's a
my
lot of.
point.
It's
You
a lot of
can't.
Egyptian sources that validate, Israelites.
Right. So at the same time, while you say I'm romanticizing Kemet, Hebrew Israelites are romanticizing Kemet because y'all over dependent on Kemet to prove y'all existence.
Over dependent on Kemet. Nah, that
To
that
prove
wouldn't.
y'all's existence, to try to prove y'all existence, because all that is misrepresenting references and sources.
Nah.
Do you think? Let me ask you this question: do you think the cuneiform word for Hebrew is Habaru?
Do I think the what's that again?
Do you think the cuneiform word for Hebrew is Habaru?
Yes.
All right, you should do your research on that. You should just look up the type of scholars who agree with that and who preach that. One of them is a Zionist. You know what a Zionist is, right?
Yeah.
All the stuff that's going on with Israel is because of Zionism.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, Issa Queen. We didn't drop that link.
Is that a censored term? I probably shouldn't say that.
I mean, hey man, I tread light. I mean, I try to, kind of be aware of like this ain't my stuff, so I kind of, you know, lay it off, lay off on it. But so you believe in a creator or evolution, like?
So I acknowledge evolution. When it comes to creator and creationism, you have creation within evolution. So that's why in Kemet you have deifications of certain levels of creationism through Ptah, through Khnum, and there's other deifications. But the main ones are Ptah, Khnum, Noon.
So you
Noon is a
said
creationist.
there's creation inside of evolution. Do you mean there's evolution inside of creation, or does that not matter, the order?
It really doesn't matter, but in a nutshell, you have humans and beings creating the continuation. That's the driving force of evolution, because you can't have evolution without reproduction. So that's what I'm saying in that sense. But you have creativity. The only way you have creationism after evolution is just what I said. You have beings that are creating things and organisms that are creating things, not just beings, but organisms and stuff and that such.
Hey man, you a better man than me, but that's why I stick to just like the written record and things that we can see and touch and all that, because I can't do all that stuff. That's above me. But I ain't much gonna lie to you. Go ahead, bro. Get your abstract on.
If anything, what you believe would be abstract, not the organisms and things like that we know exist. Like we have proof of organisms and atoms and electrons and all of that stuff. That's not abstract thought. That's just science.
Nah, y'all believe that fish was doing push-ups and turned into people, right?
No, that's your misunderstanding of what evolution is. That has nothing to do with me.
Nah, I speak to what they call y'all now, science. No, I'm sorry. They call people science communicators. I speak to Aunt. I'm not sure if you. He
I,
say,
I know who Ankh is. What I'm saying
yeah,
is that
that's my man.
you have a misunderstanding of what evolution is. No matter how close y'all two are as friends, the
I
the
don't say we close, but
the
we cool. I respect
well,
his mouth.
it really doesn't matter how cool y'all are. You're misunderstanding whatever it is that he's saying, or he's saying it wrong.
Nah, he
Because
specifically said fish was doing push-ups out the water and turned into human. But
right,
go ahead.
so he said that wrong. He's wrong. If he told
Oh,
you that fish were doing push-ups, and I think in your cognitive mind that right,
no,
that
no.
wasn't real, right? But I just feel like it's very interesting that whatever evolutionists like to say creation, well, not even creation, how life came on Earth is way more grounded than a woman coming from a rib that you have never seen.
Wow.
Hey, can I say something?
Real quick before you go in, GD and Capone, I wanted to show It's a Queen something. I just remembered I needed somebody I needed a spot filled, and I think she would be perfect for it. Real quick, where is it at? Here we go. Let me know if you're interested in this, Issa Queen. We're going to start soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Coliseum of Arguments. 8 women step into the arena, not to play games, but to wage intellectual combat. This isn't trash talk. This is logic versus logic. Sources versus sources. Scholarship under the lights. Win a round, win $50 cash. Keep winning and walk out with $500 in the crown. Each competitor represents a brand, an ideology, a team they're ready to go to war on the hill for. Every claim challenged, every source checked, every moment judged. So we ask you, are you not entertained? Enter the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the strongest minds survive. This is Titans Debate League.
Yeah, that special guest spot. That was just a spot I was saving for somebody. You want to enter this tournament? We'll probably be starting in the next 30 days.
Absolutely. And shout out to all the ladies that's out here debating. I love to see it.
Definitely, definitely. I don't know if I'm the soldier boy of this, but I haven't seen it done. So, and I got a daughter, my only child. So, I'm trying to create a healthy space for women to come and get
Yeah.
in.
Nah,
No, that's gonna be fire.
nah, that's dope. But that is misogynistic though. I just wanted to be known.
It is a tad
It's
bit
very
sexist.
exclusatory.
It is. It is. I only have one female in the regular tournament. I don't even call it a men's tournament. But I did just want to do something special for the females. So I know it's hard for them to get debates
Yeah,
sometimes.
nah, that's dope. Yeah.
And then they can, you know, they can let loose and go at each other like they do. And I'm about to hype this up different since there aren't 16 men in this tournament. I'll be able to focus more on building brands around each of the debaters, getting more graphics out, interviews, etc., stuff like that, just to like hype up the event. But yeah, so we'll add you to this flyer and get you on the promotions, and I'll add you. Are you on Facebook?
It's gonna be debate mad.
Yes, I am, but it's a very old page. I haven't been on there in forever, but I will go on there if there's stuff on there for this.
Yes, we do most of the stuff in the Facebook back chats. That's where a lot of the conversations start before we hit over here. I know you're on a few different platforms, but yeah, maybe if you just want to download Messenger, you don't necessarily have to get Facebook back. That will work. And yeah, just drop that in my inbox and I'll make sure to add you and get you on here. That's gonna be fire. I'm excited. Some new competition in there for the ladies.
This is the evaluated age.
Say that one more time. Something about an age.
I said, let's get it. Let's get it. I can't wait to see it, man.
Yeah, that's about to be
Go,
fire.
Sister Issa Queen.
Yeah, I'm familiar with a couple of those sisters, and they be coming with it. So yeah, that's gonna be dope.
The names on there, and Issa definitely belongs in that in that grouping.
They about to have to bring their A game.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm excited to meet these ladies. Like, I'm really excited. I want y'all to bring y'all Kali energy, y'all Sakret energy. I want y'all to bring all of that. Oshun, Oya, like, and, Yahweh for the Bible ladies. Whoever you need to bring them. That's gonna be.
Sister Issa Queen.
They're gonna bring wisdom.
Hey, Sister Issa Queen, I was just talking to a sister named Shekmak earlier. I was bringing her, I brought her over to Beagle earlier. And she was like, should I change my name? I said, nah, sister, you better keep that Shekmak energy, sister. You better keep that energy. We promote that over here.
Mm-hmm. Maybe one more female if you know somebody. I'm not sure if Info Nerd, she's like around, but she hasn't debated yet, but I think she should. We call her the historian barbarian. Shout out to the barbarians. I'm going to talk to her, see if she's still locked in, but I may need you to grab one more person for me if you can. I'll let you know.
I'm not sure, A1, if you familiar, but I know Humble, he familiar with Napai, but I don't know how the politics of all that work, but she'll definitely be...
Man, if Napai would step in here, that would make this tournament legendary. We would love to have her. Clip this and send it to her. Yeah, that would be an honor to have her over here doing this with us. So yeah, shout out to them over there as well. Yeah, see if you can.
I want to see their topics. I want to
for
see what topics they come up with.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Everybody has like a different ideology. I know Dulcinea kicks it with the Native Americans or the Indians. So, whatever you want to say. Honey Clark, she's like an omnist. Megan Gleason, I think she believes in the Bible. Don't misquote me. April Goodwin, I believe she is like into spirituality. I don't believe she does religion. I've been keeping up with them, but again, it's not like women are getting a lot of debates out here, which I'm trying to change that for you all. So it's not like I can just go to their page and find like a bunch of stuff on them. I just know they're out here, and it's usually hard for them to get a debate. So I'm trying to make something happen for them. I can't let you men get all the money around here, man. That would be, WBA-ish of me.
Nah,
Back
that's
to
dope. Yeah, because like I always say, man, a lot of the conscious community say the black woman is God, but they always got Israelites beating them upside the head. They never like blessing a platform with women, letting the women do all this, So it's good to see this, man.
Neftali is a Hebrew. Tiffany French. I know she's heavy into science and Black Power, so I don't think she really messes with religion. But that is an assumption, and if I misquoted or characterize any of you ladies' position, forgive me. We are going to get interviews in, and you will have the chance to catch me up personally. And I'm not sure what Info Nerd's ideology is, but I know she's big on the history. So, and then we have Issa Queen. And would you tell us what your background ideology is and what you represent? Dual of concepts.
Well, really, I'm into the sciences. I am into women's history. I am into Pan Africanism to the fullest. Um, so, Sister French, Black Power to you too. Um, I evolution, of course, abiogenesis. I'm a big feminist. Um, and definitely I'm really really like at my core kind of like anti Abrahamic religions. I feel like it's like one of the worst things that happened to the black community and Africa as a whole and North and South America. Like throw them in there too. um you could throw in the Irish, the Scottish, because none of these people were really underneath that. So yeah, those are really my talking points for the most part.
Have you had any debates before?
Yes, I have. I debated GDN next next to me, and I took the W. He did a great job, though. We did evolution versus creationism. I had a debate that kind of I took another W for that debate, but that kind of turned into like me teaching this person what the thing was we were debating, and that was another evolution debate. But I am looking forward to debating about feminism in the black community with the black community, because feminism has really been demonized here, and I'm here to turn that around.
Dun, dun, dun.
I know I can trigger every single piece of the black community with all of my talking points. I get it.
Hey, I like what you're talking about.
I support those. That was a
Yeah.
good one. I
I
appreciate that.
support about 99% of what you just said. Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors. Tomorrow, even though this ad says Saturday, it's tomorrow. Only here on Titans Debate League.
This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, Suave Boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, Quantum Truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? Two titans, one stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
Dope. I just noticed that the graph is always tight, but I just noticed your boy Quantum Truth, he have Mother Nature half time. That was tight.
Yeah, yeah. I still see mistakes in some of my work, but y'all probably won't. A lot of people tell me, bro, if you didn't tell me that.
This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena. Only
play it without the music. But yeah. Appreciate you though. You already know I do new graphics generally for every show. This one was a rush job. This background I got back here, I didn't animate it. I was on some lazy stuff. But yeah, look for this one to be animated because this topic really brings them out. So we're gonna keep this going here at Titans Debate League. Yeah, it's a queen. You got to get me a photo so that way I can get some graphics started for you. GD Capone, I got you today. Yesterday, I got yours. Tahuti, I don't have anything for you as well. If you could send me a photo, I know somewhere down the line you'll be either hopping in a debate or doing a presentation. So I'll already be prepared if you get that over to me.
Do you remember what I want to debate about? What I'd rather debate about? One of the topics?
I don't, but I remember that you were specific about the topic, which I wasn't upset about because it was just
what you want to debate about.
He was like specific about the topic because he's tired of the same old stuff. He's tired of dumb stuff. He wanted something that was going to bring substance and edify the people at the end of watching it. So not the typical stuff. Go ahead, though, Tahuti. Tell him what type of stuff is up your alley. You need an argument.
Repatriation versus reparations.
Yeah.
And solution based, man. Like we pretty much in World War III. Like we have to make a decision right now because like time is ticking. Bro, you know, I could be wrong, but at the same time, like everybody is going for African resources. African resources can feed the world right now. So why not take advantage of it? There's a institution called a BB Toomey. He actually has an initiative which is on top of the repatriation that Ghana has already done to get people citizenship, and he has a consultation, so you can you search a BB Toomey on your own.
Coming to dual citizenship, right? In Ghana.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, but the point is to get people over there and fast, so they don't have to deal with what's going on over here.
Yeah, I'm for reparations, but bro, you just gotta realize it. If we was gonna get reparations, they would have gave it to us already. So that's to each his own. If you want to keep thinking, you want to keep the hope alive, man. Go ahead.
Yeah,
we would have had it already. It's already been 400 years. Other people ain't have to fight this long for no reparations. They dropped the bomb.
And another thing too,
the next couple of years, they got reparations. The Jews had the Holocaust. 10 years later, they got their reparations. Forgot what happened with the Chinese. Even they got reparations. So you know what I'm saying? We the bottom of the barrel, bro, and they gonna keep it. They keeping it that way, even though we the salt of the earth. And it's a spiritual reason. This is what the creationism, this is what the biblical text, the Egyptian text, this is what all this stuff is about. It's about for you to know who you are and know who the people that's against you are and stop going to them for assistance, for help. Go to your God, right? That's the point. Go to your, well, I ain't gonna say God, go to your power, right? In Isaiah say the trust in Pharaoh, right, will be your confusion, right? The Pharaoh is the person that is ruling, right? So you supposed to trust in the creator. The creator set the Pharaoh up, not the Pharaoh, the creator up. Remember in Egyptian, Khnum made them on his potter's wheel, right? So you gotta understand who your maker is, bro. You go to your maker and not the person that, and not the face of the I forgot what they call them when they just put them up there, the face authority or whatever. You go to your maker. So that's the problem, bro.
Yeah. Nah, I mean I agree with you with what you're saying, but if I had the choice, reparation or repatriation, I'm taking reparations all day because where I'm going and what I'm getting. I mean, the people in Africa, they gonna first have to get it from the colonizer, So you saying they're gonna take it from the colonizer and then give it to me? Nah, just give me what my people work for. You know, I got the hours already tallied up. Give me that, and I'm just do me. I look at it like it was in Exodus. Before we left Egypt, they broke us off. They gave us all their gold. So you know, give me what you owe. That's how I look at it.
That's how it's gonna be here. We don't have to spoil America.
Hey man.
I got my eye on a few things I might want. But yeah, man. But I wanted to say, shout out to Gideon, man, standing up here, man, against all of the rhetoric. We went through almost three different conversations, three different topics. They moved the goalposts from matriarchy to patriarchy to the Hebrews, the women in the Bible. Like you shout out to you, bro. For real. You and Kasai came in and stood strong too. So but these brothers is in trouble, man. And that's what I was trying to tell Humble, man. You need to help Taudi out. I know you ain't gonna let this slide.
Yeah,
Humble, man. I know you saw what was on the screen. It said that the daughters doesn't automatically inherit the power. So what type of system is that? If they don't automatically inherit, meaning it gotta be a stipulation for the daughter to even receive the power. And what's the stipulation? Either the son is too young, or what? He didn't have a son.
Yeah.
So stop trying to make Egypt to something that it wasn't.
Yeah.
I need y'all to calm down because we agreed that it was a patriarchy, and a lot of what Egypt was equal, with the equality between men and women, as in men and women both owned land. They both can say they were going for a divorce. They both can have businesses and do and have high places in society and have influence in society. That's what Egypt was doing that Israel isn't doing. And that's the part that y'all keep on skipping over.
Yeah, Israel's
Capone,
not gonna do it.
just real quick, Capone. I just want to let you know that, like, you remind me of that uncle at the cookout that come around the corner with a glass of Hennessy, just yelling a whole bunch of things.
I used to drink Hennessy. That's funny. Hey, but yeah, man, you lost my train of thought, bro. You threw me off.
No, she was saying Egypt women could own land, do this, do that in Egypt. In the Bible, the women couldn't do that. That's what she was saying.
Oh, bad.
No, I didn't say the Bible. I said
I'm just saying
Israel.
more or less.
In Israel, but yes, in the Bible as well. Because I know you're going to bring up some anomaly of one woman that is able to do, the things that y'all are talking about, and try to make that the standard of what women were able to do. And that's another thing that y'all like to do in these kind of conversations.
Women was able to do a lot of things. See, it's a lot of stuff that's in the Torah, in the Old Testament, in the Bible, right? In the scriptures that's not translated into English. So it's a gang of stuff that we missing out on. But not only that, to answer your question, Israel is not going to be doing it because Israel is not in the land. Israel is scattered right now. So understand, the people that's over there, they acquired that land in 1948. So they not the true inhabitants, the true descendants of Jacob, right? So and we know this. So
facts.
Israel is striving, Israel is working, Israel is waking up, Israel is doing all they can. But Israel have to understand that we have to unite on the one front, and that is that our power exists. And that's the whole thing, and that's the whole point. When he spoke to Moses, that's what he told him. I exist. So no one can never say that he doesn't. And we have to show that by our resilience. And And that's the problem. Israel that's the only thing we're not doing. We're not showing that resilience.
I have to agree.
I'm not sure what that has to do with the conversation, but shout out to y'all. Keep showing y'all resilience.
No, it's all good. But you just said Israel wasn't doing something that Egypt was. But like yeah, we can show you throughout the sisters that had power throughout the antiquity, right? But one thing that I was pointing out with Egypt with this matrilineal thing is that the sisters was used for other men to gain power, outsiders, because Egypt went through different intermediate periods where actual Egyptians wasn't ruling. So these sisters was married to these other kings that wasn't Egyptians. So that's how those sisters still hold some of the Egyptian bloodline. So now we see what the woman was actually used for. It was to regain that last of that blood, what remained of that bloodline. Because obviously they would kill the man or enslave them or do whatever. So they wouldn't procreate with the men. So the women would be empowered to these intermediate kings, meaning they not Egyptian. And to restore their kingdom back to the Egyptians, you will utilize the woman as a deposit to bring your seed forth through her to preserve that Egyptian seed. If you want to call that matrilineal, I don't see it that way, but I guess I just see it. That's how people procreate. So the same thing that y'all be following the Bible for us, how we talk to our women or tell our women or try to make it like women is just used to nurture and birth children. That's the same way the Egyptians utilize women. So
You disrespectful. Just keep that with your people.
That's the same way. That's the same
I
way.
mean, he already admitted that his people do that. Don't put that on the exclamation.
So, number one, Capone, you know that is utterly not true. Bro, you already know when we study Kemet, our highest principles are women. My aunt is a woman.
Oh, wait, hold on.
You can't sit here and say, I don't know where the matrilineal
My aunt is a principle.
No, Kemet don't.
My aunt is a principle. My aunt is not a woman. A woman is flesh.
Hold
on, right?
Good point, Capone.
But she's represented as a woman with the ostrich feather.
So is she represented as a woman? Is she a real woman?
You know she Capone, stop it. You know this guy Capone turn, bro.
No. Because listen, you can't put just because she's personified as a woman, right? Now you can't put that on all women.
So is wisdom a real woman?
All women don't have balance, bro.
As a woman?
All women don't have order.
Right,
but you're supposed to
cosmic order.
Is wisdom a real, according to the Bible, right? When it say wisdom was there in the beginning with the Most High, is wisdom a real woman, or in that passage was wisdom just personified as a woman?
Wisdom is the spirit of God. That's in Genesis 1. Ruach HaKodesh.
You know what I'm talking about, Capone. You know exactly what passage I'm talking about.
I know. You talking about Proverbs 8.
Right. So in that passage, is wisdom personified as a woman, or is wisdom actually a woman?
Wisdom is the personification of every living. Yes, she's personified as a woman.
So when I say my aunt, right, is a woman, you know I ain't saying she a real woman. You know I'm just saying when we see her depicted, the personification of her, we see her as a woman with an ostrich feather. So we can clearly see how women ain't in a commission, right? To just lay there and have babies. They are really venerated at the highest stature. Now, wisdom, and that's completely different when we get back to wisdom here, right? They had to strip away, if we're going to use her real name, Asherah, they had to strip away her whole presence and then reconform her to a monotheistic framework. This is why she had the name changed. This is why she couldn't be called a goddess anymore. She's a spirit of God now. She's something of God now. She don't rule her own domain. This is something we see in your book. You don't see that in a commission tradition.
Bro, wisdom do whatever she want to do. The only thing about wisdom is she don't go against her creator. She don't go against the Lord. She don't go against the Most High. It tells you that. You know what I'm saying? She is his delight. You know what I'm saying? These are principles that women should understand, and that they know. Some of them know already. They just a little bit confused on the dynamic, the cosmic dynamic of a man and a woman being cosmic creatures, right? So they get confused about these certain aspects, but when a man is in his right place, it gets leveled out. You know what I'm saying? So
Can I? Oh, I'm sorry. Finish what you were saying.
say something about there was something.
Wait, before you change the subject, I want to say something to what you just said. Don't try to skate past that, brother. You about to change it to Phoenician something? No.
No. Go ahead.
And this is no disrespect to any of my sisters out there that believes in the Bible. Please don't take everything I say with a grain of salt. But be very clear. Women who hold the womb and the ability to create life, believing in a man that did it for them, is confused. Those women are confused. It's not us that understands the power of the womb. It's not us, okay? What's confusing is the y'all framing history within 6,000 years to keep those women away from their true history and truly from who they are. Because all that comes before the Bible. And that's why I'm having this debate with my brother up here. Because people are confused and thinking that patriarchy was all that there was and all that there has ever been. But there's archaeological evidence that will prove that wrong completely. And once it proves it wrong, what else do you have besides to figure it out with the women that are here today? Okay? We need to get rid of these old ancient teachings that are very wrong, especially if it's only dealing with one aspect of God.
Mm-hmm.
Everything comes in duality. And if
But
your
it's not.
spirituality doesn't come in duality, then it's not for us.
Gideon, do you read the Apocrypha by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The Bible, it doesn't just talks about one aspect of God. Even in the 66 books, we were just talking about wisdom, which is the feminine aspect of God, the unspotted mirror of him, as it says in the Apocrypha. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things that's.
But you just said it yourself that not all women are built with wisdom. So if I am a
I didn't say
girl,
that.
yeah, you did. Bring it
I
back. You
said
said not all
I
women.
said they.
No, you said not all women is my
I
aunt.
said they
That's what you
confused
said.
with
You're right.
I
A
said
lot of
something
women
about
are
them
confused and all of
with
these other things. And I get that.
what the
And I agree with you. I think the world
feminism.
is confused, right? But what I'm saying is if a woman doesn't have wisdom, because wisdom is something you gained over time and experience, right? And it is applied to the decisions that you make moving forward. That's wisdom. If you have a naive person, how does a girl then find wisdom through the Bible that is not operated through the man's ideology?
So let me I should have said kakma, right? That's the Hebrew word. Now it's translated as wisdom because that's how the early Englishmen understood that from the Greeks, coming from the Greeks is down the line, the Latin and the Greeks. So they understood that this is a feminine aspect, but not necessarily how the wisdom that we understand, like intellect, knowledge, and stuff like that, is not necessarily that. But this entity at the same time, it do embody that because it knows everything. It was before everything. So it's like a dual, not a dual, but it's manifold. Like it says in the Apocrypha, wisdom is more moving than any creature. So it's manifold. You could never figure out wisdom. Only the creator can figure out wisdom.
That's not true,
Wisdom is
right?
the one that gives you
And
all of your riches, all your everything, the foundations of everything. It,
bless you.
Yeah, nah, that's a
it gives
fact.
Oh,
you your
excuse me.
breath,
I'm
your
sorry. I thought I
being.
was.
That's why I say she is a tree of life. She's like is like
No, these
living.
are the hidden goddesses that y'all not telling these women about, right? And that's why y'all confused on how women can find wisdom because y'all not telling them the stories of these goddesses that is be underneath the names of the people that you're talking about. Wisdom isn't just a word; it's her name is Sophia. And Sophia has a story where she messes up and she learns from her lesson and she goes through a whole hero's journey, a whole arc within her story. And if women would learn about the story of Sophia and the name of Sophia, guess what? They'll know more about wisdom.
So Sophia is made up. That's made up.
Sophia is made up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, you don't think
I'm gonna
all of
show
this
you how
is
Sophia is made
made
up.
up?
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna
Hold on one
demonstrate to
second.
you.
Hold on one second. One
Go
mic,
ahead.
y'all. We
Go
got a
ahead.
super chat from Michigan's Natural Living. It's a super sticker. Thank you so much for your support and your engagement. It's a fact, Sister Issa Queen. You already know Sister Issa Queen be in here, putting down that information. You feel me? You keep doing you keep grinding, Sister Issa. You keep grinding. We see you, sister.
Thank
I
you,
just
thank you. I
I,
appreciate y'all.
I just want to say real quick is that yes, that's all the whole Gnostic thing about Sophia, that's all made up, right? And I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna demonstrate how it's made up. The word is chakma, right? So chakma is the feminine aspect of the creator, right? It's the two opposing force, not opposing force, dual force that holds everything together. Um, that's what Chakma is. But Chakma is spread it throughout the whole entirety of existence as well. So you got to understand these dynamics. So what the Greeks, when the Greeks came up with their language, which is only the Phoenician Hebrew turned 90 degrees, they said they can't do the ch sound. So well, I ain't gonna say the ch sound. Some of the words they can't pronounce. So they said it's Sophia. So that's the Greek word for wisdom or the feminine aspect of something. It wasn't a goddess at first. It was it comes from the Hebrew. It's just their way of saying it, right? It's in their language.
Yeah, I
That
definitely knew it was
that
a Greek.
word then it was the personification. So it got personified to other women and deities. You have
Yeah,
Sophia Helen.
Agria.
It
Yeah,
Sophia whatever. They'll put it on any other idol or statue of a representation of their deity. Okay, now let's get to the Gnostic text, because the Gnostic text comes later on after the Greeks. The Gnostic text comes during the Rome. So when Rome is in power, now you have the Gnostics come, who is a splinter from the early Christians, where they go down to Egypt in these certain mystery schools, and now they trying to sympathize with the Christians because they got churches all over the place, and now they trying to get credibility off them. So they make the things that they believe in. They twist the names and they try to bring in this other stuff, right? This other culture, like cultures from Egypt, from Samaria, different things. So now this is the point. So in the story of Sophia, right? They say it's a dual nature. Why? Because in the Epistle of James, he talked about heavenly wisdom and earthly wisdom, right? But he was showing how people are carnal in spirit. That's it. But anyway, in the Gnostic gospel, they say the name is Akama, right? So you got to understand the dynamics. Anything A meaning against, right? So it's saying it's Akama, it's against
You gonna?
wisdom.
I
Hold on,
was
I'm
waiting
almost
for
done.
him. Okay.
I'm almost done. It's against. It's saying Akama, right? So it's like Kakama with an A in front of it, and then you have Sophia, where they say Sophia created Akma. So they try to show that Sophia is the lower part of the wisdom that created this other being, Akama or whatever. But they trying to say this is the dual nature of wisdom. You have one that's higher and one that's lower. But it's really just a misinterpretation of the Hebrew word Kakma. That's all I was saying. And they use the New Testament writings. They had the epistles and everything around this time, because those gospels don't appear until like the 3rd century. So then you have you like I said, you got James epistle, you got all these writings going around, and they would use certain names to gain credibility. So that's the whole thing about the Sophia and the Akamai and stuff like that.
Yeah, you was on point with that. I just never knew like the linguistic shifts that you talked about, but that make a lot of sense.
Right. I'm gonna look into it more about the Greek word for it, because I know that's the Greek word for
Are
wisdom.
you landing your plane at any
Sophia.
point?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm just
Okay, so here's the thing. Sophia is just one of the many goddesses that are hidden. I just brought her out there because we was talking about wisdom, right? And I agree with you that Gnosticism, comes out of the early Jewish, traditions, and splintered off and added, their little thing to it. I'll give you that. But at the same time, when the Council of Nicaea was being done and all of those other councils, was they not like bringing in all the textual information from all of these different places and deciding on what was and was not going to be in there? And Sophia being hidden under wisdom was one of those things. They took in Gnosticism and their ideologies into what we know as the Bible to make sure that all the people that are underneath Rome's like territory had something to identify in with this new religion that they're about to push to continue their reign. So I agree that, with everything that you said about Sophia, but I'm also gonna say that people really did believe in this, and that belief system found its way into yours.
You
Listen.
know what? You know what? I agree with you on one point that you made when you said that um the Romans, the Gnostics had an alliance with the Romans, because we know that through the Valentinians and the Basilians and stuff like that. So I agree right there. But those books was already rejected before that. So at the Council of Nicaea, they didn't reject any books. The books was rejected, I think, 25 years before the Council of Nicaea.
No, what I said the Council of Nicaea and other councils because I didn't
Oh,
want
okay.
to read down all the list of all the councils. But and I'm not sure on which exact council that you're talking about when they was talking about Sophia, but I know that they were. And still, even then, they didn't reject the entire thing because she still found in the gospel that we read about when they're talking about wisdom and making it a gender bound because when they're talking about God and they're saying he, they never make that mistake and say she when they're talking about the most high.
Okay. So
and
yeah.
and Sophia is not even like one of the first ones. You if you really want to talk about goddesses in there, we already had this conversation about Asherah and how she was in the
Right.
beginning in Genesis.
No, that's not Ashura.
So like,
But
and that's in your text in
that's
the
not
beginning.
Ashura.
Yes,
The
it is.
Bible, it tells you about
Man,
Ashura. It tells you about Ashura when it says the Israelites and Judges they worship Baal and Ashura. So we not running from that. Yes,
okay, but who is she? Yes,
but
y'all are running for her because you
no,
keep on referring to
nobody is
her as
running
just
from
the
Ashura.
all in Ashura, but y'all don't like to say Yahweh in Ashura when that is
No,
historically
because
accurate
it say
as
but
well.
because it says Baal, right?
But it also has inscriptions that says
Well,
Yahweh in his
that has
Ashura.
everything to do with the name of these deities.
Uh
I,
huh.
I'm not finna have that
I
discussion right now
know. I know.
because I want to have this. I want to flesh out this thing that you brought up about the Greeks. I mean about the god Sophia. Sophia is attached to every goddess in Rome. They got Sophia Syllabi, I think it's Syllabi, right? Sybil Sophia. You have Helen Sophia. They got statues. So they just saying that this is wisdom, whatever this representation is. So the word becomes if the word becomes common. I keep telling y'all these words evolve. Words they become common, right? We know these
But
Greek.
the fact that Sophia is an actual goddess with a storyline underneath the Gnostic teachings doesn't tell you that it's more than just a word,
No, because it's Greek. It's a
especially
Greek
since.
word. Do you
Where
have
do
a
you
Greek
think the
goddess named
Roman
Sophia?
got their? Where do you think the Rome got their culture from?
I
Where do
know
you think Greece got their
they got
culture
it from the
from?
Greeks.
Rome is big
It's a splinter
copycat
of the Greeks,
too.
Greco-Roman.
Right,
Okay,
because they absorbed the
so
Greek
what
cultures and
mythology talks
traditions, and they
about
just changed
Sophia?
the names.
So what mythology of the Greeks talk about Sophia? Because
I'm
it's a Greek
talking
word.
about, see, this is the problem because you're trying to muddy it so you don't understand purposely. When I'm talking about Sophia, I'm talking about Gnosticism, right?
Right,
And
right.
Gnosticism, even though, yes, it is something that you can find within Greek and what they're doing, and Rome and what they're doing, do I think that Rome was really making Gnosticism their number one religion? No, because it would be that if that's what
Well,
they
it
were
was
doing. So,
Invictus.
so them downplaying who Sophia is really doesn't mean anything
It
to
was
me
sun
because
worshippers.
she really comes from the Gnostic faith. So those are the people you got to look to when you want to talk about her and her story and what and how she's represented and how she's revered. You don't go next door.
Right. So, but this that's what I'm saying. She's mentioned with them, with the Gnostics. But it's a Greek word that embodies the wisdom, right? And it's an early view of wisdom when it's not talking about nothing about intellect. It's talking about um
Are we talking
spirit.
about Genesis now?
It's talking about a spirit.
Are
So
we
if
talking about Genesis now? What are we talking about now?
Sophia still. You and even in the Gnostic Gospels, you have in a hierarchy, you have Benah, right? Benah, then you have I said Sophia, Akama, or Akama and Sophia. I forget how they got it. I know it's higher and lower. So you had these different aspects, but we only talk about Sophia because Sophia is the word that's used in the Bible, and you attach that to the deity. When the Greek, it's a Greek word, and it doesn't go back to a Greek deity. You
Right,
know
because
the
it
Greek
goes back
deity.
to the Gnostics. Like I don't know. Like I
That's what
get
I'm
it.
saying.
I
That's
get
how they
it.
knew
That
that. That's how they knew that it was false. That's how they knew that they was making it up.
okay. We could agree to disagree.
All right, can I share the screen real quick? I just want to read some stuff for y'all, just so we can get some clarification. Hold on, where is it?
Hey, humble, real quick, while you sharing the screen, I was no, go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. What is this at? No. Is this it? Hold on, let me see. Nope. All right, got it. Hold on 1 second. I be having so many little windows up because I be like following a conversation. So hold on. All right, here it is. So I want to read this really fast. If y'all can see this, right? So it says scholarly connections between Asherah and wisdom. Several scholars suggest that wisdom in Hebrew scripture may be tamed or abstracted from earlier goddess traditions, including Asherah. Functionality, continuity. Both Asherah and wisdom are associated with life, fertility, nourishing aspects of the cosmos. Wisdom depiction as a source of guidance mirror Asherah's role in the Ugaritic mythology as an advisor to El. Personification and monotheistic reframing. As Israelites' religion moved towards monotheism, God's attributes were sometimes reinterpreted in abstract and moralized terms, depersonalizing them into concepts like wisdom. Oh my gosh. Like wisdom to preserve beneficial functions while eliminating competing deities. This is what you're talking about, Brother Capone, right? So when we see wisdom in Proverbs, we're seeing a reframing of Asherah in a monotheistic framework. This is why it's okay for the Bible in Genesis to say, oh, well, they tore down all of the poles of Asherah, because they had to reframe her to make her fit. They can't have a competing deity. So what they did was they made her wisdom and they made her a part of God. This is what the
just made that
Masoretic
up.
people do, right? It's a textual indication. Some passages in Proverbs and other wisdom literatures emphasize a feminine voice offering instructions and orders, analogous to Asherah's early mediations between God and humanity. Scholars such as Peter Ekinoid and Asphadolong posits that these texts reframe advantages of Asherah's worship through the symbolic figure of wisdom, right? So also I wanted to ask you, bro, wisdom is considered what in Proverbs? Isn't she considered the tree? She considered a tree,
She
right?
is the tree of life to those that behold
And what
her.
else is the tree of life?
Who else? Where they get the
Asherah is also the tree of
show
life.
that
He
Asherah is the
says,
tree of
show
life.
it. What source you want it from? Let's go to
Show
theological
it.
study
Go to
journal.
the source that show that. I want to see the word
It said
tree in
God,
life, and
male, and female, the
I want to
Oldest
see
Testament.
the
Hold on one
actual
second. I
word.
got you. It says God, male, and female in the Old Testament, Yahweh and his Asherah. In recent issues of the journal, E. Johnson discusses, I guess this is who the journal is by, discusses the evidence for female language for the deity in both scripture and the tradition. Her discussions omit some recently discoveries, inscriptions which have caused a major shift in the scholarly understanding of the
femaleness of the divine in ancient Israel, and as a result, the history of Yahwistic faith. See, y'all gotta study this Yahwistic stuff. Every time I talk about the Yahwist and the Elohist, y'all, who is that? What is that? This is a
No, humble.
faith. Hold on
That
one
ain't
second.
what I asked you for.
The purpose of this essay is to present these inscriptions as well as their theological and historical implications for the understanding of the divine in the Old Testament. In 1975 to 76, Michel excavated in a 9th and 8th century BCE site in the eastern Sinai called Kutali Ajur. Oh, this is the Kutali Ajur thing I was dealing with. The sanctuary discovered at Kutali Ajur yielded several inscriptions that the two following quotations simplify the inscriptions containing the element of Shirah, right? Mr. X, Mr. Y. So basically, this is telling you that before we had wisdom, right? Where's the theological? Before we had wisdom, we had Asherah. Here, go right here, right? It's a say, and father of the pantheon, Asherah was a nurturing mother goddess, the religious symbol of a goddess. The Asherah was in Israel was a wooden pole, or perhaps a what? A tree, representing the what?
That
Tree
was
of
burnt.
life. Tree of, you said, show you where she was the tree of life. Right here, it lets you know.
The fact that he made you show him with the tree of life, but he was just screaming about the grove that they burnt down, like you already knew she was a
The
tree.
grove wasn't the tree of life. That's a tree. Anything.
I know
I'm
what
not
I said.
talking. Hold on.
Listen to, wait, hold on. Before you go off the
Go
deep end,
ahead. Go
listen to
ahead.
what I said
Go
again,
ahead.
right?
Go ahead.
I find it weird that you made him look for where it says Asherah is the tree of life, when you know that when they burnt down the grove, they was burning down the actual like trees and the Asherah poles symbolizing trees of her. So you already knew that she was the
But those
tree.
are not trees
And
of life. Every tree is not a
I
tree of life.
know
The
that
tree of
you're
life
not
is
listening
the
to
tree
the
of life is.
symbology of
Hold
what
on.
I'm saying. You're
But
just
but hold
stuck
on.
on
Hold
tree
on.
of
But
life.
do
You
the
already
tree of
knew she was the
no,
tree.
because that's the point. So do you know what a tree of life is?
Of course, I know what the tree of life is. It's my womb. The hell?
So your womb is immortal.
Yes. If we're talking spirituality, absolutely.
How is your womb immortal when you die?
Because my mitochondria lives on. And
Don't let her get down to
It's
kick.
been here since
How the
abiogenesis, my brother.
Hold on,
What
look,
are we
I ain't trying
talking
to get
about?
into your anatomy and all that. What I'm saying is the tree of life represent immortality. That's what the tree of life is.
No,
So when it says that wisdom is the tree of life, because she is the gift of you understanding things that you can't understand regularly. Like
This is why they want to mix it. This is
it's
why
the
they want to
humbling
muddy
of
up.
nature of your natural abilities.
Right, but
It's
this is why they want to
humbling
muddy
experience.
like Sophia worship and Asherah worship, because Asherah is here from the beginning. This
exactly.
is your Old Testament stuff. Sophia's New Testament. That's how she snuck in there.
Mm-hmm.
But when it
I just
comes to
told you that
Asherah,
language.
she is the tree of life. That's why her symbol is a tree. And it wasn't just any old tree, it was a tree with animals around it eating
But
from it.
trees are not
Because she,
immortal.
hush, child, and learn something for a second. And
Right,
the
go ahead.
animals used to eat around her, right? And that's why they called her the tree of life. And not only that, the reason why I call it the tree of life the womb, because if Humble was ever so like nice enough to Google what it looks like when you stretch out the placenta, and you will see why I call the placenta the womb and the tree of life, because it literally the veins creates a tree inside of my
How
womb.
many
So
placentas you
it's
have?
not only that, right? It's just so many things that's going on with the mitochondria and the woman, and why the earlier civilizations and tribes revered women worship. It's not just because we're women and we're pretty. It's because we were life. We were creation.
Can I please get in here, please?
Go ahead, Kasai.
Yeah, man. I thought I was gonna be able to sit back and watch the rest of the night, but I keep hearing this foolishness, man. So they keep on talking about Sophia and all this. Look, what they want you to do, they keep wanting to insert all this extra nonsense into the Israelite culture, and then they trying to rework history and act as if the Israelites were this polytheistic, and they reworked the Bible and made it monotheistic. So first I want to play some audio because notice there was no source on the Elohist and the Yahwist. Just ask them for the primary. That's all you got to do, because there is no primary. I can pull it. I can pull the scholars. They'll tell you that there is no evidence for this. So just to let y'all know that the belt over here is real. Listen to this audio with me and Humble real quick.
Elohist and Yahwist. You need a primary for the Elohist and Yahwist. I need a primary. When the people went into when the Babylonians. I need a primary. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, brother. You just didn't want me to interrupt you, but now you interrupted me. I'm not doing foolishness. Hold on. Come on, brother. Let me ask you a question. When the Babylonians went into Israel and took over, and they came back, what were those people called? Have nothing to do with what I asked you about. What were those people called? I'm talking about. Show me because that's people. Hold on. So listen to this though. He says in the Elohist. Show the primary source. He said, "I got you. I told him pull up a biblical text where there's only a L or a Yah, right? Listen to this. It only has Yahweh or only has L. Thank you. So he said he got me. Y'all want to know how that video turned out? How did that conversation ended? Y'all want to know how you looking confused? Listen to this. Pull it up, man. You know what? I'm not here. Talk too damn much. So Sonator jumped in a little bit, but listen. Yeah, you better get up out of here. Hey, let me. Can I finish real quick? Oh, get his head correct. I jumped in. Can I finish real quick? I'm gonna finish what I was showing, then I'm gonna let y'all have the floor. I want to talk to you real quick for a little bit, Rakufu, but I'm gonna finish out real quick. So I want y'all to know this. Dude jumped out of here. He said I was looking confused. That boy got up out of there and ran. You was looking confused. That boy got up out of there. Where the rest of the video? Hey. Primaries and stuff. Bro got up out of here. He got up out of there. That man ran. That man ran. Listen. There is no. All this is what we call reconstruction history. That El and Yahwist, because guess what? I pulled in this video. I pulled the scholar that literally said there is no El, there is no Yahweh. This is all interpreting on the text, how we want to read the text. There is none of that. So my first question is, what in the biblical text, what role is Asherah supposed to play? Show me a primary that Asherah is supposed to be this heavenly deity or something in the biblical text. Because what you keep trying to do is revisionist history. He had the Kuntal of the Drug and is talking about Yahweh and his Asherah. I got more audio. Don't make me embarrass you, Humble, over here. He didn't even know what the scholars bring it. You know this is what we live for.
He didn't even know what the scholars said about it. I said, you don't know what the scholars actually say about the inscription? You don't know what the truth about it is? He said, what scholars say that, huh? Tell me, what scholars say this? And then he said Denver discovered it. I dare you to say that now. I dare you to.
Bro, hey, hold on. Hey, brother A1. Hey, bro, let me take this down real quick. Let me put my face on the screen. I love this. This is what I love right here. Hey, brother A1. When I first had my argument alley over here, we played my call out video, right? A1.
Oh yeah, we definitely played your call out video.
Call out video, and in the call out video, I most definitely called out Brother Kazad, and I most definitely in that call out video showed that he didn't know what he was talking about, and I most definitely showed that I had the primary sources to show what I was talking about. Most definitely. So we could do that. Listen, this is what I love. This is my realm right here.
Cause I've been trying to get a debate all day, man.
Hold on. We can do this right now. Hey. So who discovered the Kuntalite drug? Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
I don't have to look it up. I don't have to look it up. William Denver.
Okay? Now let's show the first lie.
William G. Denver was a part of the excavation.
No, you said William G. Denver discovered. Who discovered the Kuntalite drug? His name is actually Zeev Michelle. And I actually have the article.
Zeev Michelle, William G. Denver.
No, ain't no, not William G. Denver. Nothing. William G. I'm finna let me bust it down.
Go ahead.
Kuntalite drug. Hold on, let me pull up my. I spelled it wrong. I don't care.
While y'all pulling up what y'all needed to pull up, I just want to say really quickly, like, this conversation is built in a couple of facets of mythology, theology studies, right? We're talking about the history of religions, we're talking about comparative mythology, we're talking about historical, biblical history, anthropology, religious studies, all of these things in one little conversation. So please don't confuse the fact that, the type of evidence that you want, you might not find, because there's other ways to prove the points that we're making. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna let y'all brothers go. I'm gonna let y'all get back at it. I just wanted to say with that placenta and the tree of life, we don't know that the tree of life actually looked like that, for one thing. And that's also how your brain look. That's also how the lungs look. So that cuts what's this called? Abiogenesis.
How does that cut
Because hold on, because if that image is true, what you just showed, that show a design. It definitely shows a design, and if it's a design, then it was a creator. So
that's you making an assumption. No, that's you making an assumption. That's you making an assumption. And
that shows the design and purpose. I can show that design in other things.
Okay, I heard you.
Human anatomy.
Because you can find all types of designs in the world. Like, that's not new, right? What you were talking about was the tree of life, specifically the life-giving tree. And what I said was that life-giving tree is on my placenta, the life-giving organ that's in my stomach that creates life. That's what I was talking about. How you are trying to connect that to abiogenesis is beyond me, but that's why I asked you beforehand, are we talking spiritually or are we talking like science? Because spiritually, tree of life was been talked about before the Israelites even came into the existence. Like, you're not the first one that came up with the tree of life.
We're not saying that we the first.
Exactly.
We're not saying that we the first ones. We know it's a cultural continuity.
About it, but go ahead. He found his information.
Can I get in here, please? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Y'all can finish with the
that whole placenta thing, pseudo, because the lungs look like a tree. So now everybody got lungs. So we all the tree of life. Come on, man. Let's stop that. That's pseudo, and I got up here to actually bring the scholarship and correct the foolishness that was being talked about up here. So my brother, Humble Mystic, he said William Denver found the Kuntalite drug. That is completely incorrect. William Denver came after the inscription. I mean, the artifact was found, and he uses the inscription to try to push his doctrine on the Yahwistic or pre-religion Yahwistic belief stuff. So that's his role in it. That's his role, not the discovery of none of that. William G. Denver is a prominent archaeologist who uses findings from the Kuntalite drug and Caribbean L. Cone to argue that the 8th century Israelite folk religion was polytheistic, preaching the worship of Yahweh alongside a goddess consort Asherah. Right? That's William Denver role. He's not so he don't even know what he's talking about already off the bat. William Denver did not discover the Kuntalite drug. Who found the Kuntalite drug? As I said, Zeev Michelle found it. And I also have the person who actually found it. I actually have his article and what he published on it. All the translation he give to the Kuntalite drug none of them point to actually the goddess Asherah. Do you really want to get into his work? And then I know you didn't read it because guess what? When I challenged you on it the first time, you asked me what scholar said this. Why would you ask me what scholar said this if you already read the works on it? So then I gave him one. I believe it was E.A. Emerton, I believe his name is. I might be pronouncing it wrong. I might be, but Emerton. Yahweh and his Asher, and he tells you specifically for one, the word on it and it's the Hebrew phrasing, for you to imply that it's talking about a actual now like an individual and it's saying that this is his wife is incorrect. That is not attested in any kind of Hebrew idiom or phrasing ever. What? Anytime, huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You can speak because hold on. We all see you just gotten you lying first of all. You can go ahead.
I'm here with it. Go ahead. I'm here with it.
Speak, and then I'm finna come back with the sources, and I'm finna take your head off. Go ahead.
So first off, right? Even when he showed, hold on, let me pull this up because I most definitely say he did excavations, right? So hold on. Let's go here. Right? William G. Diver conducted significant research on revealing insights in the 8th century. Wait, hold on. Let's go down here where it talks about him doing excavations, right? Denver's role in excavations, right? So when I'm saying Denver did this, I'm not saying, he just doing research. He just pulled up the fact that he was just doing research. He didn't let you know that this man was a part of the team that actually went over there, right? Yes. Did the person lead the team? Of course they did, right? But was he a part of the team? Yes, he was. And he came back and all of them agree on the same thing. That's something that he's also not telling y'all, right? So let's get here with it real fast. Hold on. So because he keep playing around with this Yahwist and Elohist and hold on. Let's get here with it real fast. Like these people was always called Hebrew or something, which we know they wasn't. Hold on. So let's read this really fast, right? The term Elohist and Yahweh is referred to the Let's go down here because we gotta get to this. We gotta get to the source of this, right? The Elohist source. All right, bang. The Elohist source traditionally linked to the northern kingdom of Israel during the divided monarchy after or around 92 BCE, particularly from a roughly 875 to 740 BCE. It's a throughout. So let's do this. Let's do this really fast, right? Northern kingdom of Israel.
No primary.
Hold on 1 second, bro. You never show primary, and that's exactly what I'm about to bring up right now. Yeah, so I just did this. I just did this just to show you. Oh wait, what's the dang? This took me to all right contradictions in the Bible. It say Elohist. The Elohist source, the soul name accounts of is Hebrew Elohim gods to distinguish the deity prior to Yahweh's revelation to Moses and Exodus. Clearly orients itself around the traditions of cultic sites and the patriarchs of Northern Kingdom. And this accredited. Hold on, can y'all even see what I brought up?
Yeah, can you read that blue part?
No, that's not what I'm reading. Hold on, that's not what I'm reading. What I'm reading is this.
Oh,
it's my
the blue part said that it was a hypothesis.
Yeah, we know about the which most definitely stand up way more than Moses wrote the Bible.
Documentary hypothesis. You know they changed it since when it was first released.
Yeah, it's terrible. But so the point I'm even showing you all of this, right, is because prior to the Babylonian exile, there was no Israelites. None at all. Those people worshiped a god named El, right? Prior to the Assyrian exile, there was no Israelites. Those people worshiped a god by the name of Yah. This is documented. See, this is why he keep running around. And again, if y'all go watch, please, y'all, go do your due diligence, go watch that call-out video. Because, of course, I asked him, would scientists say that these names that they find on the Kuchalik
So where they come
does
from?
not say Asherah and what is it, Yahweh and Asherah? You
So
said where they
humble.
come from, Capone?
Yeah, where they come from then?
Where who come from?
Where the Israelites come from? You said before the
You know they
Babylonian
Canaanites,
exile.
Capone. You know y'all some Canaanites.
Well, we know that they not exactly Canaanites because the
Y'all all
Canaanites were
exactly
saying that
Canaanites.
other people. Hold on. The Canaanites were saying that some other people was attacking them. So we know they not exactly Canaanites, as you say. If they Canaanites by being inhabitants in that land, if you want like
Are the
citizenship,
Babylonians Canaanites?
or the Babylonian, it depends. The Amorites. Are you
No,
talking
the
Amorites?
Babylonians are not Canaanites. You know the Babylonians are not
It
Canaanites.
depends on who you're talking about. You
no
have
depend on-
Amorite, Babylonian Amorites. That's the thing.
Where's the
excuse me.
empire
Let
of
me-
Babylonia,
can I-
bro?
No, can I please get in here? You're not finna try to run the GD and Capone, try to argue with him. No.
Cause I want you
Let me
to. Come
finish you.
on, come
Let me
with it.
finish you.
Go ahead, Kasai. Go ahead.
Listen to this real quick. Listen to this, cause he playing with y'all. Listen to this.
Go ahead.
We just went down just a little bit. We see right here. He says, I took the altars. He said, I took the vessels from the altar of Yahweh. Who's the God of Israel? Yahweh. Who's the God of Omri, the king of Israel? Yahweh. Who's the God of Hezekiah? Yahweh. You playing. We got.
So if Yahweh is the God,
no. I want y'all to understand the context of what's being played right here. This is actually me. This is them already bringing up the Israelite thing don't exist. He already got cooked on this. I already pulled up the primaries and
never
cooked on
could.
this.
So answer this question, because
no, stop interrupting.
Answer this question.
I let you go. Stop interrupting. He keep on trying to come over here and run over here like he didn't already lose on these arguments already. Look, pay attention.
Never.
Talking about El.
Listen, that's the beginning. You talking about El. I pull. He said there. Listen to what he just said. There is no these people worship Yah. There is no people worshiping Yah prior to with the northern king prior to the Babylonian exile, right?
That's not what I said. You see
I know,
how
I'm
you twisting the
I'm
words
paraphrasing you badly. I know.
Can y'all have the debate right now instead of talking about what y'all had in the past? Like,
let me finish.
I would like to hear it in real time.
Let me finish. I'm mixing two statements up. I'm mixing up the thing you said with the Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom because I'm finna really cook you. The Messe Stele, he talked about that they're not worshiping Yah and that these people in the north are worshiping El. The Messe Stele is talking about King Omri and him beating up the Northern Kingdom. The God of the Northern Kingdom is Yahweh. He's lying. That's literally what it says on the Messe Stele, and that's the audio I just played. Listen to it again. Listen to it again.
Talking about El, but we just went down just a little bit. We see right here. He says, I took the altars. He said, I took the vessels from the altar of Yahweh. Who's the God of Israel? Yahweh. Who's the God of Omri, the king of Israel? Yahweh. Who's the God of Hezekiah? Yahweh. You playing. We got.
This was his show. The host of his show is dropping the bomb for me because he getting cooked on his show. Stop playing with me. You're bringing up arguments that you got beat up on other channels over here to lose again. I'm not going to entertain you with that. Pull up the primary that I asked you for about the El and the Yahweh. That's all I asked you for because all I'm going to do is show the documents that ain't no Yahweh and there is no Yahweh, Elohist, Deuteronomy. There is none of that, bro. That's some make up stuff. So let's get into this Yahweh and Asherah thing. Let's get into
No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Hold on.
Yeah, we is. Yeah, we is. We finna get
Hold on 1 second. Let's get into it really fast.
I'll let you use your time. You try to use your time to go to GD and Capone. No.
Hold on 1 second,
man. You finna get cooked.
Hold on 1 second. I got you. So we do know, again, he keep running. This is how you know, bro, when we having conversations, I'm having conversations with believers and not historians, right? Notice he's not saying anything about the Babylonian exile. Notice he's not saying anything before the Babylonian. He don't know who those people were. But one thing I know, right, and I can show y'all primary on, is those people had a Yahwistic, or no, in the Northern Kingdom, they had an Elohistic tradition. They were serving the god of El. In the Southern Kingdom, they were serving the god of Yah. It wasn't until these exiles came about that he won't talk about. To these people started getting names like Jews, Israelites, things of that nature. Right? It wasn't until 1208 BC do we see the term Israel on the Mishnah Stele. We know this. These are he's talking about show me primary. Y'all can't show me primary. If I can't show you primary, then why do we see the word Yahweh, YHWH? And then y'all is just horrible with that whole thing because y'all just, first off, we know they just four consonants. Y'all just be inserting vowels. We got Apostle talking about.
No, you're rambling now. You're rambling now, bro. You're rambling now.
I'm not. Hold on 1 second, Brody. Hold on. You wanted to come up here and play the video clips or whatnot. So now let's put this in perspective. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let's put this in perspective, right? So we was talking about the Elohist and the Yahwist, right? So can you give me the name of the people that was in the Northern Kingdom before the Babylonian exile?
You done?
Can you give me the name of the people in the Northern Kingdom before the Babylonian exile?
Yes. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's get into these primary sources and let me bust him over his head to show that he lying.
Now, why she don't answer the question?
He keeps talking about that these people aren't worshiping Yahweh prior to these exiles, bro. He keep talking about these exiles. So Omri, is he not pre-exile? Yes or no?
You said it's King Omri?
Pre-exile, yes.
No.
Okay. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Was King Omri pre-exile? Right? Now I'm gonna just show you, like, bro, this is ridiculous, bro. And this just shows you how much they don't know about Israelite history, but they love to talk about it. So can you share my screen, please, A1?
Let's get into it.
This is like, why am I even doing this with this brother? Share my screen, please, A1. Was King Omri pre-exile? Yes. King Omri reigned well before Babylonian exile. He was a powerful 9th century BC ruler, approximately 885 to 874 BC. So, to give you a little understanding, this is before Assyrian exile. This is before Babylonian exile. This is before Persian exile. This is before all these people that you try to take and say they got exiled. This is before all that. So now let me smoke you one more time in front of these people for lying. Share this tab instead. So this is the actual translation from off the Meshe Stele. It says literally, I am Meshe, the son of Chemosh, king of Moab the Dibionite. My father ruled over Moab 30 years. Let's get down to the point because he ain't gonna let me just move. He's not gonna let me finish knocking his head off. He's gonna keep trying to harping on this part. So let's get down here. It says this. He said, what's those people's called? Hold on, let me go up. Because I'm almost skipping stuff. It says right here. I'm right here where it's highlighted, so y'all can see. It says, I will oppress Moab in many days, he declared thus, but I enjoyed his view in that of his house. Israel was destroyed forever. Omri had taken possession of the land of Madaba, and he dwelt in it during his days, during half of my days, his sons 40 years, but Chemosh restored it during my days. I built Baal Meon, and I made a reservoir in it. I built Kerethaim. The men of Gad dwelt in the land of Atrah from ancient times, and the king of Israel have built Atrah. So now he asked me a question. What were these people called before the Babylonian exile? Well, we see it. They're Israel. They're Israelites.
The Northern Kingdom was called Israel.
The kingdom of Israel. They're Israelites. If you want to get into specific tribal alignments and all that, we see a tribe right here, the tribe of Gad. Stop playing with me, bro. This is too easy. So let's get down a little bit more. Chemo said to me, go take Nebo from Israel. What were they called? Israel, because they're Israelites. They're the kingdom of Israel. Like, let's stop being stupid. And then this the part right here. This the part right here. I took from there the hearth, which is supposed to be like the vessels of the altar. That's all it means. The vessels of the altar of what is this? Who is this supposed to be? YHWH? Who is this? We see it says, yeah, we know it's the Tetragrammaton. That's their God. The God of the Israelites, the God of Omri, the God of his people, Yahweh. You keep talking about El, and it says Yahweh. And then this is the killer part. This is at the same, this is what you call contemporary with the Kuntalita drug. They keep trying to give you a remixed version of history. Where is Asherah added in this? Where is the other deities associated with Israel in this? No, you're taking literally an idolatrous artifact and saying that this was the original and this is what started off first. No. The Bible tells you that they went off and did idolatry. Put it in its right context. Because we see that here that the God of Israel is Yahweh. And it says the king of Israel have built Yahaz and he lived there while fighting against me, but Chemos drove him out before me. So what are you talking about? The ancient people themselves are telling you Yahweh is their God. The people that Israel is fighting against are telling you Yahweh is Israel's God. What are you talking about? Step your scholarship up, bro. This is ridiculous. Now,
so number one, let's point out that King Omri never called himself Israel. That's number one. We know the Amorites are not. His whole rant was literally talking about the Amorites being Israelites.
It said nothing about Amorites.
Israelites. This is why he want to keep going to King Omri and all of that. Again, what were those people called? He said, they were called the tribe of Dan. They weren't called no tribe. There was no tribe of Dan back then. There was no name Dan back then. They didn't have A's back then. So they couldn't be called the tribe of Dan. Dan is an English term. Y'all see how, this is why I be letting them ramble like this. They come up, they think they showing something. They think they talking something. And all they doing is just jibber jabber, right? So once again, man, the people in the north, right, they worship El. He's talking about the Amori people, right, who we know again, they were Canaanites during that era, because we know it wasn't no Israelites during the 2400 BCE, 1800 BCE. Because if there were, then that means that means Abraham was back then. But we know that ain't true. So this is what they do to try to at least hold up or have a fighting chance. Oh man, we got this. We know this. We know. Point blank period. All that stuff come from Canaan. Yahweh, El, Asherah, all of that comes from Canaan. And we know the Bible is a compilation of those stories. And we know it's been rewritten over time. We know it went through the what the Essenians, the Masoretes. We know it went through the Council of Nicaea. We know it went through all of these things to get put in a monotheistic framework. But we know the names we get in this book alone are Elohim, Yahweh, Wisdom, Asherah. We know we know all of these are polytheistic deities in the land of Canaan. We know that. It's only these people who have to keep up this lie. No, man, they false gods, man. We ain't never deal with them. That's why in the Bible it say don't deal with them. That's not why in the Bible it say don't deal with them. It don't say don't deal with them in the Bible because during a certain period of time, right, y'all was running around here trying to appease kings, right? Y'all Masoretes that was writing, y'all was around here trying to appease kings, adding stuff, taking away from stuff. This is what happens. This is why, bro. This is why, brother Yara, right? That's why, listen, I can rock with that brother, because one thing he gonna do is he gonna put the Bible in proper context. right? He not going to rock with his God over misinformation. He at least going to bring you the proper information. He let you know the white people was all up in the book messing stuff up, mixing stuff around. So now how do you come from this book that they messed up and then try to tell us, oh, well, the history is lying? That's crazy talk. What I tell y'all earlier, listen, this is pseudoism. The product, the very essence of pseudoism. I'm gonna come from the Bible where it say Dan and it, bro, you can't go back in history in 2400 BCE and show me where Dan was on any map. Any map. And that's facts. See, this is the issue with these. And see, sometimes now I feel bad for these religious people, man, because they don't know what they're doing. They're doing this out of ignorance. They're doing this out of a closed box of just what they can bring out of it. Let me cam up real quick, man. They doing this out of a closed box. So, oh, well, if anything don't fit inside this box, I got to throw it out. History don't work that way. This is why you will never see King Omri associated with an Israelite. He never called himself an Israelite. Never. We can see what's the joint that the dude the other day was on here talking about with the stone, what the dude was praying, and I was like, he didn't call himself an Israelite. They just like to insert the word Israelite into history. Oh, well, we had Israelites back in 2400 BCE. How? When y'all wasn't even known as a people until 1208 BCE. Oh, well, we had progenitors on those people. It wasn't no progenitors on those people. What they did was they separated themselves. They took some Canaanite history, right? And they made it their own. All of the archaeologists, the linguists say the same thing. This is why I bust people's heads like Brother Capone. Shout out to you, brother, tough opponent. But the brother Pit Bulls, right? The Khazars nouns that's on the list. This is why I bust their heads, man. Because everything in science leads up and support what I'm saying. It's only the biblical believers that and then they so foolish they'll use the archaeologists that we're using to disprove what they saying, and it show they don't even read their work.
You done rambling, bro?
So hold on. I'm gonna land my plane with this. I got you. I know you anxious to get back up in there. So I'm gonna land with this, man. Y'all gotta hit that weight room, man. Y'all gotta get your weight up on this scholarship. You just can't keep coming bringing. Oh well, he didn't say this. I like the little voice joint, but even that I bust your head. So I land my plane on that, man. Let's get it. Hey, I'm trying to see. I'm trying to do what Sister Issa Queen said.
You said your side is on the list.
Please let me finish him, bro. Because what you just heard was him rambling for like 5 minutes with no sources and couldn't. This is what you call denial scholarship. This is literally called denial scholarship. Denial is not just a dirty river in Egypt. Let's talk about it. So we literally had an artifact from 800 something BCE that told you the tribe of Dan occupied this land since ancient times, and you just gonna listen to humble mystics somewhere here and say it wasn't no tribe of Dan. Are we serious? Who needs to step their scholarship up?
Can you show us?
Then I just showed it on the screen, bro. What are you talking about?
From the Bible, can you show us a history? Bro, we don't want to see no Bible ain't a credit. That's not a validated source. We don't get a Bible no credit over here.
Humble. That's how I know you slow. That was from the Meshe. That was from an archaeological artifact. That was from an artifact, bro.
That was not on no artifact.
Okay.
That was not on no artifact.
Okay. Let me show you how dumb this is, bro. Let me show you how dumb this is, my guy. Let me show you how dumb this is. And I this is crazy. So, hey, everyone in the chat, I want everyone in the chat right now. Drop a 1 if you just literally see me.
Hey, come on, man. Show us the tribe of Dan, man. Show us the tribe of Dan in history.
Drop a 1 in the chat if everyone see me do it.
Show us the tribe of Dan in history. An archaeological place called the tribe of Dan, or archaeological people called the tribe of Dan in history. Come on, man.
I'm trying to see if y'all got a topic. We need somebody on this flyer right here.
I got a topic. Oh yeah, I got a topic.
Hold on. So my screen should be sharing.
Mm-hmm.
My screen should be sharing.
My bad. I gotta pull this down first. Then let me make it bigger. Take these comments off. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let me do this real quick. Hold on, let me do this real quick. So this is what I read from the first time, right? As you can see, the highlight is still right there. It's still there. Let's scroll up. This is actually from the Messe Stella. This nigga said I read from the Bible. I told y'all they scholarship is bad, bro. I told y'all all that was denial scholarship, man. Denial ain't just a dirty river in Egypt. I told you, man. Listen to this. So this is the Moabite Stella. This is the actual text that's found on the inscription, right? Let's go down here. This is actually the translation from it. I read this part already. I am Meshach. I already read this part. Omri, king of Israel. I already read this part, bro. What are you talking about? So you telling me there's a king of Israel, there's a place of Israel, there's a kingdom of Israel, but there ain't no Israelites. You sound crazy, bro. Like I'm trying not to say you sound stupid and stuff like that, bro, but you don't make sense, bro. It's really looking bad. So let's get up here. It says right here. And the men of Gad, who is this? Dwell in the country of Ataroth from ancient time. Who is these people, bro? And the king of Israel fortified Ataroth. He just said that don't exist. I'm not gonna keep playing with him, bro. That I'm not playing with you, bro. That you want?
Are you saying that's the tribe of Dan?
You trying to play?
Are you saying that's the tribe of Dan?
So this is another inscription.
Are you saying that's the tribe of Dan?
You heard me. So now let's get into something else. This is actually an inscription he keep talking about ain't nobody no Israelite and stuff. So we actually can go into the Akkadian records, bro. It literally says right here, 10,000 soldiers of Ahab the Israelite. What is like? Come on, bro. What is we talking about here?
What, bro? This guy's terrible. Go back. See, look. This is why I don't use. This is why y'all shouldn't use Wikipedia, bro.
Stop.
Go down.
No, ain't no hold on. Ain't no hold on.
Now you don't want to go down.
No, you interrupting. Because guess what? I just sat there and let you ramble, didn't I? Didn't I just let you
sit there and ramble? He's terrible.
Didn't I let you sit there
this is why y'all shouldn't use Wikipedia, bro. It never give definites, man. Listen, scholars don't write these articles on Wikipedia. This is why it say words like it could possibly be. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
It's still my turn. You had to ramble.
This is why it say words like it could possibly be.
Bro, you
such and
ramble
such
for
and such
5
and such.
minutes.
Terrible, bro.
Let me cook you, my guy. Let me cook you. You just ramble for 5 minutes with no sources.
Go ahead, man.
What are you talking about?
You is terrible.
You just ramble for 5 minutes with no sources.
And hey, can we get a topic? I got a couple topics lined up, even for just for this conversation.
Yeah, you can stop interrupting and just take this L. That's what you could do.
Can we get a topic?
My screen should be sharing on another tab, A1. My screen should be sharing on another tab, A1. So we just
it ain't sharing.
It ain't. All right, hold on. Let me see something. So
are we still looking for the tribe of Dan? Dan.
See them say the literally the people of Gad and the king of Israel and all these Israelites. Like, bro, you that's foolishness, bro. That's called denial scholarship. And you
all right. So listen, I got a topic.
My screen sharing yet? That's all I need. I don't need you talking right now, good brother. That's all. Appreciate you. So when we get into this Yahweh in this Asherah thing, right? The first thing they try to go to is that the image shows that this is supposed to be Yahweh and his wife Asherah. So let's actually get into this, right? They try to argue that the drawing is in the inscription are related immediately below. It says this: the picture shows two standing figures resembling the minor Egyptian god Bes and the seated figures, thought by some to be a female, but Hadley on page 196 to 201 to be probably a male playing the lyre. Gilia suggests that the picture illustrates the inscription and that two of the figures are Yahweh and the goddess Asherah. But Gilia has followed opinions have differed about the identifications, right? So if you really actually get into the scholarship, he keeps talking about William Denver. Why he don't actually pull up the different scholars that actually
He just
go into
agreed with me.
No,
Terrible, bro.
Can you, bro, stop interrupting? For one, stop interrupting. You didn't even let me make the point check. He wanna try to argue about William Denver and his interpretation. If you actually pull up these scholars, bro, they don't even know which figure is supposed to be who. They'll say, "Oh, this figure is supposed to be Howard." Oh no, that one over there is supposed to be Howard. They don't know. And you really want to get the drawing itself has nothing to do with the interpretation. But let's actually get down to the phraseology about the inscription and everything, right? Let's actually get down there, all right? Let's skip all the time about the pictures and stuff. Let's get down to the fact of it all. It says further, if the writer of the inscription had intended to refer to Yahweh and his Asherah in the sense of Yahweh and his consort Asherah, it would have been possible to do so in a way that corresponds with the Hebrew idiom as attested in the Old Testament. The writer could have attached a pronominal suffix to a noun denoting a relationship. As I pointed out, he could have simply written Yahweh and his wife Asherah, thus as an examples in Genesis, right? When we see Abraham and his wife Sarah, right? And it says it is also possible to cite other examples of the phrase containing a name with a pronoun. A phrase containing a name or a pronoun followed by the name of someone connected with the person, the first name, and then followed denoting the relationship with the pronominal suffix is attached. Meaning every time we get into the Hebrew, it always explicitly states the relationship between the two individuals. Why is that missing in the inscription? He don't know because he don't follow the scholarship behind it. Right? That's the problem. He wants to try to act like he's dealing with scholarship when really he's dealing with confirmation biases. That's what he's really dealing with. Right? Let's get down a little bit more. I'm gonna get down to the conclusion because I know I ain't gonna have time to read all this. You don't actually deal with scholarship. I know you ain't gonna let me read all this. Let's just get down to the conclusion of the matter. Right? Get me down. This is what real, you know what I'm saying, reading look like. It ain't something that you can just simply just pull up, you know what I'm saying? Okay, here we go right here. Where we at? Let me see. Here we go. It says right here. However, in 2 Chronicles, right, that says that the people of Judah served Asherim and the idols, right? And if the people could serve the idols, it was possible that they could say the service. They said to serve the symbol of a goddess. It is thus clear that the plural Asherim could be used as a symbol of Asherah, and that is the normal usage in the Old Testament. The plural does not necessarily imply that there was believed to be more than one Asherah. It's literally telling you the name Asherah in the Bible, bro, is literally is referencing to the figure. It's not talking about a deity, bro. It's not talking about a person. It's not talking about the actual deity. You actually got to get into the scholarship and actually read what it's talking about, right? It says this. I want to get to the right point, though. I want to get to the right point. Here we go. It says, so as far as I presented as a case that the term Asherah is to be translated as his Asherah, the wooden object, rather than his Asherah, the deity, right? Such a view can, however, be maintained only if it fits the context in which it appears. The text in the Kuntal Literature in Davies will serve as a basis for the discussion. The actual inscription right here, right? The first three words of the translated, I bless thee by Yahweh Teman. The preposition introduces the name of the deity whose name someone is blessed, as in Davies, right? and probably in Tel Arad and also in Kubrileh El Qom. It is reasonable to suppose that someone blesses someone else not only by Yahweh but also by his Asherah, i.e., by a cult object rather than by a goddess. What is we talking about here? What is we talking about here?
So hold on one second. All right, so let's get into this.
What is we talking about here?
So I let him ramble, right? Just so I can do my thing. Y'all know how, like, I'm mad I can't screenshot this. I really want to. Right. So I screenshotted with the brother. I screenshotted with the brother just pulled up. First off, that's not no source. That's what he keep. That's why I don't understand why he keep pulling this up. Let me come up and say this. First thing, that's not no source, right? Based on what this man was reading, the citations and structures, the passage align most closely with a standard academic summary found in scholarly books, encyclopedic treatments, not a blog or friend sources. The style matches works that synthesize the debate rather than argue a new thesis. So what he's reading, right? He's reading a secondhand source that's talking about the debate between Judith Hadley and William G. Denver, right? On Judith Hadley's side, she have Athamar Kill and Christopher Umbridge, right? And on William G. Denver, he have Ryan Thomas. Now, in this paper that he's showing, these two people are arguing the same thing that me and him is arguing, right? Judith don't think that, hey, this, it could be some misconceptions about what's going on here. We don't know if this say this say that. William G. Denver and them are saying, no, we absolutely know what's going on here. This is why when he's reading, it sounds like he's agreeing with me at some points. And at some points, y'all say, okay, well, what that got to do with what? But the reason in some points, every time he read that, it sounds like he's saying that is what the Kuntal Adrid is because that's what William G. Denver said. See, this man don't know. He don't read. So he's talking about I don't source up. But yet he's bringing you an article about a debate that William G. Denver and Judith Hadley have. Now, it's clear what side of the debate he stand on. He stand with Judith, right? And I stand with William G. Denver. Right, but now here's why I stand with William G. Denver and not Judith, because William G. Denver actually was on the team for the excavations. Right, I'm not about to argue with that. That's like me arguing with an Egyptologist about what the right name to call a saw. Should we call it a saw Osiris? I'm not going to go with you. You're not a linguist. So again, this is why we gotta really check these brothers with stuff like, I'm bringing sources. That ain't no source. That's a second hand academic thing for a debate that they was having. And even in that thing, it does not validate what side was right. That's just like a brother A1. Don't you know the notebook LM explainers we be having?
Mm-hmm.
And you know how at the end it leave it up to you to, okay, where do you stand on this subject? That's what he's reading. He's not reading a source, this is what they're saying, and this is no. He's reading somebody's commentary on how they think the debate went. That's that. That's that. Number two, hold on. I'm gonna land my plane with this. Hold on 1 second. Number two, I'm gonna land my plane with this. Hey, bro, I got a lot based off of this conversations. I got a lot of topics, bro. I'm ready to hit the topic when you're ready to hit the topic. Let's get in the ring. I love this spawn session, bro. I love this spawn session. Let's get in the ring with it, bro.
Done, brother? You done?
I think he's done. You got the floor.
All right. So
I land my plane.
So so I'm going to read the abstract for you of the article that I just read. It says the article discusses whether Asherah in the phrase Yahweh in his Asherah in the inscription Kuntal Adrid and Kerubit El Qom refers to the goddess Asherah and her wooden symbol. Her here rendered Asherah. First, it is argued that the drawing on Pithos A does not illustrate the inscription. So that's what I mentioned because I'm summarizing because I'm not trying to read every single thing, right? So then it says, and that the figures in it probably do not represent Yahweh and Asherah. Second, although our knowledge of Hebrew used in ancient Israel and Jewry is far far from complete. It is best, if possible, to interpret inscriptions in the light of usage in the Hebrew Bible. Since pronominal suffixes are not attached to personable names in the Hebrew Bible, it is best to translate Asherah, his Asherah, rather than his Asherah, the actual individual, the deity, right? Third, there is no difficulty in supposing that someone could utter a blessing by Yahweh in a cultic object. So that's literally the abstract. So he tried to say that he's summarizing from two. He's talking about the ark. No. What scholars actually do is when someone makes a point prior to them.
Now you want to correct your own source?
Stop interrupting and be quiet. Don't try to jump in and paint a narrative.
Man, I got him correcting his own source, y'all. Go ahead, bro.
You very. I see you not the sharpest tool in the shed. So listen very closely. When scholars pull up points and stuff, and they're debunking other scholars' point, of course they're going to cite, or they're also going to cite scholars that agree with them. So when we see things in the article talking about this scholar does this and this scholar says this, sometimes he's debunking them, sometimes he's quoting them because they're agreeing with him. Stop lying, talking about
that's not what you just read. That's not what I just read. You terrible.
Bro.
You terrible with that flim. Bro, that's literally not what you just read. You literally just sat here and said, you literally just sat here and read the summary of the article, and you talked about it being a debate. Hold on one second. No, you're not.
Hold on, humble. Let him land his plane, humble. Let him land his plane, humble.
Let's share the screen. Let's share the screen because what he just tried to do is flip it like that ain't what we just read. Now let's watch this. So listen to this. It says this. Third, there is force in Eulinger's argument that the phrase Yahweh and Yahweh of Teman bear witness to the possibility that proper nouns could, in certain cases at least, be in a construct state. You don't even know what you're talking about. As I have
go
argued,
up and read what you was just reading.
No, shut up, bro. Please shut up. I didn't interrupt you, bro. It's 1 a.m. and I'm yelling with you, bro. My God, shut up. It says this, as I had argued in 1982. He's not quoting these scholars to just say, oh, man, they argued and I'm giving my 2 cents. No, first of all, this person was a professor of Hebrew, okay? He was at the top academic level. He's an authoritative on what in Hebrew inscription says. What are you talking about? He's giving you other scholars, which is what scholars do. He shows you their arguments, tells you their arguments, and then he debunks them, or he tells you where, hey, you know what I'm saying? This right here, I agree. He's not telling you this argument. He's not naming scholars just to say, man, they're arguing. No, he's telling you this person, I'm agreeing with this person as I argued in another paper. Like, stop. You don't even know how sources work, bro. Stop it. So now let's get into something else. Let's get into something else, because he keeps talking about some William Denver and all that, bro. First of all, you keep lying, bro. You keep lying. If you pull up what Humble Mystic showed earlier, bro, it said that William G. Denver analyzed the inscriptions, right? He analyzed the findings. He did not find it. He came after the fact and gave his 2 cents on the inscription. But guess what? Right here, right? And watch, he said, I'm screenshotting because I know you don't read this stuff. I know you don't read it. You only read for your confirmation bias. Shut up. It says right here, literally the person that found the article, this is his article. What are you from the 1970s? What is we talking about? This is his article. And you know what? From out of all the interpretations and all the translations he give, not one time did he say that this Asherah is supposed to be the goddess Asherah. Watch how I'm finna cook you real quick. This is actually an archaeologist that found it. Watch me cook you real quick, bro. Watch me cook you real quick. And on top of that, you know he also calls it a blasphemous statement. What are you talking about? So let me get here real quick. I'm finna cook you, and then we finna just show you that the Nile is not just the dirty river in Egypt. You want to pull up debate topics, but you're not even dealing with the sources in front of you, bro. Like, make it make sense.
You ain't even trying to read. Go back and read what you was just saying about the source you was just reading.
Worth it, my brother. Like, come on, bro.
Go back and read the source you was just reading, bro.
You're embarrassing yourself. Here, all right, I found where I need.
Stop being disingenuous to the people. My man said I didn't want to read everything. My man said it was a debate between them two, but I didn't want to read everything. He terrible, bro.
You just saying stuff, bro. Stop it.
Terrible. You said that. I didn't say that. You said that.
Listen to this, right? It says this. It says right here. We reading right here. Y'all see the highlight?
No, it ain't shine. Hold on, let me get it for you.
It says right here. This is terrible, man. This is terrible.
Good.
This is terrible, bro. This is actually from the article, the person that found it. This is actually from the person that found the inscription. Stop lying, telling me something. He went and agreed with William Denver, bro. Stop it. This is actually what he said. It says this: the meaning of the last word Asherah, pronounced Asherato, is even more enigmatic. Do you know what enigmatic means? You want me to Google it for you real quick, bro? Because I know you don't know what it means. You want me to go Google it real quick for you? I got you, bro. I got you. Because I see people come across these words and they don't even know what this is talking about. So it says this: enigmatic, right? Difficult to interpret or understand, mysterious, strange. It's weird, right? Let's go back to this inscription, right? It says this: Asherah is a pagan female deity mentioned frequently as the consort of Baal, but the two ended in a possessive form, and this form is not used in Hebrew in connection with a proper name. However, if Asherah had the generic meaning of a female deity who was Yahweh's consort, then the possessive form could have been used. Asherah or Asherat also has two other meanings. One is an object, usually a tree, which symbolizes a deity. Then the second, Sela or holy or holies, the shrine. With either of these two meanings, the possessive ending O will be grammatically correct. Thus, it will be proper to say his Yahweh's holy of holies, or his Yahweh's tree symbol, or his Yahweh's consort, with it being a generic word, not it being a proper noun. Right? It says here. I want to get down a little bit more.
I heard consort though. I heard that.
Issa, come bust it, man. Listen,
did you
man.
hear it in its proper context?
Hey, I thought Kazan was a solid one, bro. We got him switching up over here.
Listen to this.
It says,
however, it's right here. If, however, Asherah had the generic meaning of a female deity who was Yahweh's consort. Do you not know what a generic meaning mean? Do you not know that means it's not talking about actually Asherah? Like, stop listening to what you want to hear.
Wait, what do you think? Wait, hold on. What do you think that sentence means?
Bro, let's read it back from the beginning, okay? Because I see you're kind of not understanding. It says, but the two ending in a possessive form, and this form is not used in Hebrew in connection with a proper name. Do you not know the difference between a proper name and a generic word? Do you not know the difference?
This guy's terrible. This guy's terrible.
Thank you.
Keep reading. Can you keep going?
Says if Asherah had the generic meaning, a generic meaning. Do you not know what the difference between a proper name and a generic meaning? Oh, okay. I thank you. And it says this. Let's keep reading. Because it got real silent when you had to actually deal with.
I actually wanted you to finish reading the sentence, but you can keep on going.
Real silent. What's the difference between a generic meaning and a proper name? I'll wait.
Go ahead, bro.
I hear a lighter, but I don't hear an answer. What's the difference between a generic meaning and a proper name?
A generic meaning is something you can ascribe to anything. A proper noun is something that's placed solely to a specific thing. Go ahead.
Oh, so it's telling you that if it had the proper name, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. If it's talking about the actual name of Asherah, the deity, it doesn't make sense. But just the generic meaning
that's not what that is.
It makes sense.
Go ahead.
Right, that's not what I got from that sentence. That's why I wanted to hear what you were saying.
If I can get in here real quick, hold on one second. If I can get in here real quick, right? Once again, I had to do the screenshot.
You have a problem with actually understanding outside of what you want to understand.
All right, hold on one second.
So right here, let's get to the last part. Right? Let's get to the last part. Let's get to the last part. It says, thus, the interpretation by Yahweh in his Asherah right, by Yahweh and his Asherah, and keeping it with attested usage, whereas by Yahweh and his Asherah, the actual deity, lacks any clear analogy in Hebrew. Y'all see the screen, right? You see the screen, right? Oh, okay. Okay, put the lighter down, put the drugs down, and stop trying to read what you want to read. They're literally telling you that.
Can you finish the sentence? I want to.
Asherah being called, but it's literally telling you.
Hold on.
it
Pull the
being
screen
called
back up. Pull the
Asherah.
screen back up, just
I got you. I
He's trying to flim flam, bro, and he's not getting out of this one. He's trying to flim flam.
I don't know what's going on. I'm over here messaging somebody.
First off, he admitted to
I heard
reading
it's a
certain
queen.
parts of the article.
It says this. It says, thus the interpretation of the word.
Wait, can you share it?
I'm
I
sharing.
got you.
I'm sharing. I'm sharing. You see it?
Now I do.
It's we're reading right where it highlights that. It says right here. Thus, the interpretation of the words Yahweh in his Asherah as by Yahweh, and notice this is meaning that is not a proper name. This is not a proper name. His Asherah is in keeping with attested Hebrew usage, whereas by Yahweh in his Asherah, this being a proper name, lacks any clear analogy in Hebrew. This is what it keep telling you. For you to
Wait, can you move up a little bit? Can you move up a little bit?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Oh my goodness. It literally keeps telling you that for you to try to interpret the inscription that Yahweh and his Asherah is talking about the name of the deity, it's actually talking about the deity, does not make any sense in Hebrew. It's unattested. It's not what it's saying. Like I don't understand how what's wrong with y'all.
But I would love for you to move it up just a little bit. Could I not
You
read
to
it?
comprehend what that just said.
I'm trying to with all of the information that I could get out of it. So can you move it up a little bit? Like, why are you being so testy?
I'm being
It's
tested.
just it's just information. Like, I just wanted to read the paragraph right above it.
If you want me to sit here and actually read the entire article and go,
I didn't ask you to read anything to me. I just asked you to move up a little bit. You are the one
I'll give
refusing
you
to
the
move
article.
up.
How about that? I'll give you the article and you can read everything on your own. How about that? It's called.
I just saw something that I wanted to read. Is it that hard for you
So
to
I'll
just
give you the article so
continue
you
to
can read
share
it
it
on
for
your
a
own.
second?
Yeah, because I'm getting tired of explaining, so I'll just read it literally.
I didn't ask you to explain anything. I just asked you to share
Yahweh
your
in his
screen.
Asherah, the goddess or her symbol, J.A. Emerson.
You want to do this at this point. All you have to do is share your screen.
I just gave
Really
you the article. I just gave you the article, sis.
You gave it to me where?
It's called Yahweh, Yahweh, in his Asherah, Asherah, the goddess or her symbol by J.A. Emerson, Cambridge.
And I was at 1%. And what happened when it got there? He dangled it in front of me. I think that you're being really testy and it's really not that serious. I'm just going to add that. But I'm going to look it up for myself. You're perfectly correct in that.
Yeah, so that's how you shut down Humble real quick, man. This guy, I'm waiting on some scholarship.
Hey, that's a horrible. Hey, if that's what you call shutting down Humble, that's horrible with it,
All right,
Brody.
show me that primary for the Yahweh and Elohim. I'll wait on that. Show me that there was no Yahweh before exile. I'll wait on that. Like, you just got cooked in everything.
Who said there was no Yahweh? You said Yahweh. I could show you there was no Yahweh before what?
You just got cooked in everything you said.
What you say before what?
Before the exile.
Okay. I could show you Yah.
No.
I could show you. We can agree there was Yah, but there was no Yahweh or no Yahweh. It wasn't none of that back then.
You got cooked, hey. You got cooked.
Nah. But come on, bro. Let's set up a topic, bro. So there's a couple things that we talked
Now,
about
why
here.
would you send me to some place I can't read right now where you could just fucking like that was real corny.
But
Like
so we talked about a couple things. I
weirdo.
wanna number one, there's a topic. I would debate you on the fact that anywhere in the times of 2000 BCE to 1800 BCE that there was no Israelites. I would also debate you on the fact that on this subject that we having about the Kuntalita Druid. I would debate you on that. I would debate you on the fact that Yahweh and Elohim or Yah and El are the same deity. I would debate you on the premises that the Habiru, and the matter of fact, I already did that with Brother Capone. Man, listen, we got topics set up over here, bro. Just pick whatever, or you come up with a topic, bro. We can listen. I'm smoking you on any one of them, bro. Any one of them.
I hope you really do. Smoke.
I'm still waiting on
Get
one
weird
source.
about information.
Come on, man.
I'm waiting.
Let's get into it. What topic you want?
I'm waiting for any source.
What
for any
Humble
topic
said
do
he's
you
saving his sources for the
What
$50.
topic do you want?
I'm waiting for at least one source for the Yahweh and Elohim. I'm waiting for one source, bro.
You see how he going to dance around the bush, A1? He don't want that smoke for real, man.
So you just got challenged live. You just got challenged live. What are you talking about? You don't want the smoke. I'm the one.
So I'm asking you. Let's set up the debate.
The source is already out there, nigga.
Let's set up the debate. Y'all see how he y'all see how he flipping this? He trying to dance, bro. You can't dance out of this, bro. You can't dance out of this. We here with it. Let's set it up. You pick a topic. I could pick a topic. It is what it is.
So you ain't got no sources, bro.
Listen, you stuck on us. Let's get to the topic.
You tell me you ain't got no sources?
Let's get to the topic. Let's get it.
So you don't got no sources?
Hey, I'm willing to
y'all
debate.
got to pick a topic and save y'all.
I'm willing to debate that the Kuntalita Druid, right, actually talks about Yahweh and his consort Asherah. What's up with it?
Yeah, don't give it all away for Freacher side. You know, save a little
What's
bit
up
for the
with
50.
Well, come on now. If you feel like you got a topic that's better than that, let's get it.
So you ain't got no sources out.
Listen, you see he trying to get to these sources, man. What's
bro,
what's up with the
debate with no sources, my
What's
guy?
up with the debate?
They theories, my nigga. Debate me with sources.
Listen, what's up with the debate? Let's set the debate up first. What's up with it?
What you want to debate? What you want to debate the most?
Listen,
I'm on the El and Yahweh thing. What you want to debate the most?
You said the El and Yahweh?
Yeah.
They are the same or they not the same?
They not the same God.
All right, bet. I take that they are the same. I like that debate right there.
So you gonna pull up actually primaries, right?
Of course I am.
You gonna pull up primary?
Of course I am.
How was the son of El?
Of course I am.
I'm the king of catching audio.
Hold
so
on.
when you no.
You
already said you did. You already said you was gonna do it. It's over with.
Okay. In the Bible.
No, you done. You're done.
Let's get it. You're
done.
it.
You
in
just
the
said
Bible,
you gonna pull up a
El
source that said
and
Yahweh was
Yahweh
the son of El.
are the same deity. Let's get it. Let's get it. Hey, yo, listen. Hey, set that up, brother A1. Set that up.
No, hey, listen to this.
We about to lock in. We about to lock in now.
Listen very clearly.
Locking in now.
Listen, humble. You're saying the Canaanite God El in the Bible is the God Yahweh. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
I'm finna murder this man.
Yes.
Hey.
You're familiar with our scoring system, Chisad? This is our scorecard. And we have judges. Say that again.
Let me show you something real quick, bro. This is why I asked him for his sources, bro, because I already debated people on this, and
that's the topic.
Hold on. You see my screen real quick, A1?
Yeah, let me pull this down.
You see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
So let me tell you something, A1, on why I'm asking him, man. Just show me the source. Because I've been dealing with these brothers for a minute, and every time I deal with them, they talk about man, you ain't gonna look. They don't come with no sources of what they talk about. I'm sick of sitting here arguing with people with no sources. As we see in the hold on.
Hey,
let me finish.
A1 get to the scorecard.
Let me finish, Humble.
He's trying to talk his way out of it, A1. That's what he's doing.
No, we already agree. Once I agree to a debate, you done. You cooked. I want sources. Listen to me. We already seen the audio. I asked him for the primary of El and Yahweh. That man ran. So when I asked him, man, give me the source. Come on. I've been baking these dudes. This is just new to y'all. This is new to y'all. This ain't new to me. I'm true to this, not new to this. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. I ain't talking my way out of this. You sweet. Like apple pie, brother.
Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
And I'm talking when I mean I'm talking about scholarship, bro. I ain't talking about, I like to talk trash.
No. You listen. Hey, I let her. I don't want to use too much profanity, but I let her smack talk, bro. Hey, listen, that's what make it exciting.
This one about to be lit, man. This about to be
you
lit.
cook like apple pie, bro. You already baked, fried, and tossed 3 times.
Let's
you
get
know.
it.
As you see, we've adopted the Lincoln Douglas scoring system. So I'll get you a copy of this. I need a picture of you so that way we can get the flyer finished. I just got to throw you on this one. I was going to put him against GD and Capone, but I got somebody else for GD and Capone. Somebody else was asking about him this morning, and I was going to put him against them anyway. So this actually worked out good. So you still got a debate. You didn't even miss a beat, Humble. Yeah. And what's that topic again? So that way I could put it in the chat and send it to myself.
Is the Canaanite El?
Is the Canaanite God El? Yeah, the Canaanite God.
The same deity as Yahweh in the Bible.
Jeez, the same deity as what? As who? As the Canaanite El, the same deity as
Yahweh in the Bible.
All right, got it. Hey, you know what we say around here, gentlemen? Tighten up. We got a debate. It's going. And real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors. Tomorrow, even though this ad says Saturday, today it's already Sunday. So yeah, today, Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern, only here on Titans Debate League. Can you catch this one?
This Saturday, March 8th, history steps into the arena, only on the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. It's the clash of cosmic proportions. In one corner, the smooth strategist, the verbal tactician, the man who bends rhythm into reason, Suave Boss. And in the opposing corner, the architect of quantumoliism, the philosopher of the infinite, the mind that dares to question reality itself, Quantum Truth. The question shaking the pillars of existence. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? Is nature eternal? Is time the necessary foundation of all things? Or are we witnessing the collapse of a cosmic illusion? 2 titans, 1 stage, no escape from logic. Saturday, March 8th, only in the Coliseum of Arguments. Enter the arena and witness eternity on trial.
Oh yeah, the commercial I'm about to put together for this one about to be fire. Is the Canaanite El the same deity as Yahweh in the Bible? I put Humble Savage. I'm tripping. Humble Mystic. Definitely a Humble Savage though. Humble Mystic versus Chasad coming soon. Only here on Titans Debate League. Better believe it. Tighten up, gentlemen. It's going down. Protect yourself at all times, man. Here at Titans Debate League. Back to you, gentlemen and ladies.
Peace and blessings, y'all. I'm actually about to hop off.
I was just about to say the same.
Oh, go ahead, Sister Issa Queen, and then I can go after you.
Yeah, I'm about to log off. I'm definitely going to hit you up later, A1, about, the dates for the presentation and the debate, I guess. But it's really just those 2 days that I already told you. Great conversation, y'all. Kasad, you got to learn how to share, brother. That wasn't cool. And I want everybody to have a good night. That's about it.
Have a good night, sis. See you soon. See you soon. Appreciate you pulling up and dropping that knowledge on us. Decide you want to close out. I mean, give your closing remarks.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to share something with Humble real quick, cause the brother be talking about the primaries and stuff. So I want y'all to understand something. William Denver is not the primary. Mark Smith is not a primary, right? He gonna keep on talking about some primaries and watch. Those are the same type of scholars. He gonna keep on pulling up scholars and not the primary, right? You're not gonna see him not one time actually pull up from the Dead Sea Scrolls. You know dang well he can't read the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I want to share some with Humble real quick. Why he like to talk about primaries and stuff. Because I already called your brother say out on some, and I want you to hear some.
I'm actually at work.
I want you to hear something real quick, brother. Because it ain't. I'm not, like I said, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this, brother. I've been cooking your brothers too. Listen to this.
Get up here and fight with y'all at all. I'm actually at work. I was listening to the conversation. I was kind of confused on where y'all disconnect was, so I jumped on so I can get clarification and understanding of what y'all are arguing when it comes to these sources and stuff. Because honestly, it didn't seem like nobody ever had a problem with sources or pulling up sources in this primary and all that until I started cooking y'all. So I really just want to understand the argument. I'm trying to understand what's really been said.
Hey, you know what, because it's a little bit of relevance to that.
That's not how I say. Can you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Your own brothers admit that y'all been doing that source and stuff because I've been cooking y'all, bro. Y'all been getting cooked. Can you share my screen, A1?
Yep.
Yeah. So you I'm telling you, bro. You better go. Remember I pulled this up on y'all and I had y'all in denial. You remember that? You remember this? This? The autobiography of Amos, son of Abner, records jubilantly that during the campaign in Nubia, slaughter was made among them during their dependence was carried off as living captives. That wretched Nubian. Remember, I brought this out and y'all had y'all all hectic and in denial, like the dirty river Egypt, right? Yeah, then all y'all kept telling us, "Oh, that's not source. That's not source." So I had to switch the screen right to show y'all, right, that these brothers love denial scholarship, the dirty river in Egypt. So what they will tell you is does not sources, that's not. But as we can see, what do we see right here on the screen? It says Amos, the son of Abner, autobiography, right? And then what do we see down here? We see your meta nature, we see the transliteration, we see the translation, right? And if I want to, I can go to the exact part that they're quoting from and show it in the article. So when he get up here and lie and talk about these ain't sources, I'm telling you, you're gonna die in that debate, bro. You better really come with it, bro. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you this as a warning. I'm trying to let you know that if you get up here and think you're not gonna be able, and think you're not gonna pull up the primary text that says what you say, and I'm not gonna call you out on it, you're sadly mistaken, brother.
Listen. So let's get it. I cannot wait.
You sent that picture over, Shasad?
The brother Kazad most definitely sound like a formidable opponent.
Send that picture over before you go to sleep, man, so I can have that done by tomorrow.
The energy he bringing, but make no mistake, when we do debate, it will be BTA. all this flim flam he talking. And I gotta give him, I do gotta give him credit because the brother Ashe did come back over the Beagle, was like, yeah, my man, cause I do something for me I wasn't ready for, you know. But that's something as genuine scholars we do to one another, right? We do give credit when credit is due. You know what I'm saying? And we always, you know, and I do want to say we adopted Unc's frame of thinking when we say source up or shut up, right? We adopted that over on Bigo. And when we speak and when we get into these, that is what we demand from one another. We do demand the sources. You know, we do argue the scholarship. We get it in with it. You see what I'm saying? Now, with all that said and done, right? Let's get into this debate because I'm ready for this. I'm most definitely ready for this. I'm letting y'all know. So y'all been seeing me on a hosting tip lately, right? But what El Doctor say, humble, what do you say, humble aggressive? Listen, that's how I lock in. Y'all ready for it? You feel me? I want to appreciate brother A1 as always, Sister Issa Queen from coming through, brother Kazai for coming up here, you know, brother Capone. Hey, listen, as always, I appreciate everybody for just the support, the engagement. Listen, there's no us without y'all, man. And with that, I land my plane, humble out. I appreciate you, brother.
Peace, peace. Closing remarks, Josiah?
Oh, Con, that was my closing, man. I appreciate y'all always letting me on the platform. I sent you an email, bro, with my number in there, so you just gotta just text me.
Got it. I got it.
Yeah. And
Bet.
appreciate y'all letting me on, man. And peace and blessings to everyone, man. I hope y'all have a good tomorrow. I mean, it is tomorrow, so I hope y'all have a good Sunday. Shalom.
Shalom. Clip this up, Josiah, post it everywhere. Let everybody know I'm gonna have the flyer done for y'all tomorrow, so y'all can start advertising, and then we'll get the official face off going. We're gonna end with the song by Connie Son, Family All Around Me. And remember my motto: treat your smile like your money, never let them steal it. Peace.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Hey, family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Hey, family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live, family all around me. Hey, family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Hey, family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. Family all around me. This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look